During the discussion section this morning, some questions and comments arose about a quite interesting topic, about the question of the nature of the triggering and the stimulus requirement, the input requirement for acquisition of language, which bears directly on this so-called innateness hypothesis, which, as I tried to make clear, is not a hypothesis, but just a truism. The question is what form it takes. One case came up, I mentioned one case, which is the extreme case of language acquisition in the case of no input at all, zero input. That's, of course, the extreme. However, what was required was social interaction. That was necessary. That's apparently true for other kinds of development as well. So institutionalized children may be fed perfectly well, but they may not grow properly just because of the lack of proper social interaction, whatever that's supposed to be. And it's been even shown experimentally with animals. So if lambs are taken away from their mothers, let's say, they can get the same regular nutrition, but they don't develop properly. There's some kind of somehow the effect of social interaction seems to be a trigger, at least for mammals, for getting things going. And the interaction among these three children was apparently sufficient to get the language faculty to develop on the basis of no input, but with full perceptual capacities. Afterwards, some of us were talking, and there's another case in which the perceptual capacities as well are radically impaired. This is an interesting case. Actually, it's one that was studied by my wife. There's in the era when people used to get spinal meningitis, which is fortunately overcome, this disease in early childhood, which is completely debilitating, there were fair number of children who were deaf and blind from very early ages. And it turned out that a number of them were able to learn language pretty fully. I mean, it turned out by a technique called Tadoma, which involved placing the person's hand on the face of the person speaking to them. So you put your hand on the face kind of like this, and one finger gets some information from the vibrating vocal tracts, and other fingers get information from the lip movements, and that's it. That's the total information that they get, which is just, a ridiculously limited amount of information. Try putting your hand on your face if you want to see how limited it is. And on the basis of that input, with training, of course, there's a group of people who manage to attain what is so close to full linguistic capacity that you have to carry out tests. You have to investigate exotic constructions to begin to find places where their knowledge breaks down. In a normal interchange, you wouldn't find any cases where it breaks down. There was a project on this at MIT in the electronics lab where they were working on sensory aids for people with various sensory deficiencies. And one of the subjects in this experiment investigation was a man who lived in I think in Iowa, a couple of 1,500 miles away, where he lived alone with his wife, who was also deafblind and had learned the same technique. The problem that they had around the house was how to locate one another. So there were various devices around that indicated where the other one was, since they were both deaf and blind. But they could speak to each other, just, hands on the faces. And this guy had a job. He was a tool and die maker, which he held down. He came to Boston alone, flew to Boston. He carried a card which said, I am deaf-blind, may I put my hand on your face? If he was lost or needed some information, he'd show it to somebody, and they would presumably say yes, and then he would be able to communicate with him. He could talk. It wasn't completely, it wasn't perfect. He couldn't monitor his own speech production, so it tended to degrade, and he'd had to get continued up training to keep it up. But it was intelligible, and he could understand what anybody else was saying. And that's the way he lived, an almost normal life. And he wasn't the only one. There was a fair number of them. And that's a case that shows these are cases that show quite remarkably how little information is required to get the whole language system operating. It's normal language use is dramatic enough example of the absurdity of believing that language is taught. But these cases, they show with extreme strength that it's just total nonsense to think that some kind of instruction from the outside determines the major course of language growth. At the very most, it can provide very peripheral information. On the matter of there's some information here about the critical period too. On the matter of critical period, it turned out in the population of people that they were dealing with that there was success in teaching language by this method only if the deaf-blindness had occurred after a certain age. I think it was about 16 months, meaning that the children had already, they weren't speaking yet, but they had exposure to language. And somehow that exposure to language must have set something in motion too, which could then be built upon in by the course of this training. The same was true of Helen Keller, the famous case of deaf-blind. She was deaf-blind after an age roughly like that. And it may be that being deaf-blind from birth would kill off the mechanisms very much the way that blindness in a kitten kills off the visual mechanisms. In the face of the general evidence about language growth, of which there's plenty, it takes considerable dogmatism to believe that conditioning could have anything to do with it. And in the face of evidence like this, it becomes outlandish, to believe that conditioning may be a factor in language growth. And as more cases of this kind come along, it may be possible to sharpen and narrow down quite precisely the kinds of stimulation that get the system to operate and the kinds of sensory inputs that are required to get it moving. There's now work by people who are involved with sensory aids, which may shed some further light on this. There's a thing in the ear called the cochlear membrane, which receives signals and is stimulated along the course of the membrane, depending on the frequency of the incoming sound. And there are an obvious idea, which people are trying, is to make an analog of the cochlear membrane and simply put it on some other part of the body. So maybe on the stomach or on the arm or something like that, and see if, and then arrange construct the analog so that it provides stimulation given a certain sound exactly in the manner that the cochlear membrane would to the auditory nerves. And then see if the human nervous system is flexible enough to adapt to signals coming from some other part of the body that have the same structure as the signals that tell the auditory nerve that it's a sound with a certain structure. If this works, which nobody knows, it would be possible to for a person who's, say, deaf to hear something like hearing with a device implanted on some other part of the body. There's a little evidence that something is working out, but nobody knows much about it. And doubtless there'll be more inquiries of that sort. Well, let's continue on the course that we were following. Going back to yesterday, I ended up by talking about the question of unification, which is an obvious question for a naturalistic inquiry. We have these studies of the mental systems, computational representational studies, theories of language, for example. There are cells in the brain. Presumably there's some relationship between what the cells are doing and what these computational systems are doing. If we accept the plausible view of the post-Newtonians, people like Lamettrie and Joseph Priestley, thought or language is just a property of an organized system of matter, and presumably in this case this means some organization of cells. So presumably the generative procedure and the the performance systems and so on are a complex property of some arrangement of cells, And the question is, how do you fill in the blanks in that description? That's the unification problem. And I mentioned that there's some connections here and there. Perhaps the most surprising ones are the correlations of categories of linguistic structures with electrical activity of the brain that I mentioned. But there are huge gaps. And I mentioned a few ways in which people try to overcome their feeling of discomfort with those gaps. Notice the feelings of discomfort you don't have to share. There's no particular reason for discomfort. There are a lot of things we don't know about, and one of them is how to fill in this gap. Not more shocking than other things. But a lot of people feel that there's a special problem here, something special involving the mental, let's say. And among the ways of trying to overcome that feeling, there is, I mentioned the slogan that we should consider the mental to be not to be the neurophysiological at a higher level, which is just dogmatism. We don't know that it's the neurophysiological that's relevant, and there's no evidence about it. I suggested that slogan ought to be rephrased as the slogan, we might speculate that the neurophysiological is the mental at some other level. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Another approach is what's called eliminative materialism. We should stop studying the mental altogether and study the material world. That will become a substantive proposal when somebody tells us what the material world is. Short of that, doesn't mean anything. I mean, the mental's part of the material world, so eliminative material, since there's no other world. So that doesn't sound, I mean, people use the term, speak about it, and argue about it, but it's hard to see how that's a substantive proposal at all. An associated proposal is that psychologists and linguists and so on should stop studying cognitive processes and language and should start studying neurophysiology, which is just craziness. I mean, it's like saying that embryologists should start studying quantum theory or something like that. But it makes no sense, of course. Another view is that we should try to think in terms of connectionist models, which I loosely describe, but their important point is that they don't have any explicit rule following in the way that an ordinary computer program or computational system does. And maybe somehow they'll do something. Again, it's pretty irrational. There's no reason to believe that these processes, that these abstractions from the nervous system select the right properties or that they have the right kind of structure, and there's no explanatory success in using them. The major approach, and the one I want to turn to now, is the idea that we don't really have to feel uneasy about the mental because we have good, hard-headed, solid, substantive examples, robust objects which have mental properties, and nobody worries about these, so therefore we don't have to worry about humans. And these robust objects are computers. The idea is that modern computers carry out our physical objects. Everybody agrees that your personal computer is a nice, robust, solid physical object, and it does execute software. And if all the mental processes is software, algorithms, procedures for doing something, then the computer's doing it. So there can't be anything mysterious about it because these are just physical devices, and now we've overcome the problem. Well, that view that psychology studies software problems, as I mentioned earlier, that view was coming forth about the mid-1950s, and it was certainly part of the so-called cognitive revolution. And in some respects, it was a kind of a liberating idea. You have to recall that this was a period when psychology meant the study of things like conditioning, which probably doesn't even exist, or learning theory, which was a total fiasco that had achieved nothing in a century. And the various branches of psychology were more or less designed in terms of one or another dogmatic assertion about what kind of theoretical posit you were allowed to make, which is all obviously total nonsense. So the field itself was totally stultifying. And to come along with an idea that allowed some work to be done was exciting. Hence the idea that that the study of cognition is really the study of software problems, made it possible to open up a lot of topics for inquiry. And that was part of what led to what many call the cognitive revolution. In retrospect, it's less obvious that this was such a great move, and because it brings along with it a number of serious conceptual problems that don't arise if we just approach the subject in a straight naturalistic path, along a straight naturalistic path. The first problem that arises has to do with the nature of artifacts, things that are constructed. So I don't know, it's like say this thing over here. I think it's a table. Okay, if somebody asks me what it is, I'd say it's a table or a desk. Am I right? Well, in order to answer that question, it's not enough to do a full investigation of this thing. I mean, you can understand every physical property of it and not know whether it's a table. I mean, maybe I just think it's a desk and a table, and it's really a hard bed for a dwarf who comes in here every night and goes to sleep over here. And maybe it was designed for that purpose. That's the designer's purpose, and that's the way it's normally used. And it just happens that I walked into this room by accident and mistook it for a table, so I'm sitting here. That's perfectly possible. If that was the designer's intention, and that's the standard use, then it is a hard bed. It isn't a table. So whether it's a table or a hard bed or some other thing depends on the intent, at least on the intention of the designer, and the customary use and the functions that it serves and so on and so forth. That is, what it is depends on how it's placed in a very complex framework of human concerns. Okay. Now, no physical object can have those properties. So when we talk about this thing, it's not that this thing isn't a perfectly fine physical object. It's just that what individuates it, what identifies it as a so-and-so, say a table or a bed or something else, that individuation, that identification, is relative to specific human cognition. Specific properties of human cognition has nothing to do with its nature. A Martian lacking our concerns and interests, who knew all the physics we knew, would know everything about this that we do, but wouldn't know whether it's a table or a desk, and in fact couldn't ask the question, because he wouldn't know about things like intent and design and use. And that's true of all artifacts. It's not true of natural objects. So whether something's a nematode or not is independent of the designer's intent, because there wasn't any designer, and it's independent of its function, because it doesn't have a function, or how you use it, like maybe you use it to poison people or something. That's independent. That doesn't affect whether it's a nematode or not. So there is a basic difference between objects of the world and artifacts. This was well understood as far back as Aristotle. If you look at Aristotle's classification of objects into, idea, causes, it's usually translated into English. I don't know what they do in Spanish. But the factors that enter into making something what it is, they include intent, function, structure, constitution, number of different things. And what an entity is depends on how it's placed in this framework. Now, Aristotle thought about this as a metaphysical analysis. We might prefer today to think of it as an epistemological analysis or a cognitive analysis. That is, an analysis of how human intelligence organizes the world for its own purposes. But the story is about the same. And in fact, one of the, in my opinion, best theories of semantics that's around is by not developed much, but suggested by a philosopher named Julius Moravcsik, who was also a classical scholar as well as a modern philosopher, and he described it as the ideational theory of semantics, meaning a theory of semantics that takes the Aristotelian factors, idea, and uses them as semantic categories, suggesting that Aristotle was just intuitively picking out the properties that humans in fact use, like, say, function and purpose and so on, and intent and so on, and categorizing objects that way, and that's the core of human common sense natural language semantics. And he gave a series of examples that illustrate that that's plausible, and I think it is plausible. Actually, it's kind of striking that when you look at contemporary work in philosophical essentialism, work that grew out of originally Saul Kripke's Naming and Necessity, which gives arguments that I don't think are very convincing about the essential nature of entities. Turns out that his essences are virtually identical with the Aristotelian idea. So being a table is the essence of this thing, if it is a table. Okay, it's an essential property of it in Kripkean essentialism. And that just seems to me a very misleading way of saying that as human beings, we categorize things in terms of a space of human interests, which includes things like designer's intent. It doesn't tell you anything about the essence of this object. I mean, its essence is just, it's what it is, what it's made up of. That's its essence, period. Its being a table is something about our interpretation of the role it plays in our lives, let's say, nothing more than that. This, incidentally, is one reason why, trivially, obviously, the natural sciences are going to depart very far from human common sense. I mean, the natural sciences are not going to have in them any notion like being a table, say, which will hold of this or not hold of it, depending on what its designer intended. And that's not going to be a concept of physics, for example. Now, this is true of every artifact. So, for example, suppose it's also true of artifacts that are designed to do something, like take, say, a key, to open a door. If I ask for a key to the door of the room of the hotel that I'm staying in, and they give me a thing, and I try it in the door, and it doesn't work. Did they give me the wrong key? Did they give me a key that malfunctions? Did they give me something that wasn't a key at all? Well, there's no answer to that, generally. It depends on the purpose for which it was designed and for which it was given to me. If the purpose of the guy behind the desk was to cause me problems, then the key is functioning perfectly when it doesn't open the door. It's not malfunctioning. You can't tell whether an artifact is malfunctioning by looking at what happens when you use it. You have to place it in a much richer framework of human concerns and intentions, including things like designer's intent, or intent of people who are involved in providing it in this case. And that's true for all artifacts, and it's of course true for computers. Coming to computers are artifacts. They're designed to do something. Suppose somebody gives you a software, suppose you want a program to, say, add numbers. You want a calculator in your computer, and somebody gives you a software program which adds numbers. And suppose what it adds is what Kripke called the plus function, which is different from plus. It's like plus for everything except, I forget what, say 2 numbers for which it gives the wrong answer, maybe 5 times 25, it gives 139 or something like that. But the rest of the time, it gives the right numbers. Well, is the program malfunctioning? Well, again, it depends what the intent was of the software designer. It's functioning quite perfectly if he wanted you to get the wrong answer when you multiplied 5 times 125. Or it's functioning perfectly if he had another function in mind, which didn't happen to be plus, just happened to be identical with plus for all points except this one. And again, there's no answer to the question whether it's functioning properly or malfunctioning or following a rule or not following a rule or whatever. It's just doing what it does. And we interpret it as following a rule or not following a rule or functioning properly or malfunctioning, depending on the space of intentions and goals and purposes in which we place the object. But the question of whether, say, that software program is failing to follow the rule of addition, or multiplication in that case, if it's failing to follow the rule, that's a meaningless question. It's failing to follow the rule only if it was intended to follow the rule. Then it's failing to. But there's nothing in its nature that tells you whether it's failing to follow a rule. Now, that's going to be true of computers quite generally. Furthermore, in the case of artifacts, like, say, computers or keys or desks, there is no natural kind. There's no kind of things, there's no kind of nature, category of nature into which they fall. Just about anything could be a computer. A pile of sand on the beach could be a computer if you give it the appropriate interpretation. You interpret the arrangement of grains in such a way that it's calculating numbers. You can always do that. anything could be a key for a properly shaped door, like this thing could be a key for a door that was made in a crazy fashion. There's no, whether something's there's no natural kind, there's no normal case. There's no normal case from which other things are deviations. Again, that's quite different from a natural object. In the case of, say, a nematode or a cell or a giraffe or something, there's a natural kind, a kind of nature, and there could be a word, at least in science, though not in human language, in my opinion, but in some created scientific language, there could be a term that picks out that natural kind, like, say, nematode, and there could be normal instances of it, and it would make sense to talk about deviant instances. For example, it makes sense to talk about a nematode with a genetic defect. Maybe, it was hit by a cosmic ray or something, because there is a normal nematode, and we can therefore make comments about the category of nematodes. But we can't make comments about the category of computers, because anything's a computer, just about. Maybe anything, if you have enough imagination. Similarly, when you look at a computer, you can't really tell what's the hardware and what's the software. I mean, with enough further assumption, it's not that, some of the chips are labeled software. I mean, anything, what software could be distributed around the computer chips in any crazy fashion. If you add further assumptions, like you add some assumptions that say only certain kinds of change, if you consider only certain kinds of modifications of the computer, like not hitting it with a wrench, but sticking a disk in the disk drive. These are just two different modifications of the physical object over there. And if you restrict yourself to one category of them, like sticking disks in the disk drive, then relative to those decisions about what kind of interferences with this object you're allowed to make, relative to those quite arbitrary decisions, you can distinguish software from hardware. But that's, again, relative to human concerns and interests. The computer itself doesn't know anything about hardware and software. So we have, when we move from the study of the mind, some property of organized matter, like, say, valence or the property, properties of electricity and magnetism are properties of certain organized matter. When we move from that to computer models, we've moved from the frying pan into the fire in the standard English idiom. I assume there's some similar idiom you can make up. The frying pan was quite. Is that intelligible, or somebody want to translate it? Okay. You've moved from a problem that's, that's manageable to something that's completely unmanageable, which introduces inherent complications that don't arise in the case of the study of thought in the first place. Now, the belief that there was a problem about the mental was a mistake. There was no inherent problem about the mental other than our lack of knowledge of what it is. But that's a problem that holds all throughout the sciences. A lot of things you don't know what they are, and you don't know how they're connected to other things. There was no special problem. So that was a mistake in the first place. But this effort to resolve the problem just adds further difficulties, new additional difficulties that didn't arise in the first case. In the case of, say, language, it is a natural kind, like just as nematodes are. It has a normal case. It's not a matter of our decisions whether rules are being followed or not. It's just a fact. It's a fact about the system. Like it's a fact about the visual system that it's processing in a certain way. There was no designer's intent because it's an object, not an artifact. There's no conventional use because there's no use at all. It has no primary function because it has no function. Things in the world don't have a function. We assign them functions because of the way we choose to look at them. So it raises none of the problems that computers raise. And therefore, using computers as a robust model to make you feel happy about the mental was from this point of view, a mistake to start with. It's a mistake that shouldn't have been made. And I think it's a mistake that arises only if you fall prey to dualistic temptations that lead you to feel that there's something special about the properties of organized matter that we call thought that does not arise in the case of properties of organized matter that we call electrical attraction and repulsion, let's say. Okay, and there isn't. just other problems, but not problems of a special nature, at least from a naturalistic point of view. I'm assuming throughout a naturalistic point of view. If you have a dualistic point of view, of course, it's different. Well, moving on to the cognitive sciences, and again, let me make the distinction between the empirical studies, like somebody's study of visual processing, and the theoretical inquiries into the nature of the subject, the more philosophical side. I'm now talking only about that. In the latter kind, some rather curious moves have been made which follow from picking computers as the model and thinking of the mental as software problems. Okay. Notice you're led very quickly to a conception of the mental as being whatever can be computed. Okay. So, as it's put in the AI artificial intelligence literature, mental activities are just the carrying out of an algorithm. Okay. Mental activities are the carrying out of an algorithm. An algorithm is just a computer program in effect. Okay. So mental activities are the carrying out of a computer program. In fact, many advocates of AI, artificial intelligence, argue that thermostats have mental activities because they are carrying out a kind of, these things that measure the, turn on the heat when the temperature reaches a certain point, that they're carrying out a certain algorithm in a particular way, so therefore they have mental activities. And computers have mental activities, or at least would if they had enough achievement. I mean, it's often suggested that they have to achieve a certain amount before we are willing to attribute to them mental activities. This gives you a different approach to the mental. In fact, this is another form of dualism. It's treating the mental in some fashion quite different from physical things, from the physical world. And it leads in strange directions. I mean, instead of thinking of, say, eye language and properties of eye language and so on as states of the brain, sort of mental organs, if you like, which are just like any other organ except they happen to be aspects of the brain. Instead of thinking about things that way, what you do is move over totally to the computational level and consider what can be done by a computer program. Now, if you're not inclined to say that thermostats have mental properties, and many people are not, you'll add certain performance criteria. And you'll say that an algorithm has mental properties only if it satisfies performance criteria. And the standard performance criterion, the one that sort of dominates the literature, is what is called the Turing test. Alan Turing was I don't really know enough about people's background to know what to explain and what to not bother with. So, everyone know what I'm talking about? Well, Alan Turing was a very important mathematician of around the middle of the century, who, among other things, did some of the essential mathematical work that led to the design of modern digital computers. And back in 1950, he wrote a kind of classic article in which he proposed what has since been called the Turing test. In my opinion, his article has always been misunderstood. I don't think people have read it correctly, or maybe not read it at all, and I'll come back to what he actually said. But let's begin with what he thought to have said, okay? And that's the only thing that influenced the field, not what he said, but what he thought to have said. What he thought to have said is that if a machine, the term machine is just a word for program. They're interchangeable. Any computational type machine that somebody builds is a program for what's called a universal machine. And a universal machine is not very exotic. Every one of you who has a personal computer has a universal machine with one proviso. You have to be able to stick an infinite number of possible disks in it to keep building up the memory. But if you've got an infinite source of additional memory instead of just a finite source, it becomes a universal machine. In fact, it becomes what's called a Turing machine. And any program for such a machine is a possible machine on its own. And any possible machine on its own is a program for that machine. That's what it means for the thing to be universal. So any algorithm that exists, any possible algorithm, is a program for your computer if you idealized infinite memory. Okay, that's basically what it comes down. It's good enough. It's not exactly accurate, but good enough for our purposes. The Turing test, what Turing's alleged to have said in this story is that if you take, he designed the following test. You have, say, a screen, and over here you have a person who's a judge. So let's call that the judge. And behind here you have a person and a machine. Machine just means some algorithm for a computer. So over here you have a piece of software, piece of software with a computer that runs it. Here you have a person. Here you have a judge. The judge is allowed to communicate both to the person and to the machine in the same way by, say, typing something in at a keyboard that the person or the machine picks up at the other end. And then, so the judge is, say, allowed to ask a question of both the person and the computer. And then the person gives an answer, types in an answer, it comes back to the judge. The computer program does whatever it's designed to do and types out a response, and that goes back to the judge. And if the judge can't tell which is the person and which is the machine, if it's confused, in other words, and mistakes them, in that case, the machine has passed the Turing test. Okay, that's what it means to pass the Turing test. And what Turing is alleged to have said is that if a machine passes the Turing test, it thinks. Okay, that all human intelligence is the capacity to pass the Turing test. That is to fool somebody into thinking you're a person. Okay, like a Martian comes down and fools us to thinking it's a person, then it thinks. Okay. Notice that's a completely non-naturalistic idea. This is a radical shift from, say, the 18th century, Lemaitre and Priestley. For them, thought is a property of matter on this earth. It's a property of particular forms of organized matter, like people. That's what thought is. Just as electricity is a particular property of certain forms of matter. The fact that you might be able to create something out of, non-earthly matter that has properties that look like electricity wouldn't have any bearing on what electricity is. Okay. The idea that you might be able to fool somebody into thinking that something's, a duck, doesn't tell you it's a duck. Okay. Because to be a duck is to be a property of a certain kind of matter. But this is totally different. Now the mental is the mental regarded first as the computational. That's the first step. And then, if you're unhappy about thermostats being mental, the computational, the sort of sophisticated enough computational, where sophisticated enough is spelled out in terms of the passing the Turing test. That's a completely different conception of the mental, and the mental now becomes a property unlike any property known in the natural world. The mental is defined by a certain performance criterion. Okay, there's a certain performance criterion that's stipulated, and any class of objects, or maybe any class of objects built out of certain kinds of components, that passes that performance criterion has this property. There are no such properties in the physical sciences. You think through physics or chemistry or something like that, there's no property, there's no category of entities identified in terms of their satisfying certain performance criteria. I mean, you may use performance criteria as tests for some property, like you may use a litmus test for determining whether something's an acid or a base. And you may rely on that test enough so you start calling it a definition. But the fact of the matter is that being an acid is not defined in physical theory as passing the litmus test. Okay, it's whatever it is, and it happens to pass the litmus test. In fact, performance tests don't exist in the sciences. They're just, but there are operational criteria and so on. So this is something entirely new and entirely non-naturalistic. I'll qualify. I don't think this is what, in fact, it's clear that this is not what Turing was saying, but this is what he's interpreted as saying. Notice that the Turing, when you talk about the Turing test, that's misleading, because what I just described is not a test. It's an indefinite range of possible tests depending on exactly how you set it up. So there are all kind of different ways of setting this up. When are you going to decide that the judge is fooled? All kinds of things. And only if you answer all those questions do you have an actual operational test. So the so-called Turing test is a class of possible performance criteria, and according to the computational approach to mind, we've sort of now gone from, remember the course we followed, we start from feeling that there's some problem about the mental because we can't explain it in terms of cells, different than the problem about, say, chemical elements in the 19th century when you couldn't explain them in terms of particles and fields. There's some different kind of problem about the mental. We start with that. We try to resolve the problem by saying, well, we have robust objects around that have mental properties, namely computers, so there's nothing mystical, it's not ghostly. We then identify the mental with the software aspect of the computers, overlooking the fact that that's not a physical distinction. It's a distinction we make in terms of a class of interests and concerns. And we then identify the mental with the computational or the sufficiently sophisticated computational, meaning passing some variety of the Turing test. From now on, I'll just call it the Turing test, although, as everybody does, although bear in mind that that doesn't refer to anything. It only becomes a test when you fill in a million blanks that are left open. Well, it now turns out that when we're studying the mental, we don't really care what the physical realization is at all. See, now we have a distinction between mental and physical. I mean, the mental is just abstract computations. It's some mathematical thing. And the physical form in which the computation is carried out is irrelevant to the study of the mental. Okay? We're just studying certain algorithms. And they can be carried out any way you like. It doesn't matter how. Okay? And we're assuming that it means something to say what I just said. I don't think it means anything, but I'm granting for the purpose of discussion that it means something. We're assuming that there really is an identifiable category of software versus hardware in computers, independent of our interests and concerns. And I'm assuming that it is really possible to pick out in the world what is a computer. And I don't agree that any of that is possible, but to continue with the discussion, let's grant it so we can pursue the debate and discussion of artificial intelligence and cognitive science. We now study algorithms, that is the mental, in abstraction from any form of material realization. And that becomes psychology. Psychology is now the study of algorithms, cognitive psychology at least. And that's the way it's usually considered, in fact. I'll give some quotes from a particularly lucid exposition of it by Ned Block, a colleague of mine, in an encyclopedia of the cognitive sciences, 3-volume encyclopedia of the cognitive sciences that was just published by MIT about a year ago, in which his section, his chapter in the encyclopedia is on the computational theory of mind. Okay, psychology taken as the computational theory of mind, the computer level of the mind. And here's the way he defines it accurately. This captures the field. He says the computer model of the mind is a level of description of the mind that abstracts away from biological realizations of cognitive structures. Now, here we have to be a little cautious because there are a lot of different ways of abstracting away from something, and we have to make sure which one we're talking about. For example, abstraction away from something may be what we may call contingent abstraction. Like we may study something abstracting away from some of its other properties because it's useful to do so, or because we don't know enough about those other properties to look at them, so therefore we have to abstract from them. That's contingent abstraction. We're doing it for a particular purpose or because of a particular lack of knowledge. Okay, like you might decide to study the planets, as mass points following certain laws, abstracting away from the question of whether they're made out of atoms and molecules or some other thing, or whether they have mountains on them or don't, or whatever. That's perfectly intelligible. That's contingent abstraction. That leads to a certain field of mathematics, called rational mechanics in this case, which you can investigate because maybe it teaches you something about the planet. So that's one kind of abstraction. I don't want to talk talk about it. Yeah, I guess another kind of abstraction that we might consider is what you might call exploratory, which is often done. We take some complicated system, too complicated to study, and we identify certain properties of it, and we say, okay, I'll just study those properties. Maybe if I just study those properties, I'll learn something. Okay, so you abstract away from the full complexity just to explore. That's done all the time. In fact, every experiment in science does that. You have some messy thing around, and you abstract away from most of the mess, and you look at certain particular things. You, in fact, design your experiment so it yields only those particular things, and then you study them because you hope you'll learn something about the world that way. That's exploratory abstraction. Both of these, contingent and exploratory, are naturalistic. They fall within normal naturalistic inquiry. However, there's a third kind, and that's the kind that's proposed here, and that's what we might call principled abstraction, abstraction in principle. That is, it just doesn't matter how the systems are realized in mechanisms. We're abstracting to something where it just makes no difference what the physical realization is. Okay, well, you might say that this is done in pure mathematics. So when you construct, if you look at Euclidean geometry, say, in a classical period, what was it? Was it a study of the physical world, or was it mathematics? Well, for a long period of time, the answer to that question wasn't a clear question. It was both, sort of. But by the time mathematics got sophisticated enough, it became a clear question. And in fact, it even turned out that Euclidean geometry is not a good theory of the world. But when you abstract Euclidean geometry away from the world entirely, and you go to Hilbert's axiom system, and then you study that axiom system and its properties, then you're doing pure math. And that's abstraction in principle, but of course that's not science at all. That's just pure math. I mean, it may be useful for science, like a lot of things might be, but it's not science, and nobody thinks it is. So there's nothing wrong with principled abstraction. In fact, one might think of large areas of mathematics as that. But here we have something new, principled abstraction in an empirical discipline. Okay, that's something new. And the reason for these side remarks is to make clear how new it is. So we abstract away from, in the study of the mental, in the computer model of the mind, we make a principled abstraction from biological realization. We proceed as follows. We assume certain processors, primitive processors. In other words, we're considering a class of abstract machines, perfectly abstract machines, mathematical objects. And we think of them as being made out of certain elementary components, call them processors. But these too are abstract objects. They are only the formal properties we assign to them. They're not pieces of matter or something like that. So we pick certain abstract processors. In practice, these processors are usually selected, in fact almost always selected, so that they have what's called universal Turing machine capacity, meaning they're rich enough so that you can construct a universal Turing machine out of them, a Turing machine that can run any algorithm, like your computer abstracted to infinity. Okay, so usually, but though not necessarily, the processors are assumed to have universal Turing machine capacity. We then set up a performance criterion like passing the Turing test or something else, and we consider the class of objects, so the set of all objects K, all is abstract, class of all objects K, such that K is, let's call this P and this, not so good, C for criterion. K is constructed out of P and satisfies C. Okay, so to put it simply, we pick some set, the primitive processors are just anything at all that has whatever properties. To identify the primitive processor, we just give its properties. And anything at all that has those properties is a primitive processor. Whether it's made out of the materials that exist in the universe or in some other universe or imagined universes or whatever. Okay, doesn't make any difference. We set up a performance criterion, which could be anything you like. Let's say I mean, performance criteria are completely free for the asking, so you can pick up any one you want. The ones that are usually looked at are some version of the Turing test. We then consider the class of machines, the class of abstract objects, the class of programs, the class of algorithms that are constructed out of these processors, that is, that can be put together out of elementary elements of any kind whatsoever that have the properties of the processors and that pass the criterion, satisfy the criterion, and that's psychology. Okay, psychology is that study that I've just identified. Now, there's usually another thing added here, and that is that people have to be in here. Okay. It's not obvious why, incidentally. I mean, this looks completely arbitrary, that you have to include people. It's not clear what they're doing there at all. You know. The study would certainly be a more elegant form of, I mean, it's not mathematics, again, because there's no theorems or anything like this, but as an abstract inquiry, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to put people in there, but that's usually assumed tacitly, that the performance criterion is one that people pass. Okay, so that's usually added on, but as I say, irrelevantly. And to continue with Bloch's description I've just been describing, let me continue with his quotes. For cognitive science, it does not matter how the primitive processors are realized. They can be realized in gray matter, you know, parts of the brain, in switches, in little creatures running around, like you could imagine mice pulling strings that make something work, in other kinds of matter that don't exist, you know, but that we could imagine, in imagined kinds of matters that might exist in some alternative universe, whatever. That's what the primitive processor would be, as long as the thing, and we don't really care at all how they're realized. We only care about their properties, and we're interested in whether the software built out of those entities, you know, so that its structure can reduce to these properties, can pass the performance criteria. And if it does, it's part of the class of machines we're concerned with, as long as humans are also part of it. He goes on to point out, correctly, that psychology is not a biological science. It's not part of biology, which is certainly correct. But psychology is not a biological science. Furthermore, given the anti-biological bias of this approach, if we can construct automata in our computational image, which means automata that do like we do relative to a performance criterion, if we can construct automata in our computational image, performing as we do by some criterion, then we will naturally feel that the most compelling theory of the mind is one that's general enough to apply both to them and to us, as distinct from a biological theory of the human mind, which would apply just to us. Okay, that's the crucial difference. And he wants to insist on this because of what he says is the common, though mistaken, idea that psychology is a biological science. And according to this, it isn't. It's not part of biology at all, so of course it's totally non-naturalistic. Okay? I mean, it's not hidden here, it's explicit. Okay? It's non-naturalistic, it's not a biological science, it's not part of the study of the natural world at all. An imagined form of matter which had the right properties would be perfectly good as a realization, because we're only interested in the software and the mathematics. So the computational model of the mind is now some new form of intellectual inquiry. Psychology is some new form of intellectual inquiry, divorced from the sciences, which is considered with certain categories of abstract systems that satisfy certain performance criteria, and for unexplained reasons, humans come in at this point. Yeah. I don't agree. Why?
That's why we need to mention anyway.
No? See, the Turing test crucially mentions persons. There's no question of see, if you make the criterion the Turing test, then persons are there, because the Turing test is defined in terms of persons. Remember what the Turing test is. The Turing test is a test to see whether a judge can distinguish a machine from a person. Okay. To put it differently, sorry, I put it backwards. A machine passes the Turing test if the judge can't tell it from a person. So if your operational criterion is the Turing test, it's obvious why persons enter, because the Turing test is defined as being indistinguishable from a person. So of course persons enter. But the question is, if we are allowed arbitrary performance criteria, it's not clear why we have to design one that involves persons.
To implement approach that passes the Turing test is enough.
For AI. For AI, it's enough. Well, look, let me give you a concrete case. Just last November, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. November, there was a test carried out at by the Cambridge Computing Society. Computer Museum. There's a $100,000 prize that was offered for the first program that'll pass the Turing test. So they ran the first test last November. The thing was run by Dan Dennett, who's a well-known philosopher and cognitive scientist. The main judge was Quine. Block was one of the observers, and a whole bunch of distinguished computer scientists and artificial intelligence people and so on took part. And in fact, I'll describe what happened, but the idea was that if a program would pass the computer, none of them quite passed the Turing test, that if a program did pass the Turing test and would fool people, then indeed there would be no reason not to say that it has a mind. Now, Ned Block himself is sort of skeptical about this for various reasons. So speaking of him as a person, yes, he's skeptical. But the field takes this as the definition. That's AI. In fact, strong AI takes an even stronger position, which includes thermostats. Okay, but weak AI is the position that the mental is the computational, just as Block designed it. And then you pick a performance criterion. And the usual criterion, the criterion that defines the field of artificial intelligence, is the Turing test. Personally, I agree it's total nonsense, but that's the way the field is set up. That's why distinguished people showed up to be judges in this competition. Incidentally, just to tell you what happened, the programmers were allowed, the people who programmed the machines were allowed to select the topic that they had a jury, not one judge, but like a jury of 10 people or something. And the programmer the person who submitted the program was allowed to select the topic of the questioning. So, one person picked Shakespeare and one person picked, I don't know, something else. One person picked, we were trying last night to find a good translation for this in Catalan, but nobody could figure it out. In English, it was whimsical conversation. I don't know if anybody figured out the right translation yet, but what it means is conversation that is just kind of light and a little comical and has no point to it. And is that what it is? Okay, so that was the winner. And the way the program was designed is it produced cliches at random. Okay, so you push a button, the questioner asks something, and out comes some cliche picked at random. And then you ask something else, and out comes another cliche picked at random. And people were pretty much fooled. A lot of people thought, yeah, that's a person carrying out a whimsical conversation. And maybe if you had sharpened it up, you could fool more people. So that won the prize. That won the $100,000. And I should say this is enough already to show that the whole business is total absurdity. I mean, it's not that anybody ought to be taking this seriously, but it is taken seriously. That's why all of this stuff goes on. That's why you have a field of AI and strong AI. That's why people like, say, John Searle, to whom I'll return in a moment, gave an argument against it, which now, has led to a huge debate with Dennett and Hofstadter and all sorts of others. Ned Block personally is skeptical, but the account that he gives of the computational theory of mind gives no basis for skepticism, because he has no sharper notion of performance criterion. He doesn't offer a tighter notion of performance criterion, either in that article or anywhere. What is the reason? Why? Oh, no, but see, when you bring in the Turing test, you beg the question. Because when you bring in the Turing test, you've already explained why people are part of it. Look, the Turing test is defined in terms of people, okay? So once you use the Turing test as your criterion, you have explained why people are part of this. Namely, your criterion is the Turing test, which uses people. But the question is a different one. Why the Turing test should be the criterion? Why not some other criterion?
There are speech programs that are able to pass the...
Yeah, like this whimsical conversation program. If he had done that, he would have won $100,000 at this competition.
No.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that this program that is about is not...
Oh, okay, fine. We're only talking about realizable programs, of course. We're talking about programs that are in terms of the processors. Sure, we're not talking about unrealizable programs. That we throw out. We're talking about programs realized in terms of the processors. That means realizable programs. And if somebody knew how to do it, they would immediately enter if you think you know how to do it, enter next year's competition and you'll come out with $100,000. I mean, no matter how stupid it is, that's worth doing. The fact of the matter is, I want to stress how seriously this is taken. The National Science Foundation gave $100,000 or something to support this. It's got all kind of foundational support behind it. It's got a huge raft of major people in the computer sciences and philosophy and so on participating. There's a fringe of skeptics. It's not everybody. Like there's a guy in the Harvard Computer Labs who wrote a critical comment on it and so on. And Ned himself, who was one of the observers, thinks it's a joke. But it's taken very, very seriously. In fact, Dan Dennett, who is the organizer and who certainly takes it seriously, made some comments that sound ludicrous, but it's not so obvious why they're ludicrous. He said that if there was a program that really passed the test, if somebody, this is before the test was run, if somebody submits a program that really passes the test, he says that's going to raise serious moral problems. For example, are we allowed to unplug the computer afterwards? Since this computer now has mind, because mind is, after all, just being able to pass the test, would it be immoral to unplug the computer? Actually, that's the wrong analogy. The question is, would it be immoral to reformat the disk? It doesn't matter whether you unplug the computer or not. And it sounds ridiculous, but if you've gotten as far as Ned Block's article, thinking of the computer model of the mind as a non-biological subject and having mental properties like, the properties that make us moral agents or whatever, as being purely computational properties, then the question does arise whether you're carrying out an immoral act if you reformat the disk. In fact, even deeper problems arise, one second, that he didn't discuss and that others didn't discuss, and that is, why shouldn't all the people who participated in this already be jailed? The fact is that the programs that were given performed much better than monkeys did, and nobody would reformat the brain of a monkey after this. In fact, if you did, it would be a criminal offense. There are laws about proper treatment of experimental subjects. And in fact, experimental subjects have to sign consent forms. None of these programs sign consent forms. So in fact, everyone who participated in the experiment is already in violation of law if having the psychological properties of a person, the properties that make us subject to moral judgment, to moral decision, and so on and so forth, if they are simply software problems. And that will be true if psychology, that is the study of the mental entirely, is a purely computational study divorced in principle, remember, divorced in principle from any biological or physical consideration. If that's the way it is, it's hard to drop these questions. And if the questions seem ludicrous, as they should, then you have to ask, A, why do serious people get involved in it, and B, what went wrong with the argument, because something must have gone wrong with the argument. Go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Yeah.
Behaviorist,
They do believe it. Of course they believe it. But what does Ned Block believe is the criterion?
Is to have some.
But he.
That's for instance, is the most.
He says that it's true you can't put him in it because he doesn't accept this. So he's not in the same category as Dennett, Quine, Dewdney and computer science, McCarthy and the rest of them. Ned Block himself isn't. But the characterization that he gives of the computer model of the mind is in that category. Because all that's required for the computer model of the mind is that it be built out of processors which can be made out of anything. And then you have to say, well, it has to satisfy some criterion. But the only criterion anyone suggested is Turing's. And in fact, the whole field of AI, both in philosophy and cognitive science, is defined in terms of Turing's proposal and Turing's 1950 paper. That's the whole thing. There's nothing else. I mean, it's true that Block says, look, there's got to be something else, but there's nothing else stated. All right. Let me concede your point, although I don't agree. Suppose that Ned Block has some other in mind. Fine, then let's stop talking about Ned Block. And now let's talk about this field, okay, which has this criterion in mind, namely passing the Turing test. Okay, that's the field I'm talking about. And in fact, that's the only one that I know of that exists. But that's the one I'm now talking about. And that's weak AI. Strong AI says it doesn't even matter if you pass the Turing test. Weaker forms of computation are allowed. Okay? So I'll put aside here the skeptics who think something else is needed. I don't know what. Actually, for a naturalist, it's obvious what is needed. What is obvious is to reject the abstraction in principle from biology. That's what's necessary. So for any naturalist, the mistake was to abstract in principle from biology. In fact, if you do that, you get all kind of craziness. For example, you could make up a field of abstract biology, let's say, in which you set up certain processors that have some of the properties of cells. You take some of the properties of cells, okay, and consider them abstractly, and consider the set of processors that have those properties. Set up some criterion. It can be if it's AI, it would be a performance criterion. If it's something else, it would be undescribed yet. It would be having some structural similarity to organisms. And then consider the class of all objects constructed out of elements, maybe non-material elements that don't exist in this universe, that have some of the properties of cells and that satisfy some of these performance criteria, let's say getting bigger through time. And then we're not concerned any longer, since we're non-parochial, as Bloch suggests, we're not concerned any longer with physical organisms, to modify his comment appropriately. If we can construct automata in the computational image of biological organisms, we will naturally feel that the most compelling theory of biology, in this case biological growth, is one that is broad enough to apply to both them and us, not just to them and actual organisms. So we'll then be asking questions like whether these organisms grow. Do they really grow, for example? Okay. And in fact, this is just a puzzle-generating algorithm. You can do it any way you like. Pick the properties that you like for a set of processors. Pick the criteria you like for success, whether in terms of performance or structure or whatever. Consider the class of all organisms, abstracting in principle from the existing world, that satisfy those things, and then you can ask whether they have some property of things in the material world. Do they breathe? Do they grow? Do they think? Do they talk? Do they walk? Do they enjoy themselves? Do they, have moral rights? I mean, anything you like. You can generate puzzles at will this way. As soon as you make the move of principled abstraction from biology which carries you beyond the natural. Principled abstraction from biology is precisely what carries you out of the naturalistic world, and then all kind of problems arise. I'll give some examples of some of them from the actual literature. Okay? Pardon?
Only for what is work. I have a strong feeling that you systematically invent strong.
All right, let's see. All right, let's see. Is Dan Dennett a philosopher? All right, I didn't mention Fodor. Bloch has already made the first error that leads to this, which is why I quoted him. Bloch, as I mentioned, is skeptical. Is Dan Dennett a philosopher? Is Jim Hoagland a philosopher? Is Van Quine a philosopher? I mean, is it? Okay, well, fine. Let's go on with them. Okay, because that's the field I'm talking about.
I think that you have.
I'm not talking about behaviorism. I'm talking about people who take Turing to have said that if something passes the Turing test, we should say that it's. Let me go back to what Turing in fact said, since I keep referring to it. Yeah.
It's just a question because I don't know if I understood. You said that if any program or machine passes the Turing test, then it thinks, meaning it can fool people.
That's what the theory is.
Okay. So by this criteria, say my performance, my performance criterion is making cars, for example. So I have those robots in a Japanese, in the Toyota factory that make cars. And then, I am asked if this Toyota A is made by the robot, and if this Toyota B is made by the people. And I don't know, because the consequence is that then this machine can think?
No, because remember, this means the judge is allowed to ask any question. The judge is allowed to ask any question about anything. It's not, of course, you could always be fooled in some fixed area, but the Turing test is set up so that the judge can ask any question at all. And if, when the judge asks any question at all, it can't distinguish the person from the machine, then the machine thinks. All right, that's the Turing test. What Turing, in fact, said is the following. And there's a difference between what he said and what the whole range of philosophers and cognitive scientists have taken him to say. What he, in fact, said is, he set up the Turing, he said, we're interested in understanding the mental, we're interested in understanding intelligence, here's the way we ought to proceed. And then he outlined the Turing test, essentially, in terms that I did. And then he said the following. He said, to ask whether machines think may be too meaningless to merit discussion. Okay? But I, Turing, consider that in another 50 years, that would be by the year 2000, educated usage will have advanced to the point, or will have reached the point, where that's exactly what we'll mean by thinking. Okay? So in other words, he said the question of what the word of whether a machine thinks is not really meaningful. Terms aren't well enough defined. He's trying to make them meaningful. Okay? And he says, look, here's the way to make them meaningful. And I think that that's clear enough so that in 50 years, educated usage will have shifted over to that. It's as if somebody proposed the concept of the atom, and he would say, well, look, to say whether atoms really are this is meaningless because it's not clear enough. But I think that understanding in science will have progressed in another 50 years so that this is what people mean by atom. That's what Turing actually said. Okay, notice a slight difference between what he actually said and what he's understood as having said, namely that thinking is passing the Turing test. Okay. I don't think you should underestimate the scale of this. This is not only the philosophical science literature, it's also the general literature about the topic. So, for example, if you read people like, science writers, good science writers, like, say, Martin Gardner, or the man I mentioned several times, Roger Penrose, who's one of the world's leading physicists, who has a big, fat book on this topic, arguing that in order to deal with these problems, you're going to have to invent some new form of quantum theory. They all define thinking in these terms. That's not even taken in question. Thinking means pass the Turing test. Okay. That's AI. I mean, if they reject AI, they're rejecting this criterion. A lot of them reject AI, but then, not because they're offering some different definition of the mental, but they say that machines won't do it. Machines will never do it. So, for example, when John Searle, I'll give you his criticism of strong AI in a moment, but it essentially takes the framework to be meaningful. Okay? I question whether the framework's even meaningful. The abstraction in principle from biological mechanisms already carries it beyond the meaningful, in my opinion. And that, there is no doubt that that's exactly what, Bloch is exactly correct in saying that that's the crucial step in the computational theory of mind. He says, I was quoting from his article, that the crucial step in the computational theory of mind is the principled abstraction from the biological, which makes psychology not a biological science. Okay? Therefore, there must be other criteria for just about everybody in the field. It's the Turing test, but some other criteria outside that will identify the mental, and we will prefer a theory of the mental that isn't restricted to things like us, as distinct from, say, a theory of flying, which is distinctly restricted to birds. Okay? So it's not like the natural sciences, and I think that's the problem. Well, let's continue. Note where this differs from the natural sciences. Okay? One, the natural sciences never abstract in principle from mechanisms. I mean, that's unheard of. So, for example, a natural scientist studying thinking, if the natural scientist, say language or any other kind of thought, if the natural scientist would discover that some specific property of cells, suppose the natural scientist had two theories of language. Okay, here's theory T1 of language and theory T2 of language. And suppose the natural scientist were to discover that this one is realizable in cells of the kind that human beings have. Okay? And this one is not realizable in cells of the kind that human beings have. Suppose that discovery were made. For the naturalist, this theory would be selected and this one would be rejected. Okay? That's obvious. But for the computational theory of mind, it would be irrelevant because, to quote again, it does not matter how the processors are realized. Okay? So if they're realized in cells, okay. If they're not realized in cells, not okay. No, it doesn't matter. So the theory of language, which is just part of the mental, for the theory of language, the discovery, the potential discovery that some property of cells, human cells, selects one theory over another would just not be relevant. Language is abstracted away from that in principle. That's one striking difference between this and the natural sciences. A second is that the natural sciences are not concerned about any kind of criteria, whether they're performance criteria, as defines the whole field of AI, or other kinds of criteria like structural resemblance or whatever you want. Such things don't appear in the sciences. That if something meets a criterion, whatever it may be, it's of interest for the sciences only insofar as it tells you something about the real objects under consideration. Okay, so if you have some real objects over here, and you set up some criteria of performance, structure, whatever you like, and you find some other imaginable thing, some thing abstractly described that satisfies that criterion, it's of interest only if it tells you something about these things. Well, let's take the case of computer programs again, which, as Herbert Simon, leading figure in the field, points out correctly, was the Drosophila of the cognitive sciences. Why was chess playing the Drosophila of the cognitive sciences? Well, because of a certain variety of the Turing test. See, the particular variety of the Turing test that people have who are studying Drosophila, the Drosophila of the cognitive sciences means, as he explains, the main concern around which inquiry has revolved. Okay, I'm not talking about a minor figure now. I'm talking about one of the leading figures in the field, and nobody questioned it. The main concern around which the field revolved is chess-playing machines, because there's a particular version of the Turing test which will come down to the fact that the machine passes the Turing test if the judge can't tell whether it's a Grand Master. Okay. Now, the way you usually check that out is by seeing if the machine can beat the Grand Master. But you can rephrase a competition between a person and a machine and a chess player in terms of a Turing test structure. Can the judge tell the difference between them when it's watching what the two of them are doing? Okay. the thing then is usually turned into the test of whether, how they make out in a game. And that's the Drosophila of the cognitive sciences. Notice how a natural scientist would look at this. Assuming that a natural scientist would want to study chess playing at all. As I mentioned the other day, it's probably not a reasonable topic to study. But assuming that one wants to study that mental activity, chess playing, suppose somebody comes along with a computer program that satisfies a version of the Turing test with regard to chess playing. Say it fools someone into thinking it's a person, does as well as Kasparov or something. First question that the natural scientist would ask is, how does it work? Second question is, how does Kasparov work, or anybody, whoever you happen to be trying to model? How does Kasparov work? How do people work, if you want to make it more general? Third, does one tell me anything about two? Okay. If it doesn't, then I'm not interested in it. That's abstract. That's contingent abstraction. That's what I call contingent abstraction. You look at, or exploratory abstraction. You study some abstract object to see if it will teach you something about the real things. Okay. If it doesn't, too bad. In fact, chess programs don't, so they're of no interest. The fact that they've been the core of the cognitive sciences, the core around which all research, all general research revolves, that just illustrates the strength of the Turing test in defining the field. Pick some other criterion, you're going to get similar problems. So that's another sharp departure from the natural sciences. And in fact, when you enter this non-naturalistic domain, the questions that arise are pretty odd. Here's a standard one which has been debated for years in the philosophical literature. I'll start by quoting from a sort of classic paper by John Hoagland. In the Journal of Philosophy about 10 years ago. Another paper by another well-known philosopher has been at the center of this stuff. He asks the following. He says, I'm quoting, how might one empirically defend the claim that a given strange object plays chess? Okay. How might one empirically defend the claim that a given strange object plays chess? That's the first topic of his paper about the mental. And he gives the conventional answer. He says, we would properly conclude that this strange object plays. Notice it doesn't matter out of what it's constructed, because we've abstracted away from biology and principles, so that's not relevant. We would conclude, he says, that we would properly conclude that it does if a skeptic is convinced that it meets a certain performance criterion, which he describes, some version of the Turing test. If the skeptic is convinced that the machine meets that criterion, then, he said, we would have empirically defended the claim that the object plays chess. Okay? So the idea is this is an empirical claim, which is a little odd because this is not a part of the natural sciences. But we have an empirical claim which is to which the answer will be that we're trying to defend, and we successfully defend it if the skeptic is convinced by the Turing test that the thing is passing the criteria. Now, the second part of his paper goes on to understanding language, which is what the paper's about. It's called On Understanding Language. And he argues there that we can never meet that criterion. Okay. In the case of understanding language, he gives a bunch of arguments to say that it would never be possible to convince the skeptic that the device is indistinguishable from a person. So the same framework is accepted. We don't have to worry about whether his argument's right or not. The same framework is accepted, but we would have empirically defended the claim because the skeptic would never be convinced. Okay, so therefore, the machine is not understanding language. Notice the crucial point: it's an empirical claim, and the claim is correct if the performance criterion is satisfied. Okay, same basic argument. There's actually been a huge debate about this over the last 10 years or so. just now. Go on. 5 minutes. I'll just describe the debate and talk about it tomorrow. There's been a huge debate. One of the dominant debates in philosophy of mind and cognitive psychology was initiated by John Searle, who wanted to show, he wants to debunk all of strong AI, the whole AI field. And he raised the following question. I'll just describe the experiment, and then you can think about it, and then we'll go on. He said, suppose we had an algorithm that understood Chinese. Okay, let's imagine that somebody could construct an algorithm that would understand Chinese by whatever performance criterion you like. Okay. Now suppose that you make a room, and in it you put John Searle. Okay. John Searle, by assumption, doesn't understand any Chinese. Okay. He actually sets this up in Turing test terms, but I'll skip that to save time. You feed in. Suppose that the test you're trying to provide is you give a sentence, a question in Chinese, and you're supposed to give an appropriate answer in Chinese. All right, so like the Turing test. You give a question, you're supposed to give an appropriate answer. Suppose you feed the question in. John Searle has lying in front of him on a table, we assume a huge table, like maybe as big as the world or something, a description of that algorithm, that actual algorithm written out. John Searle gets a series of lights flashing, which are the representation of that question after it enters the system. So there's a series of lights flashing. He then looks up in the algorithm what you're supposed to do when that series of light flashes, and then he carries out all the operations, and he runs through it all, and so on and so forth. And when he's finished, he types out something which he's executed the algorithm, in other words. Suppose he executes the algorithm, and then he types out an answer, and by assumption, this fools the observer. But he argues no understanding has gone on, because he doesn't understand Chinese. The answer has been given, but no understanding has gone on. Okay, ever since then, there's been a debate with hundreds of papers, several books, volumes of behavioral and brain sciences, in which people try to respond. This is supposed to show that that execution of an algorithm, he wants to destroy the whole computational theory of mind, like what Bloch is talking about and AI and so on. He says no algorithm can ever carry out a mental action. Okay, so to identify the mental with the computational is just flat wrong. Turing test or no Turing test. And here's the proof. The proof is if John Searle were able to carry out this algorithm and it did whatever you like, still obviously no understanding went on. So therefore, that shows that no algorithm can be a representation of a mental process. The whole computational theory of mind is therefore wrong, the computer model of the mind. Well, the answers generally are of the type that say, well, that he's overlooked the question of speed. It would take him forever to run through the algorithm, and the machine will do it instantaneously. So he comes back and says, okay, suppose you had the whole population of India inside the machine, and none of them understand Chinese, and they're all racing around like maniacs doing pieces of the algorithm. And then somebody else comes back and says, well, the point is that maybe he doesn't understand Chinese, but he plus the room understands Chinese. And then he comes back with an answer about that. And so it goes, up till today. Well, I'll leave you with that question and come back to it tomorrow. But those are the kinds of questions you very quickly get into when you make the non-naturalistic move that abstracts in principle away from biology. In fact, you get even stranger results than this. I'll bring them up tomorrow.
Perhaps a 10 or 15-minute discussion if you like. Where is artifact and where is art, and where is the line between them? In other words, is the creativity of language, as has been said before, in the question of technology, I was wondering if the distinction, line or dotted line between art and artifact, not just a new utterance can be art, but an old utterance can be art as well as artifact. Just to change one.
Yeah. Well, the term creative aspect of human language is just, it's just an invented term, has no meaning other than what was given to it. And it was just a reference to a certain collection of properties of language. Or maybe that's not a good term, so pick some other one. The Cartesians picked out certain properties of language, unboundedness, undetermination, appropriateness, and so on. I just gave it that name. Notice that creative aspect of language use has no aesthetic character. Like, it's not what we would call creative work. It's like saying some comment about a sports game to somebody you meet at a bus stop. That would be the creative aspect of language. It's completely mundane, ordinary, uninteresting, normal use of language. There's another form of creativity, something which has value as well. And in fact, if you go back to the tradition, actually the Spanish philosophers, I think, started all of this out back in, I think, the 15th or 16th century. Juan Huarte, who actually developed a lot of this before Descartes, he makes a distinction between three levels of, I forget what he calls them, mental action or something. One of them, I forget, is kind of like rote. Another is what I called the creative aspect of language use. The third is true creativity, which he, in sort of Platonic style, describes as a form of madness, like Plato thought about art. And it's the third type that would be real creativity. It's the second type, Huarte's second type that I'm talking about. The type that has these properties, but may have no aesthetic value. As to the distinction between art and artifact, that's a very hard one to make. Extremely hard. In fact, there's some interesting questions in art history about this. Questions that have a kind of a ideological content. It's now starting to come out from women's studies, in fact. A number of people have pointed out that objects of aesthetic value in most cultures throughout almost all of history have been created by women, but they're not considered art, namely textiles. For thousands of years, almost all aesthetic creation was textiles, and that was women's work. So that's considered craft, not art. It doesn't start being called art or entering into art history until men start doing it. The description is correct, in fact, and it raises obvious questions,
Concerning your argument against possession.
I haven't really given an argument yet.
Well, if biology is what counts, what matters to have a mind, what do you say about different biologies? For instance, human biology and biology of people of different
Universes.
yes.
Same. So some invented universe.
Different biologies, different minds.
Well, I haven't given an argument yet. Let me make clear, what I've been doing so far is just to point out that the computational theory of mind is intrinsically non-naturalistic.
Yes.
And it leads to questions like, how do we empirically defend the claim that a machine is thinking, and so on and so forth. I haven't given my own criticism of this yet. My own criticism is going to be the same one as always. I don't think it makes any sense to depart from naturalism, and I don't think it makes any sense to ask about the biology of creatures that aren't in the universe. I don't think that makes any sense, any more than it makes sense to ask about the electrical properties of aspects of invented matter that aren't part of the material character of the universe. I just don't think it makes any sense. Now, I can imagine ways in which it would make sense. It might make sense through the normal kind of abstraction that goes on in the sciences. Like, for example, mass points don't exist in the universe. Nevertheless, it makes perfect sense to study the behavior of mass points under Newton's laws. A form of mathematics which is perfectly well worth pursuing because it meets this criterion. It tells you something about the actual world. But if somebody were to create entities that don't exist, like mass points, and create laws that don't exist, other laws than the laws of this universe, and study what happens in that invented universe under those laws, and ask whether something in that universe is electricity, that would be meaningless. That's why nobody does it. And it seems to me it's equally meaningless in the case of psychology. And I think making this first funny step is already carrying you into meaninglessness. I tried to give an example. I mean, abstract biology of the kind that I described will, in fact, lead to apparent problems. So suppose, let me restate it. Suppose somebody comes along and does abstract biology, which abstracts in principle from biochemistry, the way psychology is supposed to abstract in principle from biology. Okay? So we now say, all right, we consider a bunch of primitive processes, which aren't cells or ingredients of cells, but would have some of their properties. And we think of them as mathematical objects. We set up some criterion, whatever it may be, like being larger after a certain time than you were at the beginning, okay, which is a property of organisms. They're larger at a certain time than they were at the beginning. And then we consider the class of all objects, let's say including organisms, the analog to this, which satisfy those properties. And we take something in this class outside the organic world, like some entity made up of non-existing elements, but getting larger as it... in fact, there are computer programs. Let me give you a real case. There have been studies of computer programs of growth. For example, carp are an interesting case because they apparently grow for infinitely. They seem to die only, there's like a random event that will make them die. But if you look at the distribution of carp in a big lake, their distribution, the weight distribution, can be predicted pretty closely on the assumption that they grow infinitely and a random event strikes them down every once in a while. That gives you a pretty good model. So people have therefore studied carp growth by computer programs, just making the fish, I don't draw very well, but making the fish a little bit bigger each time in a computer model, and then saying, okay, that's a model of carp growth, and we get a model of carp distribution by throwing in a random event which knocks some of them out every once in a while. So we get a model for the carp in a lake. All right, so that meets these conditions. Okay, we picked certain processors. In this case, they're Turing machine processors because we're modeling it in a computer. We picked their performance criterion, namely getting a little bigger and looking kind of like a carp and, being shot down by a random event every once in a while. And then we get, we have the class of things that have that property, including carp and including these computer algorithms, and we're interested in all of them. Now, of course, this is done seriously. It's done in order to teach you something about growth. But suppose it was abstraction in principle. Then we would have funny questions, like, do these carp grow? The ones in the computer program. Do the things in the computer program grow? Well, suppose somebody asked what Hoagland asks. How could I empirically defend the claim that a given model of a carp is growing, really growing? Now, I think that's a stupid question. It's not an empirical claim that these things grow. Since it's not an empirical claim, there's nothing to defend. Let me give an analogy. Suppose in 1900, say beginning of the century, somebody raised the question, maybe we can construct artifacts that'll do something like an eagle. They'll go up and stay up for a while and then come down. We'll call them airplanes. How could we empirically defend the claim that one of these things is really flying? Okay. Well, that would be an idiotic question. That thing is flying if you decide to call it flying. It's not flying if you decide not to call it flying. It doesn't matter what criterion it satisfies. It could fool you into thinking it's an eagle. It could be structurally like eagles. It could be whatever it's like. There is no empirical claim that the thing is flying. In fact, languages have decided to handle the question differently. Some have taken the metaphor fly and extended it to these things. Some haven't. So in some languages you say it's sort of gliding or something like that. But there was no right or wrong about it. It's just a question of how much to be impressed by a certain metaphor. Or take say high jumping. The thing they do at the Olympics when you try to see how high you can jump. Okay. Suppose that before anybody invented that crazy sport, somebody suggested that people who are high jumping are really flying, and then came along and said, how could we empirically defend the claim that they're flying? Okay. Well, it's stupid. It's not an empirical claim. I mean, you can call that stuff flying if you like. You cannot call it flying if you like. It happens, I was told once when I talked about this in class, that in Japanese it's called flying. Okay, in English it's called jumping. But is there any empirical issue at stake? I mean, there's no empirical issue. It's just a question of how to extend a metaphor. Similarly, to ask whether the carp are growing is a question of how to extend a metaphor. Suppose we say in English, I don't know what you say in Spanish, but in English you say that a submarine sets sail. You don't say a submarine swims. Okay? So set sail. Everybody know what I mean? Somebody translate it. No, that's not Navigar. It's like a sailboat. When you have a sailboat and you get going, you put the sail up, and then the sailboat goes. That's called setting sail. Okay, setting the sail is raising the sail. Okay, so if you have a sailboat, okay, you have a sailboat and you pick the sail up, and the wind starts blowing. Picking the sail up is setting the sail. Well, in English, so it's not the general thing. Yeah, okay, as long as everybody understands. In English, I don't know what, in other languages, you say that a submarine sets sail when it leaves New York for, London underwater. Well, suppose somebody asks, how can I empirically defend the claim that the submarine sets sail? Right? And say, well, if it sort of looks like, in some respect, like a sailboat, then we pick up the respect. It's meaningless. Suppose somebody else were to say, look, I really think the submarine's swimming, like a fish. How can I empirically defend the claim that it's swimming? Well, again, it's stupid. In fact, all of these questions are stupid. And the reason they're stupid is because you've departed from naturalism. Once you've departed from naturalism, you have an algorithm for constructing stupid questions. Okay? And it's clear why they're stupid when we move to other domains. But the argument that I will give, I'll just repeat tomorrow what I'm saying now. I haven't given an argument, but the argument that I'll give is all these questions about the computational theory of mind are like asking whether a submarine is setting sail.
Sorry, but in that case, you say that it's stupid, it's really stupid, the question, but not because you're departing from naturalism, but because you're asking how it can be called. You are not talking about the thing, but about how the thing can be called.
But that
thing can be called.
Yeah, but that's the departure from naturalism. You see, once we've defined the mental as the computational, we are just asking how a thing can be called. Notice the crucial difference between the 17th, 18th century post-Newtonian version and the computational science of the mind version. The Lamettrie Priestley version, which I discussed earlier, post-Newtonian version, said thought is a property of matter, organized matter, just as attraction and repulsion are, electricity and so on. All right, that's naturalistic. Doesn't give any answers, but it sets a problem. This does something, this approach, the computational theory of mind, the one I just quoted from Ned Block's article, and the one that dominates strong AI and the rest, that doesn't give us a naturalistic topic, and in principle doesn't, because we're divorcing ourselves from the biological. What it does is ask whether we should call something thinking. Well, that's like asking whether we should call something setting sail or flying.
No, I completely agree with you. But I think that the Turing test has, besides that, a lot of other problems. I mean, even if you take it as these other people take it, the problem in that test is not just the machine, because it's also the judge. I mean, in order that the machine can fool the judge, it's important the knowledge of the judge. For instance, it's important that the judge knows that he's doing with two persons or with the possibility that there is their machine. On the contrary, the answers he gets, he can interpret them as a stupid human being.
Well, I agree that that's a problem, but I don't think it's the problem, because that problem could be fixed up. See, that problem could be fixed up by sharpening the test or something. The problem is thinking that it matters, whether no matter how you design. Yeah.
But my idea was that if the test should be useful to decide whether a machine thinks as a person, couldn't it be used to to decide on the part of the judge, does the person is a machine? Does the person reacts to the machine?
Well, you're already, I see what you're saying, but it seems to me you've already crossed into a world where we shouldn't be. You've crossed into the world of thinking that the questions raised by the philosophers make sense. Yeah. Okay, if we were to agree that it makes sense to ask how we could empirically defend the claim that a machine is playing chess, yeah, then these questions would arise. But I don't think we should cross that border, because there's no empirical claim. It is just a question of how to extend the metaphor. See, and I think that Turing was getting at that when he said the question whether machines think may be too meaningless to pose, but educated usage may change so that 50 years from now it will be meaningful. All right, let's apply that to flying. In 1900, somebody could have come along and said, the question whether airplanes fly may be too meaningless to pose, but I think that educated usage will change in 50 years so that people will call this flying. Well, okay, they happen to be right about English, wrong about other languages. But there was no issue at stake. And moving on to questions like how could we empirically defend the claim or any of this other stuff is just off into...
I wasn't defending that that's an empirical question which can be decided empirically. On the contrary, I was aiming at this. Since this is a stipulation, you cannot just decide that the machine decide that you call thinking what a machine does, but you can decide that what a person does, that someone who is a person is a non-person.
By the Turing test. By the Turing test. Well, yeah, sure. If the judge confuses, you're right. That's the part of the logic of the Turing test is that if the judge, but of course Turing and the AI community and the philosophers who are involved in this stuff wouldn't object to that, because for them, thinking, having mental properties, which is being a person basically, just is carrying out certain software. That's intrinsic to the computer model of the mind. The computer model of the mind, which, well, let me repeat what Bloch says. He says, if we manage to construct automata in our computational image, that means we construct that class K, meeting the right kind of criteria, then we will naturally feel that the most compelling theory of the mind, hence the most notice that includes everything about persons as distinct from rock, bees or something, we will naturally feel that the most compelling theory of the mind is one that is general enough to apply both to them and us. So the result that you're pointing to, namely that people will be identified with machines, is exactly the result he wants, because the more compelling theory will be one that includes both them and us. So yeah, that's true, and that does follow from a non-naturalistic approach. Just as somebody might claim, taking the same approach, that the most naturalistic theory of the most compelling theory of growth is the one that includes that computer model of carp as well as carp. Okay.
Last question I have then see you tomorrow.
Well, I've been comparing two different general approaches to the status of what is called the mental, which is just a descriptive category. To make it concrete, this would mean two different approaches to things like the creative aspect of language use, the problem of understanding Chinese, the formal relations on expressions, such as rhyme and entailment, problems of things like anaphoric dependency, how pronouns pick up what they refer to, which is a core part of what might be called the logical structure of language, and comparable phenomena in other domains of thought and the mental generally. So that's, when we talk about the mental, we're talking about those phenomena, that category of phenomena. One approach, and the one that I'm advocating, is the naturalistic approach, expressed, for example, by post-Newtonian scientists such as Priestley, who argued that these properties, whatever they are, these things are just properties of organized matter. So rhyme is a property of organized matter, like the property of attraction and repulsion, or electricity and magnetism. And if you believe that, your next task is to spell out the properties, to develop a theoretical account of the properties and the states and so on, and then to show how organized matter can have such properties. That's the unification problem. And if the history of science is any guide, that may very well require radical changes in the core parts of science. At least that's always been the case in the past. One naturally keeps an open mind. But in this case, the gap between the properties and what is known about the brain is so enormous that the idea that there might well be radical changes in the core sciences necessary is not at all surprising. Well, that's the naturalistic approach. We know how to proceed with it. Maybe it's hard, maybe it's easy, maybe you make a mistake, maybe not, but there's an intelligible research project and people pursue it in various domains. In contrast to this, there are various approaches that I've been calling non-naturalistic and dualistic, meaning, of course, not metaphysical dualism, but some kind of epistemological or methodological dualism. I discussed a number of such cases. A lot of them converge around Quine's radical translation paradigm. Yesterday, toward the end, we got into another one, what's called the computer model of the mind. Which has the basic conception that the mental is the computational. So the mental properties are just software properties. A computer model of the mind could be completely naturalistic. That is, one could say among the properties of the brain are the properties of executing certain algorithms. That's a perfectly intelligible statement. The concepts are all clear, and we could proceed to investigate it. But the computer model of the mind crucially does not take that step. It insists on non-naturalism. I read some examples yesterday. It insists crucially on abstracting from biological structures in principle, not temporary abstractions because we don't know or because we're trying something exploratory, but abstractions in principle. Psychology, viewed in terms of this version of the computer model of the mind, is not a biological science. That's a crucial point. Second crucial point in the way this conception is formulated is that we're interested in automata that are in our computational image. That are enough like us, more or less. Okay, so our study is not a study of humans, but it's a study of a class of automata that are in the computational image of humans that are enough like us. And as far as I can see, as I mentioned yesterday, we could just well study other classes of automata that aren't like humans and would be just as legitimate. Since it's a non-physical science anyway, it's a non-biological science. Anyhow, let's keep to this. I quoted this picture from the the recently published Encyclopedia of Cognitive Science. It happened to be an article by Ned Blocks. The same view is, with various modifications, is developed all over the place. Another good source is another philosopher, Justin Leiber, has a book called Invitation to Cognitive Science. He gives a similar picture. That book has the advantage of tracing things back to the first cognitive revolution. He knows the history and focuses much more clearly on Turing and Turing test as is the normal procedure. And there's a lot of other stuff. This is so that's the non-naturalist version of the computer model of the mind, to be distinguished from the naturalist version of the computer model of the mind. Okay. Now, the non-naturalist version of the computer model of the mind, the one that prevails in the field almost entirely, does raise a certain number of questions. So, for example, we have to ask, if we have something X, we have to ask, when is X a computer? Some object, mathematical or non-mathematical. When is it a computer? Well, of course, if this is just pure mathematics, we can stipulate. We can say it's a computer if I say it's a computer. You know. But if this is supposed to be an empirical study, and apparently it is, because people who believe in it ask questions like, how can we empirically decide whether a strange organism is playing chess or understanding Chinese or something, again quoted yesterday. If it's supposed to be an empirical subject, even though a non-biological subject, which is a curious idea to start with, but if that's what it's supposed to be, then the question, when is X a computer, is not easy to answer. That's a point that actually John Searle has emphasized correctly for many years. Under some interpretation, anything you like is a computer under some interpretation. And the things that are computers are not computers under other interpretations. And this is a general problem about artifacts, as I mentioned, which goes back to Aristotle. When an artifact is a such and such, a table, a desk, a key, a computer, or whatever, is a matter of the intentions, place in our space of human interests, and all sorts of other things. It's not part of its nature. Notice that that question does not arise in the naturalistic version of the computer model of the mind. The brain just is what it is. If one of its properties is being a computer, okay, fine, that's what it is. You know, it's like having the property of attraction and repulsion. Another question that has to be asked is, given that something's a computer, how do we decide that Y is its programmed? In other words, in a computer, we make a distinction between hardware and software, but the distinction is not a physical distinction. It's a distinction based on our interests and concerns. Again, if it's pure mathematics, we have no problem, we stipulate. If it's a naturalistic version of the computer model of the mind, again, it's no problem. We don't stipulate, we just say it's true. Just as things have other properties, they have the property of executing certain algorithms. And that empirical claim, that's an empirical claim, has to be evaluated by the usual criteria of scientific inquiry. Does it fit properly into an explanatory theory, so on and so forth. Okay? But in the computer model, in the non-naturalist computer model of the mind, this too is a problem. A third problem, which arises whether you regard this as pure mathematics or not, is what counts as in our computational image. Enough like, what does it mean to be enough like us? Okay, obviously that has to be spelled out, whether you regard this as pure mathematics or an empirical study or whatever. And the usual answer to that, the overwhelmingly dominant answer to that, is passes the Turing test. Now, the Turing test, as I said, is not a specific criterion. It's just a range of possible experiments, which you can set up one way or another. But it's an intelligible range of experiments, of criteria. And basically what this says is something is in our computational image if it passes certain performance criteria which would be indistinguishable from human performance by some measure or in some framework. That's the view that's essentially that is Turing's view with the modification that I mentioned last time. And the reason why Turing is commonly alleged to have started off the field of cognitive science with his 1950 paper in which this is proposed is that it is the standard answer to what it means to be in our computational image. So it's the answer that pretty much defines artificial intelligence, most of cognitive science, a wide range of philosophy of mind. And if you want to see a sense of how wide a range, take a look at the huge literature on Searle's Chinese room argument. There's hundreds of papers and so on that. And look at the range of people who have tried to refute his argument, and they're all accepting the Turing test criterion implicitly. Nobody talks about it because that's the way his problem's set up. You might have other criteria. So something about to be in our computational image means to be enough like us in some other way. actually nothing much changes if you add those things. Same kind of problems arise. So we can, for the purposes of discussion, keep to this one, which at least is loosely characterized by Turing. A number of people pointed out after class that there are all kind of ways in which you could, a judge could determine, could trip up the computer. And there are, but these are all discussed in the literature. Like, if the computer's answers come back if the answers come back too fast in one case, say for complex arithmetical computations, you're going to know it's a machine. So therefore, to pass the Turing test, you'd have to slow it down. Or if it, if it takes computations that require 100 years, it's a machine. So you therefore set it up so so it collapses if the computations become too long. There's a ton of literature on this, and we can put it aside. We just assume that various precautions have been taken to overcome the obvious ways of deciding whether something passes this criterion. That's not where the real problems arise. I mean, the problem doesn't arise in sharpening up the tests. You can always figure out ways to do that. The problem arises in why do it all together. That's a different question, and that doesn't matter how you fix up the tests. Now, again, this third problem, which obviously has to be answered before the computational theory of mind has any content, doesn't arise in the naturalistic theory, computer model of the mind, because the brain just is what it is, period. We're not asking what's in the computational image of the brain. We're asking what the brain is. It's as if we're doing something like studying embryology, not asking about arbitrary, abstract systems which are similar enough to chicken embryos so that we study that class, not chicken embryos. We're just studying chicken embryos, period. So the question of what's in our computational image doesn't arise. There are a bunch of other questions. So, for example, what it means to say that we can empirically decide whether something is in our computational image, empirically decide, when this appears to be an abstract subject that's non-empirical. So in Hoagland's article that I mentioned yesterday, and in the answers to it and discussions and so on, it's somehow assumed that the question of how to empirically decide whether something is playing chess or understanding Chinese is a meaningful question, and that's not obvious. And then there are other questions which one could raise. Well, let's assume that all those questions are answered somehow. That's a big assumption. I don't think they're very easy to answer without just stipulations. But let's say they're answered in some fashion, and we're incidentally, comment came up yesterday suggesting that if you pick the Turing machine criterion, as almost everyone does, for in our computational image, that's behaviorist, and that's not correct. It's not behaviorist. There's nothing in the Turing test that suggests any hint of behaviorism. Behaviorism is a set of ideas about how cognitive states or capacities or whatever develop. And different varieties of behaviorism have their own stipulations as to how that happens. Operant conditioning or hidden variables or one thing or another. Associationism. I mean, each variety of behaviorism is defined by its a priori stipulations as to what modes of changing state are allowed to the organism. And there are extreme versions of behaviorism, like, say, Skinner or Quine, which say you're not allowed to attribute any structure to the organism. Well, not quite no structure, but virtually none. In the case of Skinner, apparently none. There are others that are more lax on what you're allowed to attribute to the organism. But these are all theories of acquisition of dispositions or capacities or something or other. And there's nothing here about that. In fact, yeah.
Many people consider that to define intelligence is
I agree. You can define behaviorism as you want, but what it's always meant until now is Tolman, the whole history of modern psychology, which was a series of studies as to how capacities are acquired. If somebody wants to use it to mean something else, that's okay. The usual, I think it's just a confusion of behaviorism and operationalism. I mean, it's true that this is operationalist, but operationalism and behaviorism are two quite different things. That's not true. Skinner would certainly... Look, Skinner does not describe himself as a methodological... I mean, Gilbert Ryle describes himself as a methodological behaviorist, not Skinner.
Usually, Rice or Wittgenstein kind of behaviorism is called talking about
Okay. But I don't want to argue about the terminology. There's a tradition of behaviorism which includes all of behaviorist psychology. You know, Hull, Skinner, Tolman, massive stuff. All of this, none of these people regard themselves as methodological anything. They are empirical scientists who are making assertions about how capacities and dispositions arise. Now, if philosophers want to impose some new set of terminology, okay. There's another movement, operationalism, which in fact goes back to late 19th century, Mach and people like that, and that, or instrumentalism, and that says that concepts are to be defined in terms of operational criteria. Well, of course, that's what the Turing test is. It's an operational criterion. But operationalism and behaviorism are conceptually two totally different things. The people who accept the computer model of the mind and the Turing test interpretation of computational image would hotly deny that they are behaviorists. This is cognitive science. It developed as an effort to break out of the behaviorist mold. Now, you know, if somebody wants to say, well, they're behaviors anyway, okay, but that's, you know, it's just using the term behaviorism in some other sense, which is quite divorced from the way the behaviorists use it, or the non-behaviorists like these people. Anyhow, as long as we understand what we're talking about, it doesn't matter what terms we use. Okay. The software? Yeah.
Suppose that we have
oh, sure, but everybody agrees with this. Kripke makes a big point about it in his book, for example. Yeah, of course. Well, I think so. Well, I mean, if we add further assumptions, you know, if we add further assumptions, we can make a distinction, but we need further assumptions. Like if we make the assumption that putting a disk into the disk drive is a different kind of interference with the machine than, you know, changing around some of the internal circuitry. If we make that stipulation, then on the basis relative to that stipulation, we can distinguish hardware from software. But unless we make stipulations like that, we can't. I mean, if you look at the machine, it's just, everything's mixed up.
Could you go back to the way I put the question?
But then you've answered the question already. So you've answered, if we've already picked the program and the machine, of course we can separate them, namely the way we picked them.
But that case is an objective question.
No, it's not objective, it's stipulative. I mean, if I stipulate that, I mean, let's take the question, is being near Boston an objective property of things? Well, in general, no. On the other hand, if I define near Boston as within 100 miles of Boston, then I've stipulated it to be an objective property of things. Okay.
Any machine is...
Well, if you look at a machine mathematically, that's true. Depends on what interpretation you give it. I mean, now, if you've answered the question in advance, then there's no longer any question because you've answered it in advance. I mean, it's the same as in any mathematical formulation of a Turing machine. If I say this over here is the program, this over here is the machine, then yeah, there's an answer to what's the program and what's the machine, namely what I said. I mean, it's like, suppose somebody asks, is being a theorem of a formal system an objective property as distinct from being an axiom, let's say? Well, you know, no, of course not. Being a theorem is just being, you know, a member of an infinite set. On the other hand, if I stipulate an axiom system, say I stipulate Peano's axioms, well, okay, once I've stipulated them, then I can say, yeah, that theorem over there is not an axiom, because I've stipulated the set of axioms. And if you stipulate answers, then the questions don't arise.
I think that given a program and given a physical machine, sometimes you can say that the machine is running, and sometimes you can say, no, it's not running.
That's right.
I'm asking,
Of course.
any of these answers is objective?
No, well, they're objective relative to the initial stipulations. Just as the question whether, if I write out some formula of arithmetic, and somebody says, is it a non-axiom? You know, is it a theorem but a non-axiom? If I just ask it that way, there's no objective answer, because you can set up an axiom system any way you like. On the other hand, if I've picked an axiom system, say Peano's axioms, and then relative to that, yes, it's an objective question, but uninterestingly, because I've stipulated the answer.
So the answer is,
Pardon? The answer is that,
once we have fixed the program,
yeah, then you can say what's...
once we have fixed the program, then it's an
It's a trivial objective question. Once we've given the answer, It's an objective question as to whether that's the answer. Yeah, it is, because we gave it. In the sense I just stated. Once you've given the answer, if I stipulate an answer, and somebody says, is it now an objective question whether that's the answer? Yes, it is an objective question because I stipulated. It requires no thought, you know. Once I've said that, it may require computation. You know, it may require a little computation, but if I've stipulated an axiom system, then relative to that stipulation, it's an objective question whether some expression is a theorem that's not in the axiom system. Yeah, that's objective but trivial. No empirical. It may require some computation, but you've given the answer in advance. Now, on the other hand, if you don't give the answer in advance, then all kind of questions arise. Actually, Kripke has long. Why don't we just refer back to Kripke's discussion of this in his latest book on Wittgenstein, where he makes the point obvious to any mathematician that if you take a computer, or what's called a computer, you can look at it this way, you can look at it that way. I mean, it can be doing this, it can be doing that. Depends on how you interpret it. It's just a bunch of things turning around. You know, you got to give it an interpretation before it even. It's a lot of electrical signals moving around. You know, you've got to give it an interpretation before it becomes a computer, and you have to give it a further interpretation to distinguish software from hardware. Now, you can do that in all kind of ways, and sometimes they're rather natural ways. Like if you and I have a personal computer in front of us, we can make some very natural stipulations. I just mentioned one. One natural stipulation is that if you stick a hard disk into the disk drive, which changes the machine physically, that's a different kind of change than taking the machine apart and getting a screwdriver and, around with the chips or something. We'll say that's a different kind of change, but only by stipulation. I mean, it's not an objective question whether that's a different kind of change. It is if we stipulate it. It's a natural decision to make, and we all make it. That's why we don't have any problem talking about hardware and software, but we have to understand that it is a stipulation. It's not an objective, just as it's not an objective property of this entity that it's a desk, it's not an objective property of a object over there that it's a computer with this hardware. Those are matters of choice, intention, interpretation, and so on. That's the nature of artifacts, as has been pretty clear back to Aristotle. That's why we can't, as Kripke points out, there's a good discussion of it, you can't really say when a computer is malfunctioning objectively. I mean, if it's producing his crazy function, cost function, you don't know whether that's malfunction or function. It depends what people intended. Or to use another example of his, if you launch a ship, somebody builds a ship, and you let it go down into the water, and it sinks. You don't know if that's a malfunction or a proper function. Depends what it was designed to do. If it was designed to sink, okay, it worked fine. These are not objective questions, short of stipulations. You can make various stipulations relative to which they then become objective questions. That's the general point. Now, let's imagine that all this stuff is worked out. Okay, so suppose somebody gives answers to these things, which I say is not so trivial, but let's grant it. Answers are given. Then we have, and I stress again that at least in the standard sense of it, there is a distinction, a traditional distinction between behaviorist and operationalist, and reliance on the Turing machine is operationalist, but the people would hotly deny, and correctly in the traditional sense, that it's behaviorist. They are cognitive scientists, not behaviorists. So suppose we work all this stuff out, then we have these two approaches, the naturalistic theory, which could be a computer model of the mind, just saying these are properties of cells, or it could be non-naturalistic, as in the mental equals the computational approach. And those two approaches are going to be quite different. Of course, we can't really state the differences until this one's worked out, until the gaps are filled, but we're granting now that they're filled. The approaches are very different. You can see it very simply. Suppose we have, say, two theories of rhyme, call them T1 and T2, or of anything else that falls within the mental. So let's say these are two theories of rhyme. And suppose we discover that in the case of human cells, the cells of the human body, our understanding of human cells is such that theory T1 is realizable in cells, and theory T2 is not realizable in cells. Okay, that's a possible thing to discover. Well, these two approaches would now differ entirely on what they conclude on the basis of such a discovery. The first one, T1, would say, okay, the naturalistic approach would say, in that case, pick T1 and reject T2, because we're trying to study humans. And if we had two accounts of the properties of humans, but only one of them is consistent with other accounts of the properties of humans. The second approach, the non-naturalistic one, in principle would reject that evidence, because it's a non-biological science. It doesn't matter whether the metal is represented in cells or silicon chips or some unimaginable thing or whatever. So therefore, the fact that one of them is realizable in cells and the other isn't would just be irrelevant from the point of view of what's the computer model of the mind as generally conceived. That's independent, incidentally, of whether you take the criterion of being like us to be the Turing test or you take something else. As I say, I'm going to stick to the Turing test version because that's the only one that's relatively clear, and that's the one almost anyone accepts anyway. But even if you kind of dress it up with other properties, all the same questions arise, so it doesn't really matter a lot. Well, anyhow, that doesn't say that the non-naturalistic approach is wrong. It just says the two are different, strikingly different. And this is going to show up all the time. I mean, if one theory, let's say, take the example of ERPs that I discussed yesterday, event-related potentials, electrical activity of the brain. If one theory of types of classifications of deviant utterances, this is pretty subtle already, if one theory of classification of deviant utterances, which breaks them into different types, correlates with ERPs, and another theory doesn't correlate with ERPs, and if, furthermore, we had a theory of electrical activity of the brain, so that these ERPs weren't just crazy numbers, but actually arose from something principled, in that case, the naturalist approach would select the theory that correlates with ERPs, and the non-naturalist approach wouldn't care. And the same is true about acquisition, information from acquisition, or aphasia, or other languages, or whatever. And so across the board, there's going to be a sharp difference between the naturalist and the non-naturalist approaches. What kind of reaction should one have to this? I'll just repeat my own view. With regard to the naturalistic approach, in my opinion, it carries no burden of justification. If somebody wants to study the phenomena that fall under the mental, it's a bunch of phenomena, to study them the way everything else in the natural world is studied, no justification is required. That's self-justifying. I mean, maybe one can argue this, but that's my assumption. So there is no burden of proof to be borne by the naturalistic approach. I mean, there are only questions of whether you're doing it right or truth or something or other. And then there's the standard methodological questions that arise throughout the natural sciences, but they don't bother us here. So the proper reaction to the naturalistic approach seems to me to be fine, proceed. What about the proper response to the non-naturalistic approach? Well, here there's a range of possible responses. Let's have a look at some of them. One response is the one given by advocates of the naturalistic approach. Now I'm talking about a reaction, an interpretation of the non-naturalistic approach, this one. Okay. Mental equals computational, not biological, not a biological science. We're not interested especially in humans, but in things in the computational image of humans. A naturalist responding to this, that is a person who says we should study the mental the way we study everything else in the world. The naturalistic response to the non-naturalistic computer model of the mind is it's not worth looking at. So I don't care what happens to it. It's just not worth looking at. No argument has been given. It requires justification. Unlike the naturalistic approach, it carries a burden of justification. If you say I'm going to study some new problem in chemistry, the way every other problem in chemistry is studied, you don't have any justification. But if you say in this new area of chemistry, I'm not going to care about physical realization, then you have a burden of justification. Maybe you can meet it, maybe you can't, but you have the burden at least. So, but the burden of justification has not been given as far as I can see. So, for example, nobody's given a justification for the decision not to use information about cells to choose between T1 and T2, or not to use information about electrical activity of the brain to choose between two syntactic theories, or not to use evidence from child acquisition or whatever to choose between different theories of the mental. As far as I know, nobody's given a justification for that, or interestingly, even attempted to give a justification. I don't know if anyone's even attempted to give a justification. And there is a heavy burden of justification. Now, you can see the reason why people are led to the non-naturalistic approach. Here you have to speculate, of course. I mean, it's, again, exegesis. But it seems to me the reason, if you look back at the history of function, sometimes it's called functionalism or something else, you look back at the history, there was a feeling of uneasiness about the enormous gap between the phenomena that fell under the mental and what was known about the brain. There is an enormous gap. And to relieve that feeling of uneasiness, there are various attempts. I mentioned some of them yesterday. One approach was sort of functionalist. I mean, say, well, there's no big problem, it's software. So it's like robust things like computers. I think that's a mistake all along the line for reasons I mentioned. It's taking a manageable problem and trying to make it seem less mysterious by using an unmanageable analog with all kinds of new questions that arise for artifacts but not natural things. So it's, as I said, frying pan into the fire in the English idiom, which somebody translated yesterday. But that's the only motivation I know. If there's any other justification, I haven't seen it in the literature. Now, from a naturalist point of view, there's a burden of justification that has to be given. It hasn't been given. It hasn't been attempted. So therefore, forget it. There's no point looking at it any further. There's no, if any further problems arise in developing the non-naturalist approach, say these problems or other problems, say Searle's problem about the Chinese room or whatever, any such problems, the naturalist just doesn't care because it wasn't worth making the step in the first place. And any problems that arise in making that step could be of intellectual interest. You know, anything could be of intellectual interest. But it's of no empirical interest. It has no bearing on the world, you know, just like puzzle solving, which is sometimes interesting. Well, that's one kind of reaction. And I stress again that the naturalistic approach doesn't deny that the brain may be a computer executing software. Like it accepts the possibility of, and in fact most versions accept the truth of, a computer model of the mind, but not this one. Not the one that is divorced in principle from biology, from the natural world, in other words, and that is studying things in our computational image, not us. Okay, that's the difference. Well, is there another approach to this? There is an approach which says it's just all meaningless. That's what I would take Wittgenstein to be saying. Wittgenstein is subject to interpretation. I mean the late Wittgenstein. But when he talks a lot about these topics. I mean, not in these terms, but this kind of topic. And the point that he continually makes is that words like think or, any of the terms that involve the mental, those are words of our language. And these words are just tools which are used the way they're used, period. There's nothing else to say about them. They're used the way they're used. The word think, he says, as a descriptive claim, which is accurate, I think. The word think is applied to persons. Persons think, okay? Just like birds fly, okay? The question whether something which is not a person thinks is as meaningless as the question whether something that's not a bird flies. He doesn't give that example, but the analogy would be the kind of things that came up in the discussion yesterday. If someone asks, is it an objective truth that airplanes fly, a Wittgensteinian would say, that's not a question. You know, the way the tool is used, birds fly, and maybe things enough like birds, but not machines. They don't fly. You can decide that they fly, or you can decide that they don't fly, but that's just changing the use of the tool, and you can do that if you want. And as I mentioned, languages have done it differently. Some liked the metaphor, and some didn't like the metaphor. You can say that a high jumper flies, or you can say that he doesn't fly, but that's just deciding to accept a certain metaphor. And that's a matter of decision, in a way. It's not a matter of fact. So the Wittgensteinian approach what he says is, think is a term that applies to persons, or he says, kind of in passing, maybe dolls and spirits, things that are enough like persons. It's sort of, and he's not going to require there to be any sharp criterion for that, of course, because this is just the way the tool is used, and the tool isn't used very precisely. Okay, so on those, but not machines. They don't think any more than they fly or swim or something like that. So the question whether a machine thinks is as meaningless as whether an airplane flies or a submarine swims. Okay. It does if you want to call it that. It doesn't if you don't want to call it that. But there's no question. So the issue is meaningless for Wittgensteinian. That's another approach. Notice that that's also a total rejection of the computational theory of mind, but on different grounds. It's not the naturalist. It's not inconsistent with the naturalist objection. In fact, in my view, both objections are correct, both the naturalistic one and the Wittgensteinian one. But they're different objections. And they both end up with saying, forget about it. It's not worth pursuing. It's not worth answering the questions. A third kind of approach is that it's meaningless but important. And that's not as paradoxical as it sounds. That's Turing's approach, the founder of the field. Recall that what he says is, probably borrowing from Wittgenstein, who he was close to at that time, attending his seminars and stuff. But he says the question whether machines think may be too meaningless to deserve discussion, but it's an important question. And he then proposes the Turing test as what's sometimes called a persuasive definition, an attempt to convince you to change your usage. Okay, he says, look, this is the way we ought to change our usage. So he said, we ought to change our usage so that we use the word think and all the rest of the associated words in such a way as to accord with the Turing test. And then he predicts that by the in another 50 years, this is 1950, so by the year 2000, he said, educated opinion will have sufficiently changed and usage will have sufficiently changed so that people will find no difficulty in speaking of machines thinking, although today, 1950, it's meaningless. It's like airplanes flying in 1900. So that's a view which says it's meaningless but important, and not a contradictory view. He's saying we ought to talk this way, not some other way. Okay, we'd be more clear-headed or something like that, which could be. There are all kind of criteria that could be used for how we ought to talk. So that's a third reaction. A fourth reaction is that it's exactly right. The computer model, the non-biological computer model of the mind. And if it's, that's almost everyone, at least who's interested in these questions. It's exactly right. And then we have to proceed to work out the problems. And then, so we get the kind of questions that, say, Hoagland raised. How do we decide, how do we empirically decide that a given strange object, usually a computer of some kind, is playing chess or understanding English? And his answer is, we, having accepted Turing's persuasive definition, he says the answer will be if it fools a skeptic, passes some version of the Turing test, and he then proceeds to give what he describes as an empirical argument that you can do it for playing chess, but you can't do it for understanding English, as an empirical fact. No, that's an empirical claim. Well, that's the path you pursue if you think that all this is exactly correct. Not only that, I mean the approach is. Let's make it very clear. The approach is correct. That is nothing. By that, I want to distinguish two varieties of this: the approach being correct and telling the truth, or the approach being legitimate and being wrong. So, in fact, instead of correct, let me say legitimate. That is, it's a perfectly legitimate idea, And furthermore, for some people, true. It's empirical truth or something like that, that this is the approach to take, or some other form of rightness, what if empirical truth doesn't arise. These things are very hard to put sharply because this non-naturalistic approach is in some hazy area between mathematics and the empirical. So you don't know exactly, at least I don't know when I read this stuff, what is meant when people say they're making empirical claims. It's hard to see how you can be making empirical claims in what amounts to a branch of mathematics, where you've sort of stipulated certain things and you don't care about the relation to the natural world. Anyhow, I'm allowing all of that, assuming all of that to have been settled somehow, sort of granting it to have been settled. Then you could assume that the approach is legitimate, the right kind of approach, that's the way we ought to proceed, and in fact, it's true. That's AI, most of cognitive science, most of the large parts of philosophy of mind, in fact, virtually everything that's even interested in the question. Not everyone, So Hillary Putnam, for example, who is one of the originators of this point of view, has more recently rejected it totally, but over a big, not on the grounds that I'm talking about, on different grounds, but quite a broad range. And of course, if I didn't mention it, AI, which is more or less defined by this. And then we've got to answer these empirical questions about playing chess and so on. Well, there's another possible approach, and that's John Searle's. And again, I'm not exactly certain that I understand exactly what he's saying. It doesn't seem entirely clear, but I think he's saying this. Yeah, it's appropriate and legitimate, but false. Okay. Appropriate, legitimate, but just turns out to be false empirically. And he gives an argument that says it's false. Now, he couldn't be giving an argument that says it's false, unless if he thought it was meaningless, let's say. Then he wouldn't have bothered. If you take either of the first two views, you don't give any arguments, because it's not worth pursuing. So who cares? I mean, unless you happen to be interested in the intellectual exercise. But as I read Searle's argument, the one I sort of briefly sketched yesterday about the Chinese room, that's had a huge impact on the field. I mean, there's an enormous literature trying to respond to it and deal with it and so on and so forth. It set off a major current in the field. And at least as I read those contributions, they all seem to be assuming that the approach is legitimate, makes sense to identify the mental with the computational, and then Searle says just wrong, and almost everybody else says right. And then the debate rages up and back, and they try to answer each other's arguments and so on. Searle appears to be saying that the issue is that the computational theory of the mind is legitimate, even important perhaps, but we empirically decide by an empirical argument that computers can't think, okay, that algorithms don't have mental properties. Okay. Notice that for a Wittgensteinian, you don't empirically decide that. It's just a fact that algorithms don't think, because that's the way the tool is used. Similarly, brains don't think. Brains don't understand Chinese. Like I understand English, but my brain doesn't understand English, although understanding English is what is going on in my brain. Okay. And the reason for that is that the locution, the phrase "understand English" is something that applies to persons, doesn't apply to brains. So therefore, though I understand English, and I'm doing it by virtue of my brain doing something or other, my brain doesn't understand English. And certainly whatever procedure my brain is carrying out doesn't understand English. It's not an empirical statement. It's just a comment on what words mean. Okay. But for Searle, it's an empirical statement. He thinks he's given a proof that he thinks brains do understand English, but algorithms don't. And let me repeat the argument, which had, again, an enormous effect. Searle just assumes the Turing test version of being in the same computational image. That's so common that's fair enough. Wouldn't change much nothing would change if you added other properties, but let's look at that one. So his story is you've got the Chinese room over here and John Searle inside it, and the questioner is feeding in questions in Chinese, and the interface is turning those Chinese, let's say they're typed in Chinese symbols or something. The interface is turning this, let's say, into a sequence of flashing lights or something, whatever the code is, any code you like. And John Searle is sitting inside there looking at the sequence of flashing lights. He's equipped, he wants to give a reductio argument. He says, suppose thinking is an algorithm. Suppose that understanding Chinese is done by an algorithm. Let it be called algorithm A, okay? So that's the hypothesis, and he wants to reject it. He's giving a reductio argument. So he says, here's John Searle. He has in front of him the algorithm A. He has the capacity to understand its instructions. Like it says, move a symbol to the right. He knows how to move a symbol to the right. He has arbitrary amount of time and an arbitrary amount of paper and so on and so forth. This signal comes in. It's translated into flashing lights. The questioner was asking some question in Chinese, like, what's the weather outside or something. And he runs through the algorithm that, by hypothesis, understands Chinese. Sort of, it says, push this button, and if something happens, push some other button, and he does all those things. And then, at the end, he types out something in some kind of code, and the interface interprets that something as an expression of Chinese. And the questioner out here says, yeah, that was the right kind of response. That was an appropriate response. So far you've passed the Turing test. And we're assuming here that you always pass, that you really pass it. For every question that comes in, you give an appropriate answer as well as a human would do. Okay, in fact, indistinguishably from what a human would do. That's the hypothesis. But, Searle argues, he doesn't understand Chinese. And there hasn't been any understanding of Chinese going on. In fact, we could even make a stronger statement. Inside that room, he didn't even know that what was going on was translating Chinese. All he knew is there are buttons, lights flashing, and he was supposed to carry out some mechanical manipulations. In fact, putting John Searle in the room is basically only for dramatic effect. We could put in the room, say, a guy named Wang, who in fact does understand Chinese. And he could be doing the same thing, and there still would be no understanding Chinese going on, because Wang wouldn't have the foggiest idea that this input-output relation has anything to do with Chinese. All he's getting is lights flashing in front of him, and then he's doing certain mechanical instructions, and then pushing some buttons, and that's it. He didn't know any more than that. So the fact that he understands Chinese is irrelevant. There's still no understanding of Chinese going on. So Searle concludes that we've rejected the hypothesis. There can't be an algorithm for understanding Chinese. The brain can't be using an algorithm when it understands Chinese. Actually, we can simplify the story. We don't have to take something as exotic as understanding Chinese. I mean, the same issue arises if we take something quite simple. So let's say recognizing a straight line. Suppose somebody proposes that what the visual cortex does in identifying something as a straight line, not a curve, is to carry out a certain algorithm. Okay, there are such theories of visual perception. Then by the same argument, you can show there isn't. They were wrong. Theories were wrong. Because you could have Searle inside here, getting the coding of the straight line or the curve, which is some series of lights, and carrying out the algorithm and giving the proper answer, giving a straight line if it was straight line, but not having the foggiest idea what he's doing. So there would be no seeing straight lines. And by the same argument, you would show that the brain doesn't carry out an algorithm to identify straight lines. In fact, you can push it to the point where it becomes close to paradoxical, though not entirely paradoxical, not a literal paradox. Searle, remember, he doesn't think this argument is strong enough to eliminate the possibility that people ever use algorithms. He thinks there's a well-defined class of cases where they do use algorithms, namely those where you have accessibility to consciousness. Okay, I talked about this last time. I don't think you can make any sense of that for the reasons I discussed, but let's grant it. So there's a class of cases where where people really are carrying out algorithms. And that means the brain is really carrying out an algorithm, and that's where the person can introspect and say, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, let's take such a case, let's say addition. Suppose people are carrying out a particular algorithm for addition, like, sometimes in elementary school when they teach kids how to add, they say if you have to add 7 plus 5, break up 5 into 2 parts, one of which will take 7 up to 10, and the other will be left, and then you get 12. Okay, like that's an algorithm for addition. And somebody could be taught that in elementary school, and they could actually be using it. That's the way they add 7 and 5. Okay, and they know they're doing it. They're right about their perception that they're doing it is correct. And they're sort of running through that calculation in their heads. So let's take a case. Let's say John Searle is like that. So John Searle, let's say, uses, for example, this algorithm in addition. Now, in this case, he agrees that there's an algorithm, and the brain is executing an algorithm. But notice this, by the same argument, that can't be right. Because put John Searle in here and put in 7 plus 5 over here and code it into some set of flashing lights and have John Searle carry. The algorithm isn't going to say what I just said. I said it intuitively, break 5 into 2 parts. The algorithm will say, push this button, and if something happens, push that button, and that kind of business. And he'll do all that stuff, executing a program. And at the end, he'll push a bunch of buttons, which are going to be read out here as 12 because of the interpretation procedure. So he will have added 7 plus 5, and he will, in fact, have used that algorithm. But he doesn't even know he's doing arithmetic. All he knows is signals are coming in, and he's following some instructions, which look like just arbitrary sequences of things. And then he's typing out something which looks completely arbitrary. So by the same argument, we seem to have shown that his brain is not executing the algorithm that, in fact, he agrees it is executing. Now, this isn't quite a paradox because you could reformulate it so that you get out of it, but we're pretty close. Well, Searle's conclusion from all of this is that we have to reject as false, right? Not as meaningless, but we have to reject as false the meaningful proposition that the mental is the computational, except in certain cases where you have access to consciousness. The argument, so the algorithm can't think, it's a non-trivial fact. That's why I had to give an argument for it. It's not a trivial fact, as it is for Wittgenstein, say, and for whom it's just like, submarines can't swim. It's a trivial fact. He said, and then comes a huge debate. I mean, a huge debate about whether there's some way around Searle's argument. Curiously, nobody ever, in the whole debate, I don't think anybody ever studies the simple cases, like adding numbers or recognizing a straight line, though they raise all the same questions. So the whole discussion is about understanding Chinese, which is, so far up in the air, you don't even know what you're talking about. Although there are very clear, simple examples that could be looked at that seem to raise the same issues. And some intriguing arguments come up. I mean, Searle's conclusion is that it's kind of like a naturalistic conclusion, but not quite. His conclusion is that since he thinks he's shown that except for the conscious cases, which do raise the problem I just mentioned, but that hasn't come up. So except for the conscious cases, he thinks has shown that the brain isn't executing algorithms. So crucially, for example, he would reject, and that's part of his main point, anything having to do with eye language he wants to reject, because that would be executing algorithms, although in a naturalistic model. And he ends up with a position that a lot of people have been very unhappy with, in fact, almost everyone, that it's just some mysterious property of this messy object up here that it thinks. Well, that sounds like la maîtrise, but not quite, He's saying that it's kind of like it's more like this old story about the brain secreting thought. It's just something about biological mechanisms that gets them to think, but not execute algorithms. That they're not allowed to do. Though the question arises, then of course the naturalist will ask, well, why not have that property? And there's no answer to that. The arguments are sophisticated and complex. I mean, if you're interested, you look at the literature. I don't see much. So, for example, one philosopher, Steve Stitch, has argued that something's got to be wrong with Searle's approach, because if you take the brain of somebody who's, let's say, understanding Chinese, or for that matter, adding numbers, and since, according to Searle, this is just a matter of, kind of like a mystical property of cells. Suppose we take one cell, that we take, say, some person who is thinking, and we change one cell in the brain, and we replace it by a chip, silicon chip, which has exactly the properties of that cell. Okay, is he still thinking? Well, you get onto a slippery slope argument. Presumably he's still thinking if you change one cell. I suppose you've changed n cells, and he's still thinking. Is that next cell going to make him stop thinking? Well, obviously, if there's no point at which he stops thinking, you're going to end up with silicon chips, a computer, in other words, but it's doing the same thing all the way along. So, it's got to be something wrong with it. There's that kind of argument. And then Searle has his answers to those, and so it goes up and back. I'm not going to say anything about it because, in my opinion, it's not worth running through the debate. It's kind of amusing, like a lot of things are amusing, but it's beside the point. It's beside the point because the questions weren't meaningful in the first place. They weren't meaningful for Wittgenstein's reasons, and they're not worth looking at for naturalistic reasons. That's two different things. Okay? And if that's correct, it doesn't matter much what happened in the debate. And it doesn't matter whether what I just mentioned is a real paradox or only close to a paradox. In fact, nothing matters because it wasn't worth looking at. It's about on a par with the debate, 90 years ago as to whether airplanes can fly. If somebody might have come along and said, well, yes, if they're enough in the mechanical image of eagles, and then propose the equivalent of the Turing test, say, well, if they can fool people into thinking they're eagles or something. It wouldn't be a sensible discussion. And as far as I can see, this is no more sensible. I think the reason it's pursued is another example of the temptations of non-naturalism and the reasons for resisting those temptations. If we simply resist them, questions don't arise. And I think we should resist them, and I don't think there are any fundamental problems if we resist them. If we simply go back to the naturalistic approach to mind, and we tentatively propose, maybe correctly or maybe wrongly, that there's a computer model of the mind, namely part of the architecture and structure of the brain is in fact a computer which in fact is executing such and such algorithms in some cases, these being factual statements about the brain on a par with other factual claims about properties of physical objects. We then investigate them by the normal methods of science. No special conceptual problems arise. And that's it. None of these questions come up. And we don't seem to have missed anything. And we have no burden of proof to bear. And we can, if we like, appeal further to the Wittgensteinian argument that there doesn't even seem to be anything that you're talking about. Well, and again, remember, I'm talking about the reflective parts of it, not the parts where somebody works out the algorithm for recognizing a straight line. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Although, as I mentioned before, cognitive scientists are often schizophrenic about this issue. I think much in the way that physicists were schizophrenic about the molecular theory of matter 100 years ago. The methodological side of their brain says we can't do what we're doing, and the scientific side of their brain says I'm going to do it anyway. You very commonly find that. Well, superficially at least, the departure from naturalism in the contemporary cognitive sciences is kind of reminiscent of the Cartesian tests for the existence of other minds. So, for example, if you go back to the Cartesian era, say 17th century, there were people called minor Cartesians, like people who tried to carry out the Cartesian program but didn't make a huge impact. People like Courdemois, for example, was maybe the best. They tried to carry out the Cartesian program, and he set up elaborate experimental tests. I mean, these aren't real experiments. In those days, everything was a thought experiment, including probably what Galileo was doing. I mean, you sort of described what would happen, and you wrote something about it, and so on. So these are experiments, but experiments that could be carried out to turn out a certain way. Courdemois designs a whole raft of experiments, which would be used to determine, as he puts it, whether another creature that looks like me has a mind like mine. Crucially, that looks like me, because he's tacitly assuming the Wittgensteinian test without the sophistication that goes behind it. Saying, look, if it doesn't look like me, the question doesn't even arise. I mean, if it doesn't have a face, then the question of its having a mind doesn't arise. So, because we're just talking about terms that are used in a certain way. He doesn't say any of this, but I assume that that's what lies behind looks like me. In any event, he gives a whole series of, remember, the task was this: I know that I have a mind. Okay, because of the Cartesian arguments. And the problem is the problem that's called the problem of other minds. It wasn't called that in those days, but later became called that. The problem of other minds. How do we know anything else has a mind? How do I know you have a mind, but the table doesn't, let's say? Since I can't introspect about you, I can't introspect about me, so you have to set up tests, and he sets up a battery of tests, and then he says if this other creature passed all of these tests, it would only be reasonable to assume that it has a mind like mine. Okay, that's the argument. Well, that sounds like the Turing test, but it's not. The reason it's not is because it's entirely naturalistic. His tests are like litmus tests for acidity. You know, they're tests to determine whether some object has some real property. Remember, the science that he had behind him, which was wrong science, but science, is that there is a property, being a mind, okay, which is rooted in a particular substance. And some things have it and some things don't. And he wanted a bunch of tests to determine whether something has it. So it's kind of on a par with a litmus test for acidity or anything like that. That's completely naturalistic. Wrong-headed, as we know, but naturalistic. That's not true of this approach, where everything is crucially non-naturalistic and insists upon it. Okay? So though the tests sound similar, they're different. They're radically different conceptually. The same is true of simulation. Actually, there's quite an interesting paper on this by John Marshall. He's a British psychologist who's also been interested in the history of these topics. And he has a paper that came out in some Festschrift a little while back. I could look up the reference if you're interested, in which he does something I'd never seen before. He goes through, see, in the 17th and 18th century, it's well known that people were completely, utterly fascinated by automata. I mean, they had these guys creating very complex automata that, were doing all sorts of crazy things. I mean, and that naturally raised the question whether people are just automata. Just as today with computers, it raises the same question. So he goes through the whole record. I mean, the most famous of these guys was somebody named Jacques de Vaucanson, who was, building automata that were just the marvel of Europe. I mean, they were automata that seemed to do all kinds of things. He goes through the background, and it turns out, I think he shows quite convincingly, that these people, like Vaucanson, were trying to carry out simulation in the modern scientific sense, not the computer science sense. They were, like Vaucanson, one of his examples, which I think I mentioned before, was a duck digesting food. And he tried to model the process of a duck digesting food in an automaton. And it was so realistic, everybody was, amazed and so on and so forth. But crucially, he was not trying to say that the duck is digesting food. He wasn't giving a criterion. He wasn't concerned with any criterion, operationalist or whatever, to say that digesting of food is... he wasn't... Think what he could have been doing if he'd been doing the analog of the computer model of the mind. He could have said, look, I'm interested in digestion of food by ducks as a non-biological subject. I abstract away in principle from ducks, okay? I'm just interested in digestion of food by ducks abstractly conceived. I want to consider all things in the mechanical image of a duck, okay? And I'll say they're digesting, all of those things are digesting food if some criterion is satisfied. Say, an analog of the Turing test. They fool people into thinking they're ducks or something, or some other criterion, okay? That would be an analog to the contemporary cognitive science, contemporary philosophy of mind. But he didn't do that. In fact, he purposely made the duck transparent so that people could see that it's not a duck. He wanted them to be able to see it. And he also wanted them to be able to see what was going on in his model. And in fact, what he was doing was constructing a model very much in the manner of the natural sciences, normal manner. Here's a model, by looking at it, certainly it abstracts away from some properties of ducks, like it doesn't have feathers and so on. So here's a model which he thinks gets down to the core of what digestion is, and he's going to demonstrate these core properties by having you look at the model. Thank you. Well, that's simulation in the sense in which it's done in the natural sciences. And it's very different from the kind of simulation, if you like, that's done in, say, chess-playing programs, the Drosophila of the cognitive sciences, as Herb Simon put it, where the trick is basically to achieve some criterion, and maybe the usual case, to fool people into thinking you're a person. That's a completely different form of simulation. For the 17th and 18th century people, the chess-playing programs would have been of no interest whatsoever, because they're teaching you nothing about how people think, zero. They're designed on different principles. So therefore, they're of absolutely no interest. They would have taken exactly the view that I think everybody ought to take to the chess playing programs today. Certainly any natural scientist should and would. They're just a waste of time. They're not teaching you anything about people in principle or about anything else in the natural world in principle. Rather, he was, Vaucanson and others were interested in simulation in the way it's done all the time in the natural sciences. That's what I call contingent abstraction or exploratory abstraction. You know, you throw away some properties, you look at other properties, because you figure that way you can learn something about the real object. So that's like the computer model of the mind taken naturalistically. In my opinion, there's been a very serious regression since the 17th century in this regard. The cognitive sciences picked up again many old topics that had been forgotten, and that was good. But in my opinion, they're approaching them much more irrationally than they were approached in the 17th and 18th century. And this is a good example. This comparison strikes me as a good example. We'll take on for another 10 minutes or so. Yeah. Let me just raise another issue this is about all I have to say about cognitive sciences and AI and so on. I mean, I just think it's off the wall. I don't think there's anything to say about it. There are a number of issues that this model, the computer model, is so completely taken for granted in the philosophical literature that it's led to very serious misunderstandings about what other people are doing, because it appears to be almost inconceivable in the literature that anybody could be taking a naturalistic approach. So what you get is efforts to interpret work like mine, for example, which takes a naturalistic approach to the mind, and then people get really confused and they see huge paradoxes because they take it for granted. I must be talking about the computer model of the mind in this sense because that's the only possible idea that one could have. You can get there's some good examples of this in various publications by two philosophers named Michael Devitt and Kim Sterelny, who've written a lot about these topics, both separately and together, books, articles, and so on. And they raised the following question, actually. I'm the target in this case. They developed the concept competence in English. Okay, competence in English is explained in terms of the computer model of the mind, like a Martian with silicon chips could have competence in English. And then they say they find it bewildering that linguists, meaning me, should confuse a theory of I language with a theory of competence that includes Martians competent in English as well as humans. And they take it for granted that that's what we must be studying. We must be studying a notion of competence which is not parochial. It doesn't deal just with humans. It deals with anything in the computational image of humans, and it's non-biological. And since that's what we must be studying, competence in English must be that. And the Martians have competence in English, and plainly a theory of I language isn't about that, because maybe the Martian is doing it some totally different way, not in terms of the principles of universal grammar. Universal grammar, I mean, like my theory of rhyme, let's say, T1, or some theory of, sentence structure or semantics or whatever, is a very parochial theory purposely. That is, it's supposed to be a theory about humans and their organization. And there's no meaning to the question. What is it? Competence in English is just defined as the property of having a certain state of the language faculty, which is this I language, range of I languages, because English isn't a thing, of course. It's an indeterminate collection of things. But if you pick one of them, having a particular I language is having competence in that system. That's what it means in linguistics. But that seems to them an unintelligible notion, and they therefore, as I said, find it bewildering that people should give a theory of I language and confuse it with the topic of inquiry, namely competence being something that includes Martians. Well, I also find it bewildering. I mean, I would find it bewildering to confuse, I'm the target, I'd find it bewildering to confuse a theory of I language with a theory of competence in their sense. And the reason is I find it even more bewildering to imagine what a theory of competence is in that sense. What's a theory of competence in English that includes Martians who do it by some method other than I language? I have the foggiest idea what that means. It seems to me a totally bewildering idea. It's like a theory of digestion that doesn't just deal with ducks and people and so on, but with arbitrary creatures, who are like ducks by some criterion we set up. That's totally bewildering, I agree, as any non-naturalist approach is. But there's nothing bewildering about talking about a theory of eye language. There would be something bewildering about extending it to a theory of competence in the sense that they take for granted, but seems to me unintelligible. Well, that's the standard line of debate that goes on in the philosophical literature. It's just like an impasse. People aren't even talking to each other because of this sharp break over the legitimacy or the meaningfulness of the non-naturalistic, dualistic approach to mind that's developed through functionalism and into the computer model of mind and so on. Okay, why don't I stop it at that point and pick it up next time.
Several questions. First, there must be some basic misunderstanding in my question because I find your answer obviously false, and many people here and you yourself find it obviously true. So, to try to solve that misunderstanding, let me give you my reasons.
From what are we talking about now?
About your second criticism.
Whether there's an objective. It's not a criticism, it's a question. How do we decide whether a computer, an object, is running a particular piece of software?
Let me give you my reason. Suppose that someone comes here from a object. The object has keys and someone, we have the object here on the table. And then someone comes along and this object realizes a particular program. Here is the program. Turing machine, for instance. Then I would say that there is an objective question independent of the intentions that were with this object. Independent completely of the intentions of these users. Whether or not this thing realized this program.
The thing is a computer or what?
No,
just a pile of grains of sand on the beach, let's say. Oh, there's a bunch of grains of sand on the beach, and we're trying to decide whether it realizes a particular program. Yeah.
So I would say that to answer this question requires investigation and critical investigation, and perhaps not trivial critical investigation. First, we should see. Suppose that the program is an addition program. First, we should see if it gives the right outputs for the given inputs. But this is not enough, because the program also stipulates how the outputs are obtained. The program typically involves representations, states. Then, to answer the question, we should look for physical states of the thing, identify these physical states with the representations, with the state, and then we must see that the thing works as the program says. All of this requires, obviously, to me, empirical investigation, and perhaps not trivial investigation, and perhaps we are not going to be able to answer that question, just for empirical reasons. So it's obvious to me that your answer
is false. Well, it's obvious to me that your proposal is false, so we must be disagreeing somewhere. Turing machines are mathematical objects. Okay, they're just doing whatever they do. They're just grinding away. We don't know that they're computing. We don't know that they're computing addition, any more than we know that, say, Peano's axioms. There's no objective sense to the Peano's axioms plus the rules of inference are a Turing machine, which are generating theorems. But when we say that Peano's axioms plus the rules of inference are generating theorems of arithmetic, that is not an objective fact. There is no empirical inquiry that can answer. Okay, fine, but that's exactly what Turing machines are like. If I go to some other planet, let's say, other universe, and I find a beach with lots of grains of sand organized in a particular fashion, it could be the case that the way those guys over there interpret things, the organization of grains of sand on the beach is an input, is a program, a piece of software, which is an input to a mountain of a particular shape, and under some rule of interpretation, when you pick some pieces out of the set of grains of sand, you're giving a particular input to the mountain, and depending on its shape, under a rule of interpretation that you give, it's adding the numbers and getting an answer. And it could be that interpretation will in fact calculate addition. Well, okay, so the grains of sand and the shape of the mountain are a computer, and you can do it for anything. On the other hand, if some Martian type comes down here and looks at my PC, and he knows all about arithmetic, my personal computer, he knows all about arithmetic, and he looks at this, but he never saw a personal computer before. All he sees is you push certain buttons, you push certain keys, you stick a thing in the side with a disk drive, and then he could look inside and see all kind of whirring of, chips doing this and that, and electrical signals and so on, and out comes some signal, actually an electrical signal of some kind. And he wouldn't have the slightest reason to believe that that's adding. It only becomes adding if we impose an interpretation which says that the key that has this on it is associated with the number 1, and the key that has this on it is associated with the number 7. And when the screen when the electron beam that is shooting across the screen gives something which to me, maybe not to him, but to me visually looks like this. After all, it's just an electron beam going across the screen, finding gaps and so on. Maybe he has a different visual system, and he actually sees the electron beam shooting across there. I see 12, but that's just because my perceptual apparatus is keyed to the electronics of this thing in such a way that I get those symbols out of it. They're not really there, of course. They're just my visual interpretation of some sequence of electron beams passing across the screen. He might pull out some other thing from it and get some whatever it is. He would have no reason to think that that's 12 any more than he would have any reason to think that this was 5 plus 7. So he'd have no objective way to find out that the computer is carrying out an addition program. And the same is true generally. Anything could, as Kripke and Searle and others have pointed out, anything could be a computer. Whether something's a computer carrying out a certain program is a matter of interpretation of a physical mechanism. So that's why problems arise in the case of artifacts that don't arise in the case of real objects. In the case of an artifact, you don't know what it is on the basis of its physical constitution. You only determine what it is on the basis of its place in some very, usually quite complex space of human interests and intentions and purposes and so on. That tells you what it is. That's a problem that doesn't arise in the case of, say, nematodes or brains. Now, I think if, we're each thinking that what we're saying is trivial, so we're probably misunderstanding each other somewhere.
Answer my question exactly or not.
I thought I answered it. I mean, I said that...
I don't think that any question just about the program is empirical.
Is computing the program.
Implementing a hidden program is...
Okay, but let me give you... Oh, sorry. What is the argument? I didn't hear any argument.
I've given a reason. I have explained why we should investigate, why it would take...
You're just repeating your proposal. That's not an argument. But you didn't give an argument, so it wasn't mistaken. You just made an assertion. It's an assertion which, that this is an empirical issue, and I don't see why it is an empirical issue. So let's make it concrete. Let's take this other universe where they have these grains of sand and a mountain of a certain shape, and the people there, they interpret grains of sand and shapes of mountains as a computer. Okay? Is it an empirical question whether that is a computer? If it is, how come a set of grains of sand and a mountain in our place isn't a computer? Well, we know that this can be interpreted as a computer, computing the plus function, let's say. I mean, everybody knows that, right? It's obvious. There's a mode of interpretation of the grains of sand. We'll have more and more. We'll have to allow infinitely many grains of sand and the usual idealizations. But the grains of sand plus the shape of the mountain could be a computer, and in fact are under a certain interpretation. Is it an empirical issue whether if I go, to the beach in Girona or wherever it is, and look at a pile of sand and I see a mountain in the background, Is it an empirical question whether that's a computer? Well, I don't think so. It's a question of decision.
Could you give an interpretation under which the theory which using is running worker?
Yeah, it's easy. I mean, it's just different orientations of the chair can be interpreted mathematically as associated with certain numbers and so on and so forth. I mean, it's just a question of... Look, everybody knows how to do it in principle. It's just a problem of imagination to do it in a particular case.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah.
How the Chinese room...
Yeah. So could we hold off for a second and pick up another topic and then come back? Yeah. Sorry.
This discussion reminds me another discussion about the neo-positivistic view of science. For the neo-positivist people, the science, the theories, were just a formal system. And in a formal system, theorem proof was just a sequence of steps in an algorithmic system prepared previously. And also, a definition was a short writing. Nothing else than that. Just a short writing of a sequence of symbols. Okay, that was a mathematical point of view developed into a philosophy. And also were the mathematicians who agreed with it. Because Lakatos pointed out that with this philosophy we cannot think at all. And thinking in mathematics is not to develop in algorithmic system. You have to think in another way. Yeah. So he put in this book, Proof and Refutations, the idea that also working into a formal system had a lot of empirical work, a lot of empirical work to do. Just changing definitions, proving theorems, it's something outside the formal system.
It's something outside, but is it empirical? It's certainly something outside the formal system. It's like it's an imaginative act or a creative act or something. Yeah. Yeah, but look, even the strictest formalists, say Hilbert, didn't think that this formalism was capturing mathematical reasoning. I mean, so, but certainly it doesn't, yeah.
No, I think that also mathematicians were very glad saying that we're not related to the properties of the world, we just think mathematics. We're able to discover that a formal system is not sufficient to explain thinking, mathematical thinking.
Well, it's even more than that. A formal system isn't enough to explain arithmetic, because you don't know whether a formal system is arithmetic unless you interpret it that way. And in fact, as we now know, even in the case of arithmetic, no formal system can capture our intuitive model of it. You always get non-standard models. So you can't even capture. We know it's even known that there is no mode of interpretation which will guarantee that any formal system for arithmetic will give you arithmetic. You just can't even do that, you know.
So what surprised me is that the mathematicians that do not agree that the thinking can be reduced to a formal system, working in an algorithmic way in the formal system, maybe they defend that intelligence can be reduced just to an algorithmic way.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd find it awfully hard to believe that Turing, who was a good mathematician, could have believed that. I mean, Turing certainly knew that creative mathematical thinking is not following out a formal system. He might have believed, and probably did believe, that there is some algorithm, you know, not the formal system, but some other algorithm that captures what Turing does when he makes a mathematical discovery. That's consistent, but it surely wouldn't have been running through a formal system. I mean, I say even the sternest formalists, say David Hilbert or somebody, didn't ever think that running through a formal system was proving anything. You run through a formal system, you get junk, you know. If you want to prove something, you have to have an insight. You have to have an insight into truth. And then you try to sort of make up some justification for it. And surely any working mathematician knew that. In fact, as I think this came up yesterday or something, in the history of mathematics, most of the great work was done before anybody even knew what a formal proof was. I mean, until the late 19th century, there was no notion of proof. In fact, I think until Hilbert's formalization of geometry, which is like, what, about 1870 or something, there really wasn't any notion of proof. You know, but people were proving things all the time, even without a notion of proof. And probably what they were doing, nobody knows what they're doing. I mean, Adamar has this book on, mathematical creation, in which he sort of asked people, and he's an important mathematician himself, but he asked a lot of people how they do it, and it's just totally mystical. I mean, people get insights. I mean, they go to sleep and they wake up and something's in their head, and you probably are using physical intuition. I mean, an abstract topologist, in his study, will tell you he doesn't use any physical intuitions. But, you look at him in the evening when he's working on this stuff, chances are very strong he's got some physical model in mind, and is trying to play with it and do this and that to it. So there are all kinds, and in fact, for a long period, probably up through the 19th century, good part of mathematics just was the exploration of basically two intuitions. Our intuitions about physical space and our intuitions of number. Almost everything was some playing out of this. The Bourbaki school, in their introductory volume on history of mathematics, make a big point of this. That in fact that's all mathematics. Well, they think it's all it ever ought to be, but they very anti-formalist. But their view was that up until the 19th century, when you get this formalism, that's all it was. People were just exploring their intuition of number and exploring their intuitions of space, or maybe higher order space, and so on. And they're doing it somehow, but nobody knows how they're doing it. And when they're finished, they want to get a coherent story, so they give something they call a proof, which is supposed to convince other people that things are this way. But surely running through a formal system can't have anything to do with mathematical creativity. I think that even, whether you're Bourbaki or a formalist, everybody would agree on that. Were you going to say something about Chinese rooms when I asked? Oh.
Suppose that we have a correct theory of language I of some Chinese speakers. Suppose that we put this theory in the form of a computer program. And suppose that the program itself is running inside the Chinese box is this program.
Yeah.
Would you say of the whole system, of course, self does not understand our Chinese, but would you say of the whole system composed the program and self that it understands Chinese?
I wouldn't, because I accept the Wittgensteinian point. The phrase understanding Chinese is a phrase of natural language. And phrases of natural language mean what they mean, not what somebody decides to make them mean. It's an objective fact that the phrases of natural language mean what they mean. And understanding Chinese is something that people do, okay? Just like flying is something that birds do. That's just the way the tools are used. So the question whether the program is understanding Chinese is pointless. In fact, I'll give an even simpler case. Suppose we take Wang, who understands Chinese. Now we look inside his brain and we see the language faculty, and suppose we give a description of what it's doing when he understands a sentence. And then I ask, is Wang's brain understanding Chinese? Answer, of course not. Because understanding Chinese is not a property of brains. It's a property of people.
If the system were a nice robot like this in Blade Runner with human appearance, although...
The human appearance?
Yeah, but it's a robot,
Yeah.
It's not biological.
Then would it be understanding Chinese? Well, look, you can be fooled. I mean, you can imagine people... The answer is the question would be meaningless. Or rather, see, I think Wittgenstein is exactly right. Notice what he says correctly, I think. I think he's giving a correct description of language. He's saying words like, he says think, but, we can use any word involving the mental sphere. Think and other such words apply to persons or dolls or spirits, meaning there's some, penumbra, some range around it, which isn't very definite. The words of natural language always have what is called, in the philosophical literature, open texture. They're not well-defined. None of the words of natural language are well-defined. They pick out something in a semantic region, but they're quite indeterminate about how far you go. That's why you can, it's never very clear whether you're using a term metaphorically. We constantly are using terms in new situations. If it's sort of far enough from the usual usage, we call it metaphor, but that's kind of like a vague thing. And whether we would decide, that something that's enough like a human, like a person, is understanding Chinese, it's like, deciding whether something that's enough like a bird is flying. I mean, like, for example, the question whether a Boeing 707 is flying is arbitrary. But there's a new kind of airplane coming along, which has, I forget what it's called, but the wings are not rigidly attached to the fuselage. Okay, the wings move up and down independently of the fuselage. And the point of it is that it gives you a much smoother ride, because if there's wind turbulence, the wings will move, but the fuselage will stay steady. Okay, that's more like a bird, right? Now we got something more like a bird, like an eagle doesn't go up and down like this every time the wind shifts, because he stays stable, because his wings go up and down like this. Okay, now we've got a machine a little more like an eagle. I mean, is it now flying? Well, these aren't serious questions. At some point we may decide it's flying, at some point not. But it's not a serious question. It's not the kind of question you want to give an answer to.
I hear you.
Yeah.
The last question. Today you have been discussing the computational model of the mind. You have been emphasizing the biological. 2 days ago, in discussing Searle's own view, Searle's view that the mental is the neurological or the biological at a higher level.
Not the biological, the neurophysiological. No, there's a big difference. There's a crucial, remember, I'm taking
My question was,
okay.
Could you remind me the reasons?
Reasons. Okay. Remember, there was a phrase, which in fact I took from Searle, but it's very common. The phrase is, this says the mental is the computational. I've been talking about that. There's another one, which says the mental is the neurophysiological. At a higher level. There's a third position. So the mental is the computational is one position. The mental is the neurophysiological is another position. And a third position, the one I'm advocating, is the mental, meaning, all the properties that we put under this descriptive category is properties of matter. Probably cells, though we don't know for sure. Probably cells. But that's an empirical speculation, a plausible empirical speculation. Well, this one here, the mental is neurophysiological at a higher level, is a much further speculation. Because the neurophysiological is only a piece of the brain. I mean, and if by neurophysiological you mean, say, synaptic connections among neurons, it's even a smaller piece of the brain. And to say that piece of the brain is what's carrying out and neurophysiology is a particular way of looking at that piece of the brain. There might be other ways of looking at neurons. Like I gave an example, I don't know if you were here at the time, of the study of nematodes. Were you here when I talked about this? These are little worms. This is the most complex physical object that's completely understood in terms of developmental pattern and wiring diagram. They have 300 neurons. The wiring diagram's completely known, and the developmental pattern's completely known, so they're an interesting object of study. Nothing is understood about what they do. The study that I referred to tried what amount to neurophysiological models, if by that one means looking at synaptic connections among neurons. Tried first connectionist models and just threw them out because they were hopelessly inadequate. Then it tried it's a little clear what we mean by neurophysiological, but if we mean what neurophysiologists study, like synaptic connections, it tried that. That didn't work. He then made up much more complex models involving all sorts of other kinds of chemical interactions and this and that, asynchronous computers, all kinds of crazy models. And with all that stuff was able to come a little closer to characterizing what a nematode does. Well, okay, he abandoned the neurophysiological. That is, we don't talk about the mental in the case of nematodes, but say turning, moving in that direction was not the neurophysiological at a higher level. Of course, the neurophysiological was just the wrong thing to look at. Now, in the case of thinking, it might turn out that the neurophysiological is the relevant level, or it might not. That's an empirical claim based on nothing, except the fact that neurons are there. And you don't make empirical claims on the basis of that sort of thing. I mean, if somebody came along and said the mental is the vascular at a higher level, vascular meaning referring to blood flow, if somebody said the mental is of the vascular at a higher level, you know, everybody would laugh. I mean, the fact of the matter is there's a ton of blood flowing through the brain. Huge quantities of blood go through the brain. Nobody knows what it's for. And so, okay, suppose somebody comes along and says, I think the mental is the vascular at a higher level. That's a joke. I mean, the only thing we have any evidence about is the mental. We're trying to find out what other level relates to this. We look at electrical activity of the brain, we find some correlations, so we assume, okay, whatever's causing electrical activity of the brain seems to relate to this. That might be the neurophysiological, it might not be. I mean, maybe, you know, people like Penrose, who's a not inconsiderable scientist, I might say, one of the best quantum physicists, maybe he's right when he says there are unknown quantum effects that are yielding mental properties. And we got to look for those unknown quantum effects by changing quantum theory. Well, maybe, you know, I mean, that's certainly possible. This particular empirical assertion is just dogmatic. That's why I would block it. This traditional assertion that the mental is properties of matter, matter being whatever there is, I don't think that's dogmatic. That defines naturalism. It's not contentless at all. That's right. It's no, not at all. It's saying it's individualist. It's saying it has nothing to do with social. It's taking an individualist point of view, saying, look, here's an organism. It's got a particular physical object. It's like saying this kind of object has properties of electricity and magnetism. It's not contentless. It's saying if you want to explain electricity and magnetism, don't look for angels. Look at properties of organized matter. That's not contentless. And in fact, that defines the course of science, post-Newton. The suggestion is, yeah, that's exactly what we should do. It doesn't tell you a lot. That's obvious. It just gives you a course to follow. And the course that it gives you to follow is find the properties, okay, give a theory of the properties, and then search for unification. That is, ask how it relates to other properties. Well, that's exactly the course that I would recommend. Look at the properties that are involved in things like, say, rhyme, or entailment, or other formal relations. Try to find those properties, get the best theory you can about them, and then see what you can discover about other ways of looking at the brain that'll relate to this. For example, if you discover that electrical activity relates to it, great. If you discover that there are localization results so that sign and spoken speech are localized in the same place despite the radically different modality, fine. You know, if you have aphasia studies that show that some category of structures is wiped out and you know where the damage is, fine, you've learned more. And proceeding in that way, you try to approach the unification problem. But to make dogmatic claims, you know, like you got to look at the neurophysiological, because I say so, that's pointless. That's what's wrong with this slogan. What should be said, the way it should be said is, I speculate that the neurophysiological is the mental at a lower level. I so speculate. So you notice that this is given as a definition, and it shouldn't. It should be given as, it's got it backwards. It should be given as a speculation, turning it around, saying, okay, we kind of understand the mental. We have computational representational theories which explain a lot of things. I make the speculation that they are expressions of neurophysiology, even though nobody has any evidence for it. Well, that's a plausible speculation. And in fact, it's the kind of speculation which would lead to a research program. It would say, okay, let's try to find what it is in synaptic connections or whatever that have the properties that these guys discover when they look at rhyme or entailment. That's a perfectly reasonable research program. But the way it's presented is just a dogmatic assertion trying to get rid of the sense of uneasiness that some people seem to have about the properties that are called mental. That was my objection. It's quite different from the it's quite different from either of the other two positions. Which one?
Next to the second question that was asked a moment ago about if an alien drone like the robots on the moons can understand English or not. I think we have another example. Now we think and we assume that a robot or a Turing machine that proves theorems really does not understand theorems. So that will be more or less the...
Well, how do we know that? I mean, I agree, but it seems to me I agree for trivial reasons, because understanding theorems is a property of people. So therefore, yeah, the Turing machine doesn't understand programs. But, it's true, but kind of, yeah, sure, for exactly Wittgenstein's reasons. And yes, understanding Chinese would be the same. In fact, if somebody asked, does a robot identify a straight line? I would say no. Identifying straight line is something people do. Does a robot take a walk, let's say? I mean, there are robots that move things that look like legs and go somewhere. Suppose somebody said, is the robot taking a walk? It's just a stupid question, I mean, taking a walk is something that people do. If you want to extend the metaphor to robots, okay. It's exactly as stupid as the question whether airplanes really fly, I mean, nobody would waste time on that, And why should you waste time on this? It's the same kind of question.
If you're trying to push the simulation to the extreme, so suppose you get a human and then just a replication of that human. Create a copy, make a copy of a human. Just suppose that you understand how it works. I mean, it's like if you were to ask about how a human works. I mean, it's like, in a way, it's like you just have to synthesize a molecule. You can the usual way. First understand its structure, then solve the practical problem. If you do it, you just have by chance, or you don't know how you get it. Then
Well, see, I think there's some issues that have to be sorted out here. Notions like molecule and notions like person are radically different. Now, there's a whole philosophical literature about persons that has to do with things like duplicating them. So this is an effort to explore our intuitive concept of a person. And our intuitive concept of a person is extremely weird. So if you take the science fiction type stories, if a person is, if you look at, some crazy science fiction movie, you get people teletransported, right? They're dropped from the spaceship to Earth instantaneous at the speed of light. And the way it's done is you decode the person's genetic, the instructions in the cells. So you've got a coding of the person, and then you send it at the speed of light to some other place where the person's instantly reconstituted. Well, question, is it the same person? Okay, well, most people seem to think it is. That is, like when kids watch these programs, they say, yeah, the person got teletransported. But then, of course, come the further questions, the obvious ones. Suppose that when you teletransport the person, you leave the original. Okay, you don't eliminate it, you leave it. Which is the person, And if the two are identical, is it moral to destroy one of them? And if so, which one? Well, you get into those questions. Now, and you go on and on. And in fact, if you pursue it, what you discover is that our concept of a person is an extremely weird concept. But that's true of our concept of everything. Our concept of a chair is an extremely weird concept, if you look at it. In fact, the concepts of human language are very strange. I'll talk about this if there's time, either later today or tomorrow. But the concepts of human language are extremely strange concepts. Not human thought are extremely strange concepts. And you got to eliminate them all if you want to do science. They're just not appropriate for science. So you don't care any. I mean, now, molecule, there was a stage when it was sort of like a human concept. But as science marches on, it divests molecule of all intuitive properties. So you can ask questions about identity of molecules. For example, if a quantum physicist tells you that every 2 electrons anywhere in the universe are identical, okay, even if one of them's here and one of them's on Alpha Centauri, well, okay, that means something in quantum physics. Doesn't mean anything in English, But you create concepts which have their own properties, and then you can raise questions about, is this identical with that, or, and you can raise the kind of questions that you've described. I mean, have you understood something if you show how the object, like a molecule, is constructed? You can't really ask that about persons because persons aren't really objects. I mean, what our concept of a person is something that has a kind of psychic persistence to it. So no object in the universe, no physical object in the universe
could have the property that's over here now, and at the speed of light, it's somewhere else, an instant later. That's not a property of a physical object, but it is a property of our concept of person. In fact, there are even simpler things about our concept of person that are strange. Your body undergoes a constant change in its physical substance. Like every 7 years or so, I guess, all the protoplasm is replaced by something else. Okay? Well, if you were looking at physical objects, it would just be a different physical object. If you're looking at it from the point of view of the human concept person, it's the same person. And you look, you look totally different. I mean, you meet somebody you haven't seen for 25 years, they look different. All kind of physical changes have taken place. Is it the same object? Well, you can't. When you're using human concepts, yes, it's the same person, because the criteria for individuating persons are the kind of criteria that you couldn't possibly use in a naturalistic inquiry into the world. I mean, physics isn't going to, or biology is not going to want to have a concept that has these crazy properties. So they're going to have other concepts which they make up to serve the purposes of theoretical understanding. Human concepts are, of very limited utility for theoretical understanding. They don't carry it very far because they got too many weird properties, like psychic persistence, whatever that means, which we sort of know intuitively. And you can do thought experiments in which people tend to agree, although there get to be some where they lose their intuitions, like the teletransportation where you leave the copy behind. That's a point where most people just lose their intuitions. They don't know whether it's the same person or not. So we have these very strange concepts with other funny properties, and those are okay for us. That's the way we get along in the world. But they're no good for science. And therefore, to try to draw analogies between constructing a person and constructing a molecule don't make much sense, because there's no notion of constructing a person in the natural sciences, since the concept person can't exist in the natural sciences. That's too many crazy properties. Okay. I think it's very interesting.
For the future for cognitive science.
For those of you who are familiar with John Searle's work, which I only alluded to briefly, let me clarify certain points of agreement and a few points of difference. I agree with him when he says anything could be a computer. That I think is correct. When he goes on, however, to say that his thought experiment, this Chinese room experiment, shows that the mind is not in any serious sense a computer, there I disagree. His point is that since anything can be a computer, the brain is a computer, just as a pile of sand on the beach is, but there's no serious sense in which it is. And he argues that the thought experiment, the Chinese room experiment, demonstrates that the brain doesn't calculate algorithms, so therefore it's not a computer in any sense other than which a collection of stones or something else is a computer. But there I think that's because he insists on the non-naturalist approach. From a naturalistic point of view, whether the brain is in fact a computer, execute with certain hardware and certain software, executing a certain algorithm, is simply a question of fact, and the answer is that it is, if that's what the best theory tells you. If the best theory of the brain at the appropriate level considers it to be a computational device, which is executing a certain algorithm, then that's just a fact, just as if the best theory tells you something about, curved space-time or whatever. There's no other criterion for being an acceptable statement of fact in the post-Newtonian world, so that's a statement of fact here. And I think there's good evidence that, in fact, it does, in particular in language and aspects of vision and so on. Also, another point of difference is that, as I've mentioned a couple of times, I don't see any reason to accept this criterion of access to consciousness, even if it can be made coherent, which is by no means clear. So there are an area of overlap and also an area of difference. That's mostly for those of you who know about Searle's further work on this topic. Well, let me turn now away from the cognitive sciences and the modern cognitive revolution and turn to another, briefly, to another hotly debated issue that, again, seems to me to reflect a sort of a lingering non-naturalist dualism. This is the question whether, I'm quoting Tyler Burge, philosopher Tyler Burge, it's the question whether mentalistic talk and mental entities will eventually lose their place in our attempts to describe and explain the world. I'm quoting from a quite interesting review of the history of the contemporary theory of mind in the centennial issue of Philosophical Review a couple of weeks ago, which actually puts all of these things in place in a very coherent and lucid way for those of you who might want to be interested in seeing how philosophers have looked at these questions for, say, 50 years or so. So he raises the question, will mentalistic talk and mental entities lose their place in our attempts to describe and explain the world, or do they, are they going to persist? Are they going to survive the transition to natural science? Well, that's a kind of an odd question to ask, I think. And you can see that by changing mentalistic talk and mental entities to physicalistic talk and physical entities. I mean, natural language has all kind of ways of talking about the natural phenomena that we observe, setting of the sun, falling of a missile to the ground, all this kind of business. So suppose someone were to ask whether physicalistic talk and physical entities would survive the transition to natural science. Well, that's a question, but everyone knows the answer. No, except by the most colossal accident. The concepts of natural language are simply not appropriately designed for study of the natural world, at least the so-called physicalistic ones, the ones that refer to things like bodily motion and that sort of business. So to take the example I've mentioned a couple of times, if a physicist is trying to decide whether a pile of sand is a gas, a liquid, or a solid, or some other state of matter as yet not properly characterized, the physicist does not take a look at the way ordinary people use the word liquid or gas. It's of absolutely no interest. There is no such thing in philosophy or the natural sciences. There's no such thing as what you might call liquid realism or falling realism, meaning the belief that notions like liquid in the ordinary language sense, the sense of folk physics, the kind of common sense physics that we have in our heads, will survive, actually have to do with real things that are real in the world. The questions of reality and of natural kinds only arise within the natural sciences. They don't arise within common sense discourse. So there's no liquid realism, there's no momentum realism, there's no falling realism. Nobody cares in the natural sciences whether the concepts that they develop happen to match some of those of ordinary language, and in fact nobody expects that they will, short of a miraculous accident. Nevertheless, there is a debate about something called intentional realism. And that's what Burge is talking about. Tyler Burge. The leading exponent of it is Jerry Fodor. It's been mentioned a couple of times. Intentional realism holds that gives a positive answer to the question that Burge raises. It says mentalistic talk and mental entities will survive the transition to natural science, and must. That is, the true psychology, the true theory of the mind, will meet the condition that notions of what's called folk psychology, the sort of common sense view of what other people are like and how they work and that sort of thing. The assumption of intentional realism is that intentional talk about beliefs, desires, referring, all of these things that have to do with relationships between thought and something out there. That's what intentional means. That the concepts of folk psychology, like belief and desire particularly, have a kind of robust status, so robust that they're going to survive the transition to science, unlike notions like moving or falling or liquid, which we know aren't going to survive the transition for science. So nobody expects folk physics to be carried over into the natural sciences. But there's a huge debate, which enters, as to whether the concepts of folk psychology are exactly the right ones, give us precisely the right framework for the study of the mind and people who do things with their minds and so on and so forth. Burge suggests that the mentalistic entities and talk won't survive the transition to natural science. Fodor argues they will. This is the debate over intentional realism. But the whole discussion is curious. Nobody assumes it at all in the case of what's called physical. Why should anybody even raise the question in the case of what's called mental? Again, it seems to me a relic of a kind of epistemological dualism, which gives a sort of priority to the mental that the physical doesn't have. It's kind of inverting the usual fashion. Well, let me turn to a totally different class of questions. They've sort of been coming up now and then in discussion, and now I want to finally review them. The class of questions that are raised with regard to such notions as I language and having or knowing an I language. So these are the two notions we want to look at. I language, which is this internalist conception of a language. A language is a state of the brain. Okay, that's I language. And having an I language, or knowing it, as it's the term that's used in some languages, not others. Having an I language or speaking an I language is being in that state. Okay, so an I language is a state of the language faculty, and having an I language is being in that state, and using an I language is having your performance systems access and make use of the information that's stored in that state. That's the internalist view of language, I would say the naturalistic view. Now, there are a lot of problems that have been raised with regard to this. This is it's considered to have been demonstrated to be wrong. It's not only not accepted, the issue doesn't even much arise. And there are arguments. Here's some of the best arguments are given by a young philosopher named Alexander George, who's written about this a lot and happens to know linguistics pretty well, too. Now, there are others by Michael Dummett, who's a very distinguished Oxford philosopher who I've mentioned a couple of times. And the arguments go kind of like this. I'll give you some examples. Let's take John, some North American. John knows English, okay? Luigi knows Italian. John has beliefs about English, and Luigi has beliefs about Italian. John speaks the same language as Mary, but not Luigi. Languages change and evolve, and so on. I seem to be referring here to language all the time. What I'm saying is perfectly sensible. What I said was perfectly intelligible. I seem to be referring to language, but I couldn't have been referring to states of the brain. So take, say, John's beliefs about language. Certainly John has beliefs about his language, but he doesn't have any relevant beliefs about the state of his brain. That's for sure. Okay, so we seem then to have shown that there's some notion of language independent of states of the brain. A language, the notion of language which is entered into discourse of this kind can't be a state of the brain. States of the brain don't change and evolve. John doesn't have the same state of the brain as Mary, but he speaks the same language as Mary. John has beliefs about his language. He doesn't have any relevant beliefs about the state of his brain. So it therefore follows that language is different from states of the brain. That is, I language. Furthermore, having a language, John has English, Luigi has Italian, and it must be this notion that's relevant, since this concept of language is one that can be shared. John and Mary can't share a state of the brain. That's a particular arrangement of molecules. But they can share a language, so therefore a language can't be a state of the brain. So therefore the conclusion is that the basic notion of language can't be I language. It has to be what we might call externalist, meaning something outside the head. Okay? And then this carries over to everything else, to reference, to meaning, to perceptual content when you see things. It all has to be externalist, outside the head. Psychology itself, it's argued, has to be externalist. It can't study what's in people's heads because it can't capture notions like this if it does. And these are the notions that matter. There is some entity, okay, call it, say, English. Just give it a name. There's an entity that's outside my head that I share with, say, John Smith, and each of us stands in a cognitive relation to it, okay? But it's outside us. It's an abstract object. It's what's sometimes called a platonic object. And we stand in a cognitive relation to it since the object is shared, and we differ in behavior. Suppose John Smith's over here, sort of comes from another part of, comes from Oxford, I come from Boston. So we don't share behavior. I mean, we differ a lot in the way we talk. But we both stand in a cognitive relation to this thing, right? We both stand in a cognitive relation to this thing. We differ in behavior. It therefore follows that we have only partial or erroneous knowledge of English. Okay, follows, in fact. As Michael Dummett puts it, the task of the linguist is to explicate the cognitive relation that holds between, say, John or me and English, that abstract object, which could be either a platonic object, something like, say, a number, or perhaps a community property or a social practice, something outside my head, something that exists, I'm quoting Dummett, independently of any particular speaker. Okay, so whether anybody has this language or not, it exists. Just as whether anybody's thinking of the number 87, that exists in Platonistic mathematics. English exists independently of any speakers. Each speaker typically has a partial and partially erroneous grasp of the language. Okay? So like, I don't really know English. I have only a partial grasp of it. And that follows from the fact that I share it with people who I talk to. Like, say, my wife, somebody close by. We talk somewhat differently. Since we're speaking the same language, according to this, we have the same language, but our behavior is different. We therefore each have, at best, a partial and hence partially erroneous knowledge of this thing. Some people put it a little differently. James Higginbotham, a linguist and philosopher's colleague of mine, has suggested that suggested a position that he calls weak conceptualism. We must, he argues, accept the idea that there are these abstract objects that we stand in a cognitive relation to, otherwise we can't run through these apparently valid arguments, but he recognizes that English has no properties other than what is the reflection of an I language. So he suggests we think of it as a kind of a shadow, Platonic shadow, the mapping of the I language into some abstract domain. So you can then stand in a relation to it, and you can have beliefs about it. You don't have beliefs about the state of your brain, or if you do, they're not relevant. Okay, but you could have beliefs about this abstract image of the state of your brain, and that's what linguistics must be about. Okay, that's the general idea. Notice that this is, again, a non-naturalist argument. It's crucially claiming that the core notion of language is not naturalist. It's not part of the natural world. It's an abstract thing, either a Platonic entity or else a community practice or something. But anyhow, not, community practice or a collection of norms is not a thing in the world. So it's got to be something like that. Hence, the approach is non-naturalist. It therefore, as usual, requires that a justification be given, but in this case, a justification has been given. It's different from the other examples that I cited, where no justification was given. In this case, a justification has been given. Just to repeat, say, one of the several arguments, we have beliefs about language. We have no relevant beliefs about the state of the brain. It therefore follows that language is not a state of the brain, say English. We therefore, since I know or have English, I must stand in a cognitive relation to this thing. And since the object is shared but behavior differs, we have only partial or erroneous grasp of the object. In fact, it may be that everybody has only a partial, who speaks English, has only a partial or erroneous grasp of English, which is what it is, independently of any particular speakers. In fact, independently of all speakers, past and present. Okay? The model here for most people is the Platonistic view of mathematics. The view of mathematics that it's not accepted by every philosopher of mathematics, or certainly not by working mathematicians, but the Platonistic view of mathematics is that our relationship to mathematical entities, say numbers or sets, is kind of like visual perception. You know, we perceive a table and we grasp a concept. That's like the same kind of thing. And among the concepts we can somehow grasp are those that constitute the entities of mathematics, like, say, numbers and sets and so on. When you do mathematics, this is a world of things. You know, it's real things. I mean, even if we're not grasping them, they're still there. Before humans developed, they were there, although nobody was grasping them. And there are certain truths about them, like the prime number theorem is a truth about them. And sometimes we can discover the truths about them. It's not invention, obviously. It's somehow discovery. And in fact, you know, when people work on it, they feel like they're discovering something. So you're discovering some truth about things in the world. Sometimes it gets kind of tricky. Like it's now known that, say, in the case of set theory, there isn't going to be any way of, there's no axiomatizable version of set theory. You can't capture the truths about it. And therefore there are questions like, say, the truth of the continuum hypothesis or of the axiom of choice. It doesn't matter if you don't know what I'm talking about. Various assertions about sets. Since according to a Platonistic view, they're either true or false, we have to discover their truth or their falsity the same way that we discover facts about the world. Okay, and Kurt Gödel, for example, who was maybe one of the great mathematicians of the century and who advocated this view very strongly, held that the truths of arithmetic about, say, numbers are like the evidence that helps you discover the truths about sets, which is what you're trying to find out, something kind of like that. Well, whatever the validity of this picture, I don't want to raise any questions about that picture. I mean, if it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. But whatever the validity of it, it doesn't carry over to this domain. I mean, there are, let's accept it for the sake of discussion. Anyone who accepts a Platonistic view assumes there are truths about numbers, and they even agree on what they are. And they largely agree on the truths about sets. They know there's some things you can't settle so simply, but they assume that there are truths, and most of them they can find, most of them they can agree about. They can also tell us what you're talking about. They can tell us what the numbers are and what the sets are. Like maybe the sets are things that satisfy, some brand of some axiomatic version of set theory, say the Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory, plus those others that don't follow from it, but the true version of them. Like if the axiom of choice happens to be true, you got to add that one in. If it's false, you don't. But they can tell us an awful lot about the objects they're talking about. In the case of language, however, the Platonic objects that we're supposed to be standing in some cognitive relation to, nobody can tell you anything about them. So like if I ask, what's English? Nobody can say. I mean, is English my pronunciation or is it the pronunciation of John Smith from Oxford? Which of them is English? What is the syntax? What's the right syntax of English? Mine or somebody else's? Or take, say, lexical items, words. There's a word, livid, which occurs in exactly one phrase in English, namely livid with rage. And just about everybody who learns English, say me, assumes that livid with rage means flushed, because that's what people get when they're angry. You get your face turns red. So just like maybe 99.9% of the population thinks that livid means flushed. Okay, you go to school, where they teach you the truth, and and you write down livid means flushed, and the teacher says you're wrong. Livid means pale, okay, or something like that. So it really means pale with rage, or something like that. Or take, say, the word disinterested. Everybody practically uses the word disinterested to mean uninterested. If you're not interested in something, you're disinterested in it. That's almost a universal practice in English, except for people who believe what they've been told in school, where they tell you that disinterested means neutral. You just have no opinion or something, which is something quite different. Well, is there a truth about this? I mean, is it true that livid means pale, even if everybody thinks it means flushed, and that disinterested means neutral when, say, just about everybody thinks it means uninterested? If so, somebody has to explain what all that means. How do we determine the right meanings or the right pronunciation? Why is my pronunciation, which is some urban dialect, wrong while for English, while somebody else's pronunciation is right? And the same for any other variation that they may be anywhere in the language. In other words, what is the true Platonic object, and how do we decide what it is? In the case of mathematics, the Platonists can answer a lot of these questions. Not all of them. Like they can't tell you how you figure out whether the axiom of choice is in this set or not. But whether sets have the properties, in fact, that whether there exists a set with the property asserted by the axiom of choice. Question of existence of certain kinds of sets, and the Platonists aren't sure whether there exists. Most of them think there are, but they haven't, there's some uncertainty about whether there exists such sets. In the case of English, nobody can tell you anything. Say, Jerry Katz, who's the leading exponent of this view, a philosopher who's written about it a lot, he argues strongly that English has to be a Platonic object, and it's real. And it's kind of like what Dummett says, all of us have only a partial knowledge of it. But if you ask him what it is, he can't say. It's just that thing out there, which we stand in a cognitive relation to. Well, that's quite different from Platonism in mathematics, whatever one thinks of Platonism in mathematics. So this makes us check back. Remember, this is an unusual case of non-naturalism, in that an argument has actually been presented. In fact, of the examples I've talked about is the first case where somebody actually presented an argument for non-naturalism, the one I went through. Is the argument clear? I think. Yeah. So there is an argument, looks cogent. We have to ask whether we can explain everything that argument claims to explain in internalist terms, in I-language terms. And we also have to ask whether an alternative has really been offered. True, there was an argument, but has an alternative been offered? I mean, has a proposal actually been made? I mean, if nobody can tell me the simplest thing about English, that thing that I stand in a cognitive relation to, then what proposal has been made? Okay, that seems like a fair question. If language is a community property or a social practice, then which community and which practice is English? Mine, somebody else's, what? I mean, the questions surely arise, and we have to see what we can say about them. Now, notice that there are two kinds of, when you ask people to identify the Platonic objects, there are two kinds of questions you're asking. One question is, can you tell me something about this Platonic object, English, that I have a partial and erroneous knowledge of? That's one kind of question. Then there's a more general question. Can you tell me what kind of a thing it is? What sort of a thing is this Platonic object, even if you can't tell me which one it is that I have a partial relation to? On the first point, there is a kind of an answer, but it's so absurd there's no point pursuing it. The answer that's usually given is that English, the real stuff, is what it says in the Oxford English Dictionary and Fowler's English Usage. Okay, that's English. Well, that's just ridiculous. I mean, for one thing, the Oxford English Dictionary and Fowler's English Usage don't even begin to characterize English. They say nothing about any of the properties of the language that I was talking about. They have nothing about syntax. They don't even know that the topic exists. Furthermore, they're just stipulations. Everybody knows they're just stipulations made by various power figures sometime in the past, sometimes crazy stipulations, which were totally inconsistent with the nature of the language, made for one or another authoritarian reason. Maybe they are plausible, maybe not, but it's just a power system, something you can decide to adhere to if you like or not if you don't like. But obviously it has no status in this discussion. That ought to be a triviality. So we can put away that proposal. So we're left with nothing that's even worth looking at about the nature of the particular entity, English or Catalan or Swahili or whatever. As to the general issue, what kind of thing is this Platonic entity? There are some proposals. There's proposals by David Lewis, for example, philosopher, who believe, most everybody believes some version of this. So everybody, some people actually say something, try to say something about. Lewis is one of the few, a philosopher at Princeton. He says that these Platonic entities are collections of norms and conventions, which are, then we want to spell that out. What does that mean? And we spell out those notions in terms of regularities in behavior. And principles adopted by the speaker, so adopted, say, by me, on the basis of certain beliefs about other people. I'm not going to write all this out. On the basis of beliefs about other people for the purpose of facilitating communication. Okay, so like I adopt certain norms, principles, because I believe something about other people and I want to facilitate communication. That's norms. And he says, okay, in those terms we can come to understand what this external entity is. There's a lot of problems with that. For one thing, if regularities in behavior means what the words mean, that is, things that happen with more than zero probability, there just aren't any regularities in behavior, or virtually none. In linguistic behavior, about the only regularity in English is that when you walk into a room, you may say hello or something like that. And there's probably about 10 things like that. But apart from that, there are no regularities, you try to investigate people's linguistic behavior, and it's just always different. There's nothing you can say about, there's minor fluctuations here and there, sort of standard cliches or something, but there's virtually nothing you can say about regularities in behavior, at least if regularities mean things that happen in particular situations more than chance, detectably more than chance. So that doesn't seem to help very much. As to the idea that people adopt certain norms because of beliefs about others that they've worked out in an interest of facilitating communication, that doesn't seem right at all. Nobody adopts these norms. Nobody thinks about them. They just, like if you take a 3-year-old kid who has all of this stuff in their head, it hardly makes sense to believe that the child decided, okay, I have certain beliefs about the way my mother talks, and I'm going to adopt a certain norm. A norm means like, put your fork on the left, or, wear a tie in class or something. I'm going to adopt a certain norm because that'll facilitate communication with my mother. If anything like that goes on, it's certainly deeply hidden. There's the slightest evidence for anything like that, and it's kind of ridiculous. People don't make decisions about these things. It just grows in their heads, and if it facilitates communication, fine. If it doesn't, too bad. You try to get around it somehow. So we're basically left with nothing. We're left with no general account of what a Platonic English might be, and even more annoying, no specific description of any of its properties. We're told it exists, and it must be the topic of linguistics. The topic of language study must be that thing, not I-language. But nobody can tell us anything about what it is, and they can't tell us anything about how to find out. So if that's the topic of linguistics, we better close the books and go home, because we don't know anything about the things, and we'll never find out anything about them, at least according to the Platonists. Again, radically different than Platonism in mathematics, which doesn't end up with the conclusion, okay, close the books and go home. In fact, you have a lot of obvious projects to carry out. So that's it's different than the other forms of non-naturalism that I discussed, and at least there's an argument. so therefore we might try to inspect the argument. But it is the same in that it just makes no sense. Makes no sense at all, as is typical in non-naturalist approaches. Well, what about the argument? Okay, we have, remember the way it looks. I'll take the strongest version. John has beliefs about English, say. John doesn't have beliefs. By that I mean relevant beliefs. He may have beliefs, but it doesn't mean anything. This is what they are. About state of his brain. Therefore, which is I language. And it's true, John doesn't have any relevant beliefs about I language. Never heard that it exists, so he has no relevant beliefs about it. But he does have beliefs about English, so it therefore follows by logic, simple logic, that English is not an I language. Okay, that's a straightforward argument. And similarly for the others about English evolving and people speaking the same language and so on. So we do have an argument. I want to stress that it's not that no argument's been given. The question is what this argument amounts to. So take for example something else. John has beliefs about, say, health. Okay, like John believes that tomatoes cause cancer. Let's say a lot of people believe tomatoes cause cancer. Actually, they're probably right. Because they're highly carcinogenic, but it doesn't matter for the moment whether beliefs are true or false. But certainly, plenty, or people believe they shouldn't eat meat or something like that. So they have beliefs about health. You should run 6 miles a day or something. John has beliefs about health. Okay, that's true. Does it follow that there is an entity? There's an entity in the world, health, that John stands in a cognitive relation to, okay, because he has beliefs about health. John can have beliefs about, say, style of dress, okay, like he believes you ought to wear a tie when you go into the, when you give a lecture or something. So that's a belief about style of dress. Is one of the things in the world, maybe a Platonic world, style of dress? Okay, does that make any sense? John has beliefs about dining, like he thinks you shouldn't drink white wine with meat, let's say. So is there such a thing as dining that John has beliefs about? Or John has beliefs about national rights. He thinks the Welsh should have independence. Is there such a thing in the world as national rights that John stands in a cognitive relation to? And on and on. You can make these things up as you like. Turning to knowledge, suppose John knows the construction business like the back of his hand. That's why he makes so much money when he works on construction. Is there an entity, the construction business, that John stands in a cognitive relation to? Or suppose John knows the secret of happiness. That's why he's so blissful all the time. Is there an entity, the secret of happiness, that he has a cognitive relation to? Well, there are people who will answer yes to all of these questions. We can go on and make them crazier and crazier. But clearly, something's gone wrong. There's no reason whatsoever outside of a mistaken theory of belief and knowledge and reference to assume that there is an entity, health, or an entity, the construction business, or an entity, style of dress, and so on. To have beliefs about something is just to believe particular things, which happen to be in a certain range. That's all. It doesn't mean that the thing you have beliefs about exists. That's just a misunderstanding of language, gross misunderstanding. Unless you're driven, and to say that knowledge of the construction business is standing in a certain relation to things is just a mistaken theory of knowledge. That's not what knowledge means. When you look at the argument, you see that the abstract entities that are established, as you can see even more transparently when you look at other cases, the abstract entities that are established are serving no purpose whatsoever. They serve they play no role in explanation. They don't help us understand anything. Nobody can identify them. In fact, the only thing they're doing is allowing an obviously mistaken theory of belief and knowledge to grind its wheels pointlessly. Now, it's kind of amazing to me that 40 years after Wittgenstein, this can go on. Everybody's read Wittgenstein, and everybody's studied him. And the whole of the later corpus is an effort to make people understand that this is perfect nonsense. You shouldn't be misled by language into thinking that if there's a word, it's got to refer to something. And if you have a belief about something, there's got to be a thing you have a belief about. In fact, these ideas, the critique goes back much further, but certainly it's an astonishing fact about contemporary philosophy that people who have studied Wittgenstein and been influenced by him and even worship at the shrine continue to make exactly the mistake that he devoted his whole later career to trying to undermine. The undermining a false picture of language, what he called the Augustinian picture, that leads you into absurdities like this. And he almost defined philosophy as the failure, the act of being led into absurdities by a mistaken picture of language. He says, no, you got another picture of language, then you won't be led into the absurdities. Now, notice that this is all different in Platonic mathematics. Right or wrong, that doesn't have any of these properties. It's not leading you to absurdities. I mean, you might not be happy about the idea that there's a Platonic universe of real sets, including sets that satisfy the axiom of choice or not, as the case may be. You're not led into any absurdities by that. And in fact, there's a certain plausibility to it. It accounts for things like discovery, and gives you an account of truth, and it gives you research projects you can pursue, and so on. Here, there are no redeeming virtues, no redeeming features at all. It just allows this theory of belief and knowledge to grind along. And the theory of knowledge and belief is just obviously mistaken. That's not what belief and knowledge are like. They're something else. In fact, having knowledge of something probably is nothing more than being in a certain cognitive state, that is, having the relevant part of the brain in that state. So having knowledge of the construction business, can't say a lot about it, but it's some state of the cognitive system. And if you could spell out the nature of that state, you'd know what it means to have knowledge of the construction business. And things like having belief about health are perfectly trivial to explain. Well, if that's correct, then there's nothing left of the argument. The argument that was leading to Platonistic Platonistic linguistics, that is, to the principle that linguists, unlike every other scientist, have to study an abstract entity that cannot be specified and for which no advice can be given as to how to learn more about it. Instead of being left in that uncomfortable position, we can simply unravel the argument and say, look, it went wrong at the first step. There was an argument, admittedly, but it went wrong in the first step. And analogies to other cases should make that quite clear. Now, in this study of natural language, of I language, you may or may not come along with a concept that has some close relation to the term language in ordinary usage, but you don't care. In the study of psychology, you may or may not come along with a notion that stands in a close relation to the intuitive concept belief or desire, but you basically don't care. You know it's not going to be true when you talk about falling or liquids and so on, so why should it be true here? If it doesn't, okay, then we're just in the same status as the natural sciences generally. There's nothing wrong with studying folk psychology. Fine topic. Just like you can study folk physics, or folk biology. In fact, there are fields that do that. Like ethnobotany, let's say, studies people's beliefs about botanical systems, which are often very interesting. But nobody confuses it with biology. Okay. I mean, it's the study of people's belief systems about things like plants and animals and so on. And so those are fine topics, but they don't determine the nature, nature of a scientific inquiry. This makes sense. What about the other arguments? I mentioned the one based on belief. It is perfectly true that we use terms like, say, English and Italian. We also use terms like, say, household pet or terrestrial mammal or something like that. But we don't think that they pick out natural kinds of nature, natural kinds of the things out of which nature is constituted, like, atoms or elements with certain properties or whatever, or species maybe, particular species that are well defined, say nematodes. Nematodes could be a natural kind because it's advanced enough so that science has picked out something which is sort of real. But household pets certainly isn't, and terrestrial mammals certainly isn't. It's a perfectly usable term, but it doesn't pick out a natural kind. When you say that, we can say that, say, giraffes have evolved longer necks over time, but as I mentioned before, that translates into something else. That translates into the perfectly intelligible statement that the distribution of neck lengths, 10 million years ago or whatever, was different than the distribution of neck lengths now in animals that have a certain historical connection, if you look at the sequence of generations. That's what it means to say giraffes have evolved longer necks. That nobody is confused into thinking there's an entity, giraffe, which has changed over time. And there's no more reason to be confused about believing that there's an entity, Italian, that has changed over time. If we say Italian has changed over time, we mean the distribution of traits, ways of speaking and so on in a certain region used to be something or other, now it's something else, and that there's a historical connection. Okay. And that's it. There's nothing more to say. When you say that, nematodes, if I said before that the nematode neural system has been worked out, well, what that means is that there's a certain reasonable abstraction from individual nematodes which has certain properties. Okay, that's all it means. Nobody's confused about, if some nematodes have, 299 neurons or something, nobody's confused about that. Similarly, you can say, you say that English differs from Chinese in the rule of question formation is going to translate into something about a certain collection of I languages and another collection of I languages and some patterns that they share and some patterns they don't share. What about common shared language? The idea that was one of the other arguments. John and Mary share a language, but they each have only partial or erroneous knowledge of it, as you can see from the fact that they differ in the way they behave. Well, again, I stress that no sense has ever been given to that notion. No sense has been given to the notion common shared language, and it's not at all clear that you need any such. In fact, it is quite clear that you don't need any such notion. If I say John and Mary look alike, okay, it doesn't follow that there is a shape that they share. Okay, suppose I say John and Mary look alike. Does that mean there exists in the world a shape that they share? Well, obviously not. To say that John and Mary look alike is just to say, well, you take a look at the relevant traits and they kind of more or less overlap, more or less, because there's never any answer to how much. To say that John and Mary share the same language is exactly the same. They more or less share certain patterns and traits, enough so they can communicate without too much trouble. And that's it. And again, there's no answer to how much they must share to be the same language, any more than there's any answer to how much they must share to look alike. Okay, these are just questions of decision relative to particular interests and concerns. And there'll never be an answer because it's not a serious question. It's not that you can't use these concepts in ordinary discourse, like it might be perfectly reasonable to say John and Mary speak the same language, but Luigi speaks a different one, meaning that the shared traits of John and Mary relative to my current interests are overwhelmingly high as compared with the ones they jointly share with Luigi, which are relatively low, relative to my current interests. Similarly, I can say John looks like Mary and doesn't look like Luigi on the same grounds. But that's about all there is to it. There are all kinds of subcultures. They have their particular practices. They have their particular demands and authority structures. There's different colors on maps which confuse people in this connection. There are oceans that separate things that make it look as if there's some natural break. And there's all kind of ways of associating oneself with other people in what you can call a community. But there are no such things as communities. The world isn't divided into communities, just like the world isn't divided into regions. It's perfectly sensible to say Boston's near New York and far from London, but it doesn't mean that there are regions into which the world is divided, and Boston and New York fall within one of them, and London falls outside that one. Nobody's led into those confusions, and for exactly the same reasons, if people more or less speak alike, there's no reason to think that there are regions of common speech that they fall into, things called languages or shared social practices. Notice it's not a matter of vagueness. I mean, it's not like, say, the notion bald, where you're not quite sure how many, you don't know, you have no answer to the question how many pieces of hair it takes. Or it's not even like the notion, say, think, where, as Wittgenstein pointed out, there's no precise border around the class of things that we can say think. We say it of persons, and we'll say it of things that are near enough to persons, but it's a vague boundary. But that's not what's going on here. When I say the world does not have regions or areas, it's not that the areas are vague. It's that they're anything you like. They're anything you like relative to your current purposes. And exactly the same is true when you say the world does not have languages. It's anything you like relative to your current purposes. Now, it may be that that the continuity of systems has been broken by some kind of accident, like a mountain, or a conquest or something or other, or just because some of them, nobody ever started speaking them or whatever. But that's irrelevant. Obviously, that's irrelevant. Language is not the study of all geological. Linguistics can't be the study of all geological and historical accidents. That's not a subject, It's the study of something about language. And that's just what's in the head. There's nothing more. And it's not a matter of vagueness. It's a matter of the non-existence of the topic of common language. Well, we can discuss it if you like, but it seems to me that that it's one of these pictures that there's nothing to be resurrected from. The arguments that are given are intelligible, but they collapse as soon as you take them apart. I mean, unless you want to accept all these consequences, that among the things in the world are health and the construction business and so on and so forth. And you can see what's wrong with the arguments. And you can also understand why nobody can tell you a thing about the entities that they're proposing we must study. If somebody told you, a geographer, you must study actual areas, they couldn't tell you anything about them because they don't exist. And the same is true here. To the extent you can say anything about common languages, it's a reflection of what you say about particular I languages. And there's no question that anybody's ever thought of for which there's any even mildly plausible answer, where that answer can't be stated in terms of the real things, I languages. So it seems that this is a picture that simply has to be abandoned. If so, that's a lot of stuff that can be thrown out of the libraries, because virtually all of the literature in these fields resorts to the notion common language, shared practice. It's very hard to find something that doesn't. As I said, externalist approaches are taken to have been established and not even debated much anymore. Well, there's a related question. So you should think about it, see if that's exactly right. There's a lot at stake in study of language and psychology and so on. And I stress again that no one has ever even tried to give answers to the most obvious questions, like if there is Platonistic English, what is it? Whose pronunciation? Nobody has tried. Well, there's a question that's another question about which there's a large literature related to this is, what is linguistics about? And there are all kind of articles with that title, or the title, The Right Theory, about what linguistics is about, or what's wrong with the right theory, or something like that. It's a big topic of debate. And there's a range of positions. At one extreme, the topics I've just been discussing fall into that. Almost, the standard view, almost everyone, not 100%, but almost everyone who writes about it says, well, what language is about is these abstract entities or shared practices or whatever. That's what it's about. It's true, linguists go around studying I language, but they're just confused. I mean, they should get out of that confusion and start studying the real thing about which I can tell you nothing, and about which you'll never find out anything. That's what they should do. There are some, there are even more extreme views than this. Devitt and Sterelny, who I mentioned this morning, they, in responding to a paper of Jerry Fodor's about what linguistics is about, they take the position that, I'm quoting it, I'm not making it up, to find out what linguists are about, what linguistics is about, we should ask grandma, any arbitrary person, in other words. Pardon? No, this is the answer. This is the response to Fodor. This is Devin and Sterelny responding to Fodor. Yeah. Note that. So we should ask Grandma, meaning just ask some ordinary person, and we should adopt Grandma's view. Well, what's Grandma's view? Grandma has no view at all about how people speak and understand, so we're not allowed to study that topic. We're only allowed to study what Grandma says, and what she probably says is, well, it's about words and meaning of words or something like that. So that's what we have to study. Well, again, a very curious position, right or wrong. It's interesting that no one suggests that biologists should ask Grandma's view of what they should study, or physicists or anyone else, just linguists. Again, a sort of radical dualism. But there's even a deeper question. There is no question about what biology is about. There's no article about what biology is about, because it doesn't make any sense. Like, for example, is organic chemistry part of biology? Yeah, from a certain point of view, no, from another point of view. Is physical chemistry part of physics or part of chemistry? Those aren't questions. In the sciences, everyone understands that the professional disciplines don't carve the world up, into separate domains. They don't cut nature at the joints, so to speak. Like, you carve a piece of meat, you get the joint. They're just conveniences. They're for administrators of universities or granting agencies or something like that. But they have no meaning at all. There's just trying to find out about the world, and if things cluster in particular ways at a particular time, okay. If they start clustering in some other way, okay. There is no topic such as what biology is about. But there is a topic about what linguistics is about. And people, argue up and back about it, and they don't tell us why. It's only some people, I should say, do believe that the professional disciplines like chemistry and physics really do reflect ontological differences about the world. Jerry Katz, for example, not only believes it, but seems to regard it as obvious. But pretty hard to make any sense out of that. I can't imagine any chemist or physicist believing in it. Well, sometimes it's argued, it's turned to another argument. There's another argument for common public language, which is pretty standard, which we ought to take a look at. The idea that there's a public object out there that I stand in relation to and Mary stands in relation to, English. There's an argument that the notion of common public language is required in order to explain something that happens, namely communication. Surely communication happens, and therefore, if we don't have some kind of shared language, how can there be communication? This shared language is going to have shared meanings and shared reference. Curiously, nobody ever suggests that the shared language is going to have shared pronunciation. And it's, again, that same dichotomy. When you talk about the sound side of language, it's much less tempting to fall into total irrationality than when you talk about the meaning side. I think that that's a residue of the same dualism again. Anyhow, the argument is, if you don't have a shared language with shared meanings and shared references, how can you communicate? Fodor and Lepore, in the book that I mentioned yesterday or something about meaning holism, argue as follows. They argue that, I'm quoting, linguists can adopt an I-language perspective only at the cost of denying that the basic function of natural language is to mediate communication among its speakers. Okay? So if we adopt an I-language perspective, as I recommend, then we have to deny that the basic function of natural language is to mediate communication. Okay? That assumes, notice, that successful communication between Peter and Mary implies the existence of a common language that they share. Right? But that's no more obvious than the fact that physical resemblance between John and Mary implies the existence of a common form that they share. Obviously, it's false in the latter case, and it's not obvious why it's true in the first case. What about the cost of denying that the basic function of natural language is to mediate communication? Well, that statement, which is not uncommon, is quite unclear. What does it mean for a biological system to have, what is the absolute notion of basic function for any biological system? systems don't have functions. You know, they do things, but they do lots of things. It's very hard to see any sense to the idea this is its basic function. I mean, sometimes you can make a comment about that, sometimes you can't, but it's not a very clear idea. And even if we were to agree that language has a basic function, why is it to mediate communication? After all, it's just one of the many things done with language. Why isn't it to think, let's say, or to express your thoughts, or 1,000 other things, tell jokes, have social relations with people where you don't even care whether you're communicating? Why is mediating communication the basic notion? Well, those questions would have to be answered, but there's no point pursuing that course because there's no problem at all in accounting for the possibility of successful communication in strictly internalist terms, insofar as there's an account that's possible at all. Notice, it's not... Possibility of communication is something that tails off gradually. It starts very well, and then there's a kind of a drop off, and you can't say where it stops. And when I go to England and walk around London and listen to people talking Cockney, that's English, but I can't understand a word they're saying. At that point, communication is broken, and there's a kind of a whole range in between. But insofar as there's an account of communication, it presumably works something like this. So let's take, say, John and Mary. John's trying to understand Mary. What does John do? Well, probably what John does is make a guess, subconsciously, of course. Assume that Mary is like me. I'm talking to Mary, I assume Mary is like me, modulo some set of modifications. Like Mary's like me, and I'll have to make some modifications if it doesn't work out. So first I assume Mary's like me. Then when I listen to her, turns out not exactly. I've got to introduce some modifications to get her to be like me. If I can use most of this just happens automatically. It's probably peripheral to the nervous system. You tune in to other people in pronunciation and probably in everything else. And you try to find a way of interpreting what they say as what you would have said. And if you can make that interpretation, you understand what they said, namely what you would have said. Well, sometimes that process is easy, sometimes it's hard, sometimes it's hopeless. It just varies all over the place. But there's nothing non-internalist about it. It's always internalist, and you can use any method you like. You can most of it's probably subconscious and reflexive, but if you want to try methods, like look things up in a book or write them down or whatever you may try, you can use those methods. No rules about it. Insofar as I succeed in the task of introducing these modifications, I understand what Mary says. To the extent that I don't succeed or I made the wrong moves, I misunderstand what she says, which is often true in among people. The point is that positing shared entities has no more explanatory value than positing shared shapes. We don't need any such weird notion to explain communication insofar as we can explain it at all. Well, some of these points are made in the literature, but again, sometimes in a queer way. There's an important paper by Donald Davidson in which he comments on these things. He constructs what he calls an interpreter. He says the basic topic to be looked at is the interpreter. What's the interpreter? The interpreter is a model of a person in a communication situation. This is, say, John. And the interpreter is getting expressions coming in, say, talking to Mary. So here's Mary out here, and here's John. And the interpreter is trying to figure out what Mary said. So it's trying to give some expression or whatever, maybe the language of thought or whatever you think this happens in, that accounts for what Mary says. And Davidson points out quite accurately that you can use any method at all. In fact, he says, again, correctly, that interpreting is like finding your way around in the world. It's anything. Anything goes for interpretation. That part is quite correct. He then goes on to draw a very odd conclusion, which I'll read. He concludes that there is no use for the concept of language at all. There's no use for the concept of language serving as a portable interpreting machine, thing that you got in your head you carry around, set to grind out the meaning of an arbitrary utterance. There's no purpose in any notion of generative procedure or high language or whatever. We are led to abandon not only the ordinary notion of a language, but we have erased the boundary between knowing a language and knowing our way around the world generally. And he means this conclusion to apply both to linguists who've talked about language as a portable interpreting machine, if you like, and to philosophers. Everybody who has talked about languages is wrong deeply because there are no such things. There's no languages, there's no procedures for, there's no computational procedure for associating form and meaning. It's all a mistake. And the reason is because when we meet somebody, we construct what he calls a passing theory, a tentative theory. John constructs a passing theory about Mary, a tentative theory based on what he's picked up about Mary using any device that he can, and that's all there is. There's a passing theory, and once you've said goodbye to Mary, you throw it out and you wait till the next communication situation. Since there are no, I'm quoting now again, since there are no, we have erased the boundary, I forget whether I quoted this or not, we've erased the boundary between knowing a language and knowing our way around the world generally, so there's no more any notion of knowledge of language or language. Since there are no rules for arriving at passing theories, anything goes, we must give up the idea of a clearly defined shared structure which language users acquire and then apply to cases. There's no such thing as a language, period. That's in fact the opening sentence of a recent book on Davidson's work, which Davidson endorses as, the best exposition of what he had in mind. Opens by saying there is no such thing as a language, and then shows how Davidson got to this point over the years. First he said there's no such thing as a sentence, and on and on. He finally got to the ultimate point, there's no such thing as a language. And the reason is there are no rules for finding passing theories. Actually, notice that there's something right in those conclusions. There is no, we have to give up the idea of a clearly defined shared structure. Now that I agree with. There never was any such notion as a shared structure. He puts that in the same category with everything else because of the common assumption, the near universal assumption, that it's been shown that you can't account for communication or anything else unless you have shared structure, common public language. As I mentioned, that's sort of universal. So he therefore, it's a big point for him to throw out that along with the idea of a language altogether, and that we should indeed throw out and have never invoked. But let's look at the other part. We have to give up the concept of a generative grammar, a recursive a generative procedure that characterizes the form and meaning of utterances. We have to give up the notion of a language as something that's a state of the brain or anything else. There is no such thing as language. There is no such thing as knowing a language. These are just parts of finding your way around the world, period. No further distinctions. Well, the initial statement is correct. You can use anything you do to form a passing theory. But if you're reasonable, you're going, that's like, it's like saying you take a motion picture of the world, everything is happening. Okay. If everything is happening when you take a motion picture of the world, does it follow that you should give up any effort to do chemistry, let's say? Because that's not everything that's happening in the world. Well, obviously not. If you want to make, it's perfectly true that you're never going to understand this. To understand interpretation, what people do when they try to adapt to other human beings, that's so far beyond the possibility of inquiry that nobody serious even thinks about it. That's the kind of thing you write novels about. You don't carry out scientific inquiry about it. It's just too huge a topic. In the natural sciences, there's no such topic as studying everything. You can't do that. There's no such question in the sciences as why do things happen, let's say, or why are things the way they are. Those are questions, but they're not questions in the sciences because they just involve everything. And if you want to study something, any topic, what you try to do is find some, you try to find some part of the general mess of things, which has the remarkable feature that if you look at that one, you'll get to some of the basic principles. And ultimately, maybe it'll slowly build up to getting some sense of the junk that's going on in the world. Well, that's obvious. And to refuse that in this case is another form of really quite pernicious non-naturalism. Maybe, I'm sure Davidson will talk about that when he comes here next time, because it's a leading position in his current view of the world. He thinks that's in fact probably his major philosophical contribution. But it seems to me it just follows from a dramatic form of non-naturalism. Well, let's go on. There are, this is a class of arguments to try to show that either language doesn't exist at all, or that it's not in your head if it does exist. And there are other languages, there are other arguments of that type, and they take us into the last topic that I want to get into, and that's the topic of meaning and reference. Okay? The core of semantics, and, big topics. In the last 20 years, there's been actually quite intriguing work done on what are called externalist theories of meaning and reference. This starts with papers by, more or less simultaneous papers by Putnam and Kripke, two quite important contemporary philosophers, about the late 60s or the early 70s. Starts with talks, and then they wrote them up. And they're kind of similar. Then there's further work by people like Tyler Burge, who, I think I mentioned before, and, by now, thousands of people. Externalist theories of reference and meaning. These aim to show that meaning isn't in the head, as Putnam put it. Contrary to traditional beliefs that meanings were like concepts or something or other in the head, these efforts try to show that meanings are not in the head. Meanings are in the facts about the world and in the social interactions among people. That's where meanings reside. Now, since meanings are, since Frege, what determines the fixation of reference, okay, the meaning of a word is the method for fixing its reference, it's going to follow that reference is not in the head, not only in the sense that the things you're referring to aren't in the head, which of course everybody agrees to, like the table isn't in my head, everybody agrees to that, if I say table, but the mode of fixing reference that I use when I call this a table isn't in my head either. It's in the world. It's either in physical reality, which I may not know at all, or in the social world of which I have only a partial and erroneous grasp. Notice it's going to follow that if these arguments go through, that, this fits very well with the idea about livid and disinterested, that I may not know the meanings of my words, right? In fact, it'll turn out that commonly you don't know the meanings of your words. You'll only know the meanings of the words you use if you know the ultimate answers that physics is someday going to give about reality, and if you know everything about the relevant norms and conventions of your community. which is very unlikely. Only then will you know the meanings of the words you use. Short of that, you only have a partial and erroneous grasp. That's the same conclusion, but it's going to come from quite a different course. These theories, these externalist theories, which are almost universal. I mean, those of you who know the philosophical literature will know they're not even debated anymore. They define a notion which is called broad content, or sometimes wide content, which is the externalist notion of meaning. Okay, the notion of meaning that's determined by the truth about the world and by the social world in which you live. That's broad content or wide content. So the meaning of the word water, let's say, is determined by reality, right? Like if scientists find out that there's a variety of water called deuterium oxide, then that's what you were talking about all along, although you didn't know it. Because that's part of reality. It's another chemical variety of water with different isotopes and stuff. And if they find some other thing tomorrow, that water really isn't H2O at all, it's some other thing, then that's what you were talking about all along. Furthermore, if people in what's called your community, especially experts, have information about the world that you don't have, then the real meaning of the words you use is determined by their practice, not yours. So it's going to turn out that aside from accident, you rarely know the meaning of your words, and you rarely know what you're referring to. Okay? That's going to follow. I'll go through some of the examples in a moment. But that's the general picture. That's the externalist theory of meaning, which is overwhelmingly adopted at the moment. Well, let's start with some of the social factors in meaning. These divide into two types: social factors in meaning and real-world factors in meaning. Okay, that's the two types of things that determine meaning and reference. All externalist, all outside the mind. Oh yeah, I mentioned wide content and broad content. This kind of meaning. There's a big debate in the literature about whether, in addition to wide content and broad content, there's also narrow content. That's the other concept. Now, narrow content is the traditional notion of meaning, in which the meaning of a word is in your head. Okay, that's narrow content. There's no longer any debate about wide content. That's accepted as demonstrated. That's there, But there is a debate in whether, in addition to it, there's also a notion of meaning which is just inside your head, a kind of an I language version of meaning, as is the traditional view, in fact, that meaning's in your head. So like when Putnam came out with this 25 or so years ago with the article saying meaning isn't in your head, that was considered really shocking. It had always been assumed that it was, but the argument seemed to show that it isn't. So the question is there also a notion of narrow content, kind of like the traditional one, an I language notion of content just means meaning, Is there a narrow notion of meaning? But there isn't any debate about broad content. So like Jerry Fodor gives argument saying, well, there's narrow content too, but nobody argues virtually about the non-existence of broad content. The externalist views have swept the field in the past 20 years. We're now into sort of the technical literature on the theory of reference and the theory of meaning. Okay. There are arguments, and what one has to see is whether the arguments have a natural internalist explanation. Okay. Notice that this is going to be wildly non-natural. Okay, because there are going to be things like real meanings that are just unidentifiable in people's knowledge or behavior and so on. Somewhere else, Platonistic or whatever. Again, it's striking that there are no comparable arguments given about pronunciation. Though if you run through the arguments in the literature, you'll find that you can give comparable arguments about pronunciation pretty much all the way through. Well, let's have a look start with some of the social factors in meaning, the alleged social factors. So a standard kind of paradigm of discussion that goes back to Tyler Burge has to do with somebody who he calls Bert. So Bert is all over the literature now. And Bert goes to the doctor and complains that he has arthritis. Okay, arthritis is a disease of the joints. Okay, Bert goes to the doctor, and not being very educated, Bert tells the doctor, there are many variants of this argument, 1,000 different variants, I'll just pick one. Bert goes to the doctor and says, look, I've got arthritis in my ankle and in my thigh. Here, So I got arthritis. Bert goes to the doctor, I'm suffering from arthritis. The doctor says, where? He says, in my ankle and my thigh. Well, okay, the doctor looks at Bert's ankle and finds out he just sprained his ankle. There's no arthritis there, so he's just wrong about that. But with regard to his thigh, he isn't just wrong, he misused the word. Arthritis isn't the kind of thing that you can have in your thigh, okay? So he misused the word, and therefore there was a real meaning of the word, arthritis, and that meaning is in the social community, and Bert just didn't know it, okay? And what will happen in this case? Well, Bert will either change his meaning because he defers to the expertise of the doctor, or he'll say, I'll keep doing it this way because that's what I like, It's his choice. Well, does this demonstrate the existence of wide content? That is a meaning of arthritis that's outside of Bert's head, in this case in the social world. Well, there's a perfectly simple externalist paraphrase of all of this, internalist paraphrase of all of this. Bert has a certain I language, okay? In his I language, arthritis is a pain in various places in your body. That's the meaning of the word arthritis for Bert, and it includes the thigh and the ankle. He goes to the doctor, and the doctor tells him, look, we professionals use the term differently. And Bert may decide to pick up that new usage or not, that's all. There's nothing substantive missing from that account. That's a completely internalist account. As far as I can see, nothing substantive is missing from it. Well, that's the debate. That's the debate. Was Bert wrong in the first case? See, Burge's intuition, Tyler Burge's intuition, and the thing that's supposed to give the argument, is that Bert was wrong, but wrong in different ways. Okay. In both cases, Bert was wrong, but wrong in different ways. In the case of his ankle, he was wrong because he had a sprained ankle, not arthritis. In the case of his thigh, he was wrong in a deeper sense. He was misusing the language. Okay. He was misusing words when he said that he had arthritis in his thigh. So wrong isn't quite the word for it. He wasn't saying anything. In the case of arthritis in his thigh, he wasn't saying anything. So, but it's not a matter of being wrong, actually. Well, those are the intuitions. And underlying it is the notion misuse of language, which is extremely common. Now, have a look. So let's bring it up. What do we mean by misuse of language? Well, there is an I language version of misuse of language. Namely, I got some I language in my head, and I may well speak in a way which is inconsistent with it, either because the sentence got so complicated I got lost, or I'm confused by some other factor, or I had too much to drink this afternoon, or whatever, I mean, that's misuse of language in an I language sense, okay? I mean, after all, your language faculty is only one component of what enters into what you do. What you do is not a reflection of your language faculty. It's the result of the interaction of the language faculty and 1,000 other things, okay? So it's very possible that what you produce or the way you interpret something will not be in accord with your actual rules, okay? That's highly possible, and there are many ordinary cases of that. All right, that's one notion of misuse of language. That's a notion of misuse of language that carries over to naturalistic inquiry, to the sciences. Is there any other notion of misuse of language? Not as far as I can see. Every other notion of misuse of language always involves reference to common public language or, fact about the world or something. And if those notions, like it makes reference to broad content. Now, it's true that we talk about misuse of language all the time, but we also talk about having beliefs about health, right? We shouldn't get confused, but I mean, it's perfectly okay to keep talking exactly the way we do, just not to be misled about it. Wittgenstein's point again. There's nothing wrong with ordinary discourse. Fine, the way it is. But don't be misled about it by thinking it has properties it doesn't have. Like thinking that because people look alike, there's a common form, or because they talk alike, there's a common language. And all the other notions of misuse of language really mean you're not using language the way some authority structure says you should, or something like that. In the case, when you ask, was Bert wrong about his ankle, we have a simple answer. Was Bert wrong about his thigh? Well, if you mean by that, Bert was not using the language the way the doctor did, and the doctor's the authority figure, that's correct. Now, if that's what you mean by misuse of language, fine, but that's a completely internalist notion. It says the doctor has a state of the brain, Bert has a state of the brain, and in this social situation, the doctor's is privileged. Okay. You want the doctor to fix you, you better let him do it his way. Okay. But there's nothing there about, there's nothing externalist in that. Okay. That's typical of a big class of cases. I won't give other examples, but that's a typical example of a huge class of cases of alleged social factors and meaning. Sometimes it's also argued that this goes beyond language. It goes to concept formation. So Burge, for example, argues that to say that a person has mastered a concept, say Bert, to say that Bert has or has not mastered the concept arthritis, requires that we refer to a common language in which the concept is expressed with its actual meaning. Okay. So we'll say of Bert over here that he hasn't yet mastered the concept of arthritis because there's a real concept, namely disease of the joints, and Bert had a different concept, which he called arthritis. Okay. So he hadn't mastered the concept. Again, notice that there's analogs in the case of pronunciation. Suppose Bert pronounces it arthritis. Suppose Bert, he never heard it said or something, he saw it written. So he goes to the doctor and he says, I got arthritis in my ankle. Well, is he misusing the language? Is there a real pronunciation which he doesn't have in the common language? Well, you could say so if you want, but it would be extremely confusing. What you ought to say is Bert has a different phonological representation associated with some set of concepts. He has a certain pairing of phonological representations and semantic values, and it's not the same as that of the doctors. In my case, it's not the same either in the phonology or in the semantics. How do we know that that's the concept close to the doctor's concept? Well, just because when we try to understand their interaction, we see that they map each other that way. When they're trying to communicate, each of them figures, I got to reinterpret this other guy. That's the interpretation procedure. I've got to interpret him as saying what I'm doing. I'm going to do it in the minimal way. And these are the points in their respective I languages that are closest together in terms of phonetic and semantic features. Notice that procedure may fail. You may pick out something that isn't really close at all. Well, in that case, you misunderstood the other person, which is certainly something that happens all the time. Nothing strange about that. But again, there's a completely internalist account. Suppose that you meet Bert, not the doctor. I meet Bert, and he complains about his arthritis. Well, my initial posit, my first guess, is he's identical to me. So, and I think it's, a disease of the joints, so probably he thinks so. If I get some evidence that he didn't, like he starts complaining about his thigh, well, okay, I'll make some modifications in my interpretation procedure for him. And there's no limit to the range in which this takes place, and there are no rules for it, exactly as Davidson says. That's a matter of constructing a passing theory, and you do it any way you can. That seems to be an accurate description of communication. There doesn't seem to be anything missing from this description of communication. It seems accurate. It's not very interesting, because it says you do anything you can in order to try to reduce misunderstanding, but that just seems to be a fact. There doesn't seem to be an interesting theory of communication, other than try to work things out in such a way that the other person will be saying what you would have said. That seems to be what communication is about. It's not interesting, too bad. Suppose we say, here's another case. Suppose that we say that Peter's trying to improve his Italian. Okay, we can say that. He's misusing Italian now, but he's trying to improve his Italian. Well, what does that mean? What it means is, on internalist grounds, that he's trying to get his I language Italian, which is, his I language, which isn't really Italian, it's just something in his head. He's trying to modify it so it gets closer and closer to a certain range of people, of no determinate boundaries. It could be all kinds of people. He's trying to get it closer to a whole bunch of people, And he's introducing modifications insofar as he can to get closer to those people in his I language. Okay, that's all it means to say somebody's trying to improve his Italian. We don't seem to add anything to this account if we say there is an entity, Italian, which is the common language that he's misusing. I'll stop with the last case, which is the famous one. Hilary Putnam's, what he calls division of linguistic labor, which is the first example that was given of social factors and meaning. The idea is this. Putnam says that there's a kind of a tree called an elm tree, and there's another kind of tree called a beech tree. And having grown up in the city, like most of us, he doesn't have, all he knows is they're both big trees, big trees with leaves. But presumably he's using these words with some meaning, okay? He even knows that they're different in meaning. Okay, but that's all he knows in his head is big tree. Okay, like if you look up a biblical dictionary where people are trying to make up the meanings of words for texts in the Bible, you'll often find things like kind of tree, or kind of animal. They couldn't figure out any more than that. Well, that's all that Hilary Putnam knows about elm trees and beech trees. But there's a meaning to the words. Well, what's the meaning to the words? Well, the meaning must be given by experts. There's somebody around who knows the difference. So the real meaning of elm tree and beech tree is what the experts mean by it. That's called the division of linguistic labor. And maybe you'll defer to the experts, like you really want to, you want to buy a beech tree to plant it because somebody said it would look nice in 50 years. You'll defer to the expert and ask him which is the beech tree and which is the elm tree. And that's the true meaning. You don't have it. It's not in your head. No, what about that? Let's say that it's me, okay? I don't know the difference between an elm tree and a beech tree. Let's say there's an Italian gardener who works in my neighborhood. Only speaks Italian. Doesn't speak a word of English. I don't speak a word of Italian. We share something. We share the Latin names. We both know the Latin names for these things. So I give him the Latin name, and he says, "Oh, that's this." And say, "Okay, now I know what a beech tree is." So does this mean that the Italian speaker with whom I don't share a word is part of my linguistic community? Is Italian part of English? Well, that's a perfectly good case of division of linguistic labor. Suppose I want to know the meaning of, angular momentum or something, and the only guy around is a German-speaking physicist. So I, write it out, and he knows that much English, and he gives some explanation, which I look up the words in the dictionary. Okay, I've now got the meaning of this technical term, and I've gotten it from an expert who doesn't speak English at all. Or maybe minimally, So it must be that we're part of a shared community. In fact, if you pursue this line of reasoning, everybody's part of the same community. There's only one shared language, because you could do this in any possible way. And you don't need any of it. It's only a question of how people with particular I languages choose to accept certain deference patterns, which is a question of authority and interrelations. It has nothing to do with language. Like, I might decide to accept what the Italian gardener tells me, or I might not. In my I language, like Putnam's, elm and beech have different entries, but they both have the same semantic features. There may be a general principle about the lexicon that says if two words aren't identified as having the same semantic features, they have different meanings. And these two aren't identified as having the same semantic features. They just happen to not differ in semantic features. So that's presumably the basis for our knowledge that whatever they are, they're different. But that's just a general property of lexical structure. Beyond that, there's nothing to say. I can go to an expert and modify my I language if I like. This peripheral part of I language, the lexical names for what are called natural kinds, though they really aren't, that's the kind that you can modify through life at will, and sure, we can do that. Very peripheral to the language, and there's nothing more to be said about it. Again, it's like all these other questions. We can answer everything from an internalist point of view in an uninteresting way, but the questions are uninteresting. The questions are uninteresting because there's every possible form of deference relation, authority relation, social interaction, and so on. And there's not going to be anything to say about those topics in general, except do the best you can, and make changes where you feel it helps your life out or something like that. There's nothing more general to say. Well, final comment. For perfectly familiar reasons, there's nothing in this that suggests any problem with ordinary usage. right? Just that we not make mistakes about it. Actually, remember, there was a reason that Putnam had, which I talked about earlier, so I won't talk about it now. He argues that this externalist view is necessary to make sense of the intelligibility of science. We want to explain that Niels Bohr wasn't talking nonsense when he was using the pre-quantum theoretic account of electron, but that doesn't seem necessary either for the reasons I discussed before.
Okay. Item by item. Does it make sense to make phonetic, semantic correlations item by item? Okay, so let's take you and me. Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take you and me. I mean, we speak a slightly different variety of English, okay, natively in both cases, so, no question about second language. Is there a fixed mapping that correctly associates my lexical entries with your lexical entries?
Just for one individual.
For one individual.
When you talk about totality, does it make sense to...
Yeah, does it make sense to say that for me, say, the word fall is a certain set of phonetic and semantic and other, what's often called values, features of some kind, and probably other junk, like it's a verb, say. Does it make sense to say that? Why not?
And every other word.
And every other word, yeah. Every word is some collection of every linguistic, it makes sense, maybe it's wrong, but it makes sense to say that an I language is a generative procedure, the extension of which is the class of sets like that, where the elements of those sets are universal, notice. The elements of those sets are taken from universal phonetics and universal semantics, so they are common, but they're just our nature, Our nature is to have certain ways of articulating and certain ways of interpreting. And we set up collections of those things.
Why don't we just call that I language an extension?
Yeah, we could if we like. The reason why I don't like to do it is that there's several reasons. For one thing, the term grammar is hopelessly confusing. I mean, the traditional term grammar means a thing you go to the library. Yeah, his question is, which is perfectly sensible, we have the notion I language, and the I language generates a certain set of things, okay? Expressions. Each expression is a collection of features, and his proposal is the following. Instead of calling this the language, let's call it the grammar. And let's call this extension the language. Okay? So the language is an infinite class of expressions under this terminology. And the generative procedure is a grammar under this terminology. It's terminology, so we really don't care much what we decide. But my own view is it's probably not a good terminological choice, which is why I didn't use it, for several reasons. One reason is that the term grammar has a kind of systematic ambiguity to it, which has been confusing the hell out of everybody for 30 years. Actually, I did do it this way at one point, sort of. And I decided not to because of the enormous confusions that were introduced. One of the confusion, crucially, is that grammar, this is a technical meaning of grammar. Grammar for something in your head, grammar for state of the brain. But there's also an ordinary meaning for grammar. A grammar is a theory of language, okay? So you go to the library and you pick up something called Grammar of Sanskrit, and that's a usually bad theory of Sanskrit, okay? It's a thing that somebody wrote and stuck in the library. It's like a theory of chemistry, okay? And to confuse a theory of chemistry with chemical elements would be to get into all sorts of errors. And because of this terminology, and the same thing holds with universal grammar. I mean, if universal grammar is the initial state of the brain, which would be the plausible next step, then universal grammar is also traditionally used always as the theory of what's common to language. And you don't want to confuse a theory with the thing it's a theory about. So one reason not to use this terminology, I think, the amount of confusion there's been in the literature on this is appalling. I mean, it's always been pointed out. Like everything I've written starts off by saying, don't be confused by the systematic ambiguity in the use of the word grammar and universal grammar, but everybody's always confused. And there's a big literature about how can a theory and this and that and the other thing. Okay, so I think just to undercut those confusions, it's best to change the terminology. The other thing is that I think that this is a more natural terminology. I don't know, I suggested at one point, I don't know if this is right, that we call this thing, I do think it makes sense to call this the language, so that when we say that John has a language, we mean John's brain is in a particular state. And I think that's a good account of knowledge generally. When John knows the construction business, it means his brain's in a particular state. So when John knows English, his brain's in a particular state. That'll fit into a reasonable account of knowledge generally, or, being in a cognitive state generally. Also, it fits into, for what it's worth, into a common sense and, in fact, even traditional linguistic conception of language as a way of speaking. Language is a way of speaking and understanding. Well, the way of doing it is the generative procedure in your head. It's not an infinite set of expressions. The reason why the infinite set of expressions is a tempting choice is because of the analogy to formal language. But that's a bad analogy, best thrown out. Pardon? An infinite set of collections of properties. Yeah. An expression just being a collection of properties, or a collection of features or something. Maybe if one wants a name for the extension, also the extension has no particular significance. It's a reflection of what's real. What's real is the I language. The infinite set of expressions is just what the I language happens to generate. It's not in the physical world. There aren't any physical infinite sets around. If we want a name for it, it seems to me a possible name would be the structure of the language. It's not a bad use. They hold between expressions, but they don't hold in this case, they hold between expressions. In the case of rhyme, if you're talking about anaphoric reference, it holds in a certain fashion of an expression. But that comes out clear. These are mostly questions of terminology, and, you want to just pick your terminology so that people won't get confused. That seemed to be a natural choice.
It seems to me that you rejected intentional realism, but it didn't catch it. Could you explain it?
Yeah, intentional realism, which is a position advocated most forcefully by Jerry Fodor, is the theory that the entities of so-called folk psychology, crucially belief and desire, but also hope, all the propositional attitudes. Typically belief and desire are the main ones. The idea lying behind this is that there's what's called a folk psychology. We have a common sense way of interpreting what other people do, and we interpret what they do in terms of their beliefs and their desires. Like we see John pick up an umbrella when he walks out the room, and we explain that on the basis of the fact that he believes it's raining and he desires to stay dry. And then he works out a calculation that says, okay, if I desire to stay dry and I believe that it's raining, I better pick up an umbrella. Okay, that's our folk psychological account of people's behavior. And, it seems sort of reasonable, something like that. Well, Fodor has argued, this all fits into the language of thought theory and everything else, that the true psychology, the real account of people, whatever it is, will have to use these notions. Because unlike the notions of our folk physics, we also have folk physics. And our folk physics is our beliefs about the way the world, things fall and rise and the heavens and so on. And that's all turned out to be wrong. But somehow our folk psychology is going to turn out to be right. Now, intentional realism is, these terms like belief and desire and hope are called intentional, which Brentano's term, which just means they have a relation to things. You believe something, that's a relation between you and the world, So they're intentional terms. And intentional realism is the theory that says the world really consists of these entities. They're part of the world, unlike the common sense notion liquid, or the common sense notion ground, let's say, which are not part of the world. But belief and desire are. That's intentional realism.
The analog in, say, what's called the physical would be, for example, liquid realism. Since we have a notion liquid in ordinary language, if somebody came along and said, look, our concept liquid must be an entity in the world, that would be liquid realism. Or we have a notion household pet, say. And if somebody said, the notion household pet must be one of the natural kinds, one of the things out of which the world is constituted, that would be household pet realism. Or say key. We have a notion key, and we say, okay, key realism would be to say one of the real types of entities in the world is keys. Well, on the physicalistic side, it's all obvious nonsense. And the question is why it should be taken any more seriously on the mentalistic side. Why should folk psychology have a much more robust status than folk physics? That seems a curious view. Actually, there's a historical basis for such views. The historical basis is, you find it in people like Vico and stuff like that, that we have some special access to our own minds. It's in Locke even. The constructions of our minds we're able to discover in a way that we can't discover the external world. It's as if you believe that the mind is simply the repository of conscious thoughts, the mind consists of a collection or a structure based on things that you've consciously stuck in there, like a library where you've put in books, then it would be true that you would have special access to your mind. Okay, and that's kind of the image. The image is the mind starts, neo-scholastic image. Mind starts sort of blank. You have a perception, you stick it in there. You have another perception, you stick it in there. If they're close enough, you draw an association bond between them. That's the mind, and it's all conscious, And if that's what the mind is, it's true we would have a special access to it, just like you have a special access to the books in your library. And this view, I'm not attributing this view to Fodor. He doesn't believe it for a minute. But there's a traditional view like that, which does lead to the conclusion that the contents of your mind are accessible to you in a way that the outside world isn't. In a sense, that's true of Descartes also. Descartes argues that you can get the theory of the mind directly. The theory of the world, you have to introduce a few extra assumptions, like God is not a deceiver and so on and so forth, And whereas you don't need that for the mind, you just see it. So there's a tradition, but obviously you can't make any sense out of it. That's a tradition that can't possibly be resurrected. There's no reason why we should have any more access to our minds than we have to our digestive systems.
This is not a momentum, your explanation. It's about that scientist, I think it was Davidson, maybe I'm mistaken. He was in search of a definition for language.
Yeah.
And he is there.
That's this story.
Yes.
He's a philosopher.
Well, it's a scientist who desperately is looking for a definition of language. He said, well, ask grandma.
Oh, that was somebody else, yeah. That was David and Stirelny.
Well, why didn't he say ask grandpa?
Well, because that's just a tradition in philosophy that you refer to grandma.
Is there a meaning? Is there a sociolinguistic implication?
I don't know. I'm not sure where it started, but you either talk about Aunt so-and-so or grandma. If you want to refer to the sort of ordinary person, there's a kind of a style in the tradition that he grew up in. It includes Jerry Fodor and, a lot of young philosophers of roughly that age have picked up that style. I don't know why,
There may be a spiceful view on language itself.
I don't think so. I think it's just a way of referring to folk psychology. And if you want to be cute about it, you say, ask grandma, But there are all kind of articles like this, that talk about grandma and aunt so-and-so and that kind of business. Actually, there are some interesting things to say about this. There's, in modern physics as well, not just in modern philosophy, there's a note of kind of levity that didn't exist in the tradition. It's almost unimaginable that somebody like Einstein or Planck or anybody of that generation could have named the particle after something in Finnegan's Wake. They would regard that as unserious, But now it's done all the time, or make up, colors of particles. I mean, there was a kind of level of seriousness in the intellectual tradition, which is sort of gone. And I think this is a reflection of it. I don't know why that's true, but it's quite striking.
That's right. I'd like to pose a kind of general question about that. I'd like to know your point of view.
Yeah.
What we're doing is interesting. I'd like to know.
Well, sociolinguistics, in my opinion, has only one way to operate. And in fact, it has always operated this way, even if it denies it, and it usually does deny it. And that is to start by the assumption that individuals have their own I languages, and then to talk about relations and similarities among those I languages, and then to bring in other social factors, like deference and authority and kinship and so on and so forth, as depending on what you're studying. Okay, I mean, you can even bring in colors on maps if you want to look at the notion of national languages. Well, what's the status of those inquiries? Well, they certainly are of enormous human value. In fact, they deal with questions that are of more human significance than these are. But it is typical, that questions of human interest commonly don't lend themselves to rational inquiry. We might ask why that's true, but it's pretty definitely true descriptively. You go back and you look at the questions raised by the Greeks, let's say. They raise a whole pile of different questions. What is justice? What's the nature of matter? And so on and so forth. For some of them, there's been spectacular progress. For others, there's been zero progress. And that correlates pretty well with human interest versus non-human interest, or mental, physical also. There are a lot of possible reasons for that. Sociolinguistics may turn out to be scientifically interesting, or it may not. I don't know. Actually, there are things in it which certainly are of some intellectual interest. But I think it's unlikely to become a deep subject, any more than sociology is likely to become a deep subject. It's just dealing in part with things that are too much like the theory of everything. What happens. It's bringing in too many things, So you're not going to be able to find the operative things. And the other thing is we seem to run into a blank wall when we try to carry out rational inquiry into the nature of humans. What's surprising about language and what makes it particularly interesting is it's one of the few areas, in fact maybe the only area, in which you're dealing with something that's mental, and something that's at the core of human nature. And for some crazy reason you can study it by the methods of the sciences. But there's almost nothing else like that. Maybe it's what I call a mystery. Our cognitive systems just aren't oriented in that direction. Or maybe there's some other reason. Oh, yeah. Look, I mean, there's no question. I mean, the importance of a discipline and its scientific character are totally dissociated, I mean, speaking personally, what I do of human importance is in some other area altogether where there's no science at all, Here there happen to be questions of intellectual interest, but they have very little human significance in the sense that they impinge upon people's rights or needs and so on and so forth, which is quite generally the case. I mean, questions of intellectual interest and questions of human significance rarely interrelate. In fact, they usually disjoint.
I'm going to make a very stupid question. The difference between scientific asking theories to interpret reality, possible asking theories to interpret reality.
To interpret
Reality,
the world. Well, you mean it? Remember, Davidson's story is that when you try to interpret a person, this is a picture of a communication situation. So when you're trying to interpret a person, you construct a passing theory. And are you asking whether we can do the same thing when we deal with other questions? Yeah, probably. We're probably doing it all the time. I mean, everything, as we sort of make our way around the world, we're always trying to make some sense out of what's going on, give some coherence to it. I mean, whether it's building a mental map of the city you're in or, figuring out how people are placed in societies relative to one another or whatever it may be. And we're doing the best of a bad job all the time. It's doubtful that there's going to be, so if you like, we're making passing theories and we'll modify them and so on and so forth. We'll use any means that we can. If there's any more to it than that, well, it's yet to be discovered.
So linguistics also believe that the
because linguistics is one of those rare areas and in fact in the study of the mind it's about the only area that I know of where you can proceed to identify a subpart of this messy domain of phenomena and look at that subpart and construct a really explanatory theory which in fact bears upon other aspects of the thing. Very hard to do that elsewhere. I don't know any other place where you can do it in this domain. And therefore you're not stuck with just, messy passing theories. You can just construct actual successful naturalistic theories. Language has a lot of funny properties, very funny properties. I mean, the very fact that it's a digital system is a funny property. Language is like the natural numbers. Language is also digital. You add things and pieces like that. It involves a recursive procedure, a procedure that forms more and more of these digital objects. It's extremely hard to find things like that in the natural world, outside of the inorganic world. There you find things like that. But in the biological world, what you usually find is a big mess, with continuous relations. And, nature is well known. The standard remark of the evolutionary biologists is from François Jacob is that nature is a tinkerer. I don't know if anybody can translate that in some reasonable way, but nature is somebody who, tries to put things together out of whatever pieces are around, in a kind of an ad hoc fashion. And organisms are usually extremely maladapted to their environments. Well, I learned about that personally a couple of years ago when I had a really severe back problem that put me in the hospital for a couple of years. And, so I got interested in spines and started looking at it and talked to the neurosurgeons and so on. And the people who study these things say that the spine is so badly engineered that it's a miracle if you get through life without a problem about it. And in fact, they're so badly engineered that the surgeons, at least in Boston, by now don't really even try to repair them. They find that if you take out a disc and you let the blood clot form, it probably does about as good as the original disc. They also say that for every organism above the level of a shark, it's pretty far back, they have back problems. I always thought it was because they stand up straight that we have them, but it's probably because we can talk about it that we have them. There's a case where nature just made a bad engineering mistake. Way back, at the time of the sharks. And since then it's been propagating this mistake. And most things about organisms are like that. They're just patched together, Things are patched together out of this and that and the other thing and so on. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. Say, take an insect wing. The wing of an insect looks as if its function is to get the insect to fly, and that's what people always thought. But it now turns out that the insect wing is a thermoregulator. An insect has a lot of internal heat, and it's got to get rid of it. And a flat surface sticking out is able to dissipate heat. So apparently wings, at least for insects, evolved as a way of dissipating heat from the body. And then, it turned out by accident that because of features of the air, you could use it to fly too, Well, that's the way things happen in evolution, and you usually end up with just a messy thing, that's why when you study biology, you have to learn a ton of facts. When you study physics, you don't have to learn many facts. It's mostly principles, You learn principles, you can sort of work out the facts. You want to study biology, you've got to know all kind of facts, endless numbers, and so on, because the biological world is just very messy. Well, language, oddly, has some of the properties of the inorganic world, or it seems to. Maybe we're wrong, but seems to. which is kind of surprising, but seems to be the case. If there's time tomorrow, I'll talk a little about this. I mean, it seems to be part of the great interest in the study of language is it seems to pose biological paradoxes. It's hard to imagine how a biological system could have developed with these properties. And in fact, it's striking that none of our close relatives have anything like them. I mean, humans and, say, higher apes share an enormous amount of genetic material, but there isn't a trace of these systems in higher apes. Yeah. How do I know those things? Nobody knows. I don't know. Was I right? Did I guess right? Yeah. Okay. You can just tell when somebody talks your own language, even with a very different dialect, that he's just doing it in such a way that sounds like a native speaker. I don't know how you do it. You can usually guess pretty well. I mean, I'm pretty certain that there's no dialect of English that's like yours, but there could well be a dialect of English that's like his. I'm sure he made the same judgment about me. I don't know how to do it.
You made a distinction yesterday between scientific language and natural language.
Yeah, I'll say more about that tomorrow. Yeah. Actually, I'm afraid I got to go. I'll have to, can we save the questions for tomorrow? I've got to take off.
Ada? ¿Estás in? ¿Sí?
This reminds me of home. At MIT, which of course is an engineering school, the sound system always breaks down in graduation for some reason. Well, I was talking yesterday about externalist theories of meaning. We're now at the heart of the topic of the theory of meaning and reference. The theory of meaning has two aspects. So there's reference, the alleged relation between words and things, and there's meaning, which is supposed to be whatever it is that fixes reference, the framework that comes from Frege. The externalist theory of meaning holds that meaning is not in the mind, and the fixation of reference is not in the mind. What a word refers to depends on, first, social factors, and second, real-world factors. And since the reference depends on those factors, obviously it can't be in the mind. This is by now the prevailing theory. It yields what's called a notion of wide content or broad content, meaning reference, and a mode of fixing broad content, which would be the meaning. There's then a debate that goes on. It's taken for granted that this has been established, so if you look at the literature, you find background assumption, of course, these things exist, and then a debate proceeds as to whether there is also something called narrow content, which would be the internalist version, and more or less a traditional version, a conception of meaning as something that's in the head. So according to an internalist version, you know what you mean. According to an externalist version, you don't know what you mean, because it's determined by the outside world and by the future discoveries of science and by societies of which in which you play a part. This goes along with the idea that, as I've quoted from various people, each person has a partial and generally erroneous knowledge of their own language. And the language is what it is, even if nobody knows it. Similarly, the meaning of a word is what it is, even if nobody knows it. And typically nobody will know it because the actual meaning will depend on the future discoveries of science, the real-world factors. Well, this theory is... we might first of all ask, what is being... A theory is a theory about something. So what is this theory about? The idea is that these external factors, these social, and real-world factors provide us with the real meaning, the real notion of meaning and reference. And then the question arises, what do we mean by the real notion? Well, there are two possible interpretations of this. One is that we're trying to capture the common sense notion, the notion in ordinary usage, what's called grandma's view. So that's one possibility. It's the real notion of meaning because that's grandma's notion. That's the notion that ordinary people have. The second possible interpretation is that it's the true notion. That is, it's the notion of meaning that is accurate about the world, tells you the truth about the world. It's the notion of meaning that will arise in the ultimate best science about the world. Okay? So it's the true notion, part of science. And it's never been made very clear which of those two is the intended target of the approach, but probably the first. Grandma's view, folk psychology, that's what the philosopher is trying to capture in the theory of meaning. Well, it doesn't seem that could be correct for one reason, one simple reason, because in ordinary language there is no notion of reference as a relation between words and things. Therefore, there can't be any notion of broad content or narrow content or anything else. There is a notion refer, but that is used for people, like most of the intentional language, understand, and so on. These are all referring is an action that people do. In any language I've ever heard of, certainly in English, people refer to things using words or gestures or whatever, but the gestures don't refer and the words don't refer, except maybe very derivatively. So I can say, and in fact you can refer to things without even mentioning them. You can say that John was referring to London when he was complaining about the traffic, or when he was telling us what a wonderful performance of Richard II he saw. He didn't mention London or have any phrase indicating London. He could perfectly well have been referring to London. We might say, sometimes you can speak of words referring, but more or less indirectly. You can say, John was using the word London to refer to Paris, let's say. Maybe out of perversity or something like that. That's certainly possible, and then we could go on to say, in John's last statement, the word London referred to Paris. Okay, now we have a relation between words and things, but it's highly derivative. The main usage, the core usage, has to do with people and what they do, just as as all the intentional vocabulary, thinking, understanding, interpreting, everything. These are things people do. That's the way language works. I've never heard of a language that has any other character. In fact, when Frege established the subject, he had to make up new technical terms to capture what he wanted. So the technical terms, Bedeutung and Sinn, which are variously translated in various languages, this one is the one that's supposed to be reference, and this one's the one that's supposed to be meaning. But he had to make up, of course they are words of German, but he explicitly gave them special technical meanings because they don't have those meanings in German. And when they are translated into English as reference of sense or whatever, they are technical terms. They have a technical term has whatever meaning you give to it. There's no debate about what it means. If somebody defines momentum, we no longer have debate about what it means for them. They've told us. We also have no intuitions about technical terms. You can't have any intuitions about angular momentum, let's say, or undecidability in the technical sense. You can't talk about what it means to you or something. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't mean anything to you. It means exactly what it was stipulated to mean. So notions like reference and fixation of reference, if reference is held to be a relationship between words and things, whatever value the notion has, It can't be part of Grandma's view because she doesn't have any such notion, nor does anybody. You can understand the notion. I mean, it's an intelligible notion. You can make it up, and then comes the question whether there exists such a relationship. Does there exist a relationship between words and things, as is claimed? Once you can define the notion, all right, but that doesn't establish the relationship. You can define all kinds of notions. You still have to show that the relationship exists. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But in any event, it cannot be that the intent of this inquiry or effort is to establish folk psychology. In fact, if it were an attempt to establish the ideas of folk psychology, one would wonder what the point is. After all, that's a topic in cultural anthropology. It's unclear what it has to do with philosophy. Just as the study of people's ordinary conceptions of the nature of the natural world is a topic in cultural anthropology. It's ethnoscience. And, different groups of people have different interpretations of the way the world works and so on. It's a fine subject. Nothing wrong with ethnoscience. Maybe it's even illuminating. But it's... I see. Shall I use them? Yeah. Are you having trouble hearing? Maybe I don't need this. Can you hear me back there without it? Oh, I see. Where should I put this? That's okay. Right here. Here. This goes in my pocket. I'm sure to strangle myself. Are we okay? Let me get the signal from back there. Okay. Is this working or... I can't get any indication. Is this working? Is it working now? I see. I see. Well, can you hear me in the back? Yeah? Okay. So you want me to keep using this anyway? You don't care? I should keep using it. Okay. Yeah. I should keep using it. Okay. Even if it's not working. Yeah. Okay. Well, so, let's turn then to the second possibility. This is that this theory is an attempt to find the truth about the world. That sounds incomprehensible. I don't know what that means even. What truth about the world are we trying to discover? Maybe one can make some sense of that, but I think an explanation would at least have to be given. What aspect of science are we now investigating? I mean, if you're doing biology, you sort of understand what you're doing. What aspect of science are we investigating? Is this one better? Yeah? You still want me to keep this thing? Yeah, okay. The real autocrats of the modern age are the television people and the photographers and so on. So anybody knows that. Well, let's imagine let's grant that we have some understanding of this, although I don't think it's obvious that we do, but let's grant it for the sake of argument, and compare the or broad content and the notion's narrow content. We have a phenomenon, some phenomenon or other, say Bert and the arthritis, and we can give an explanation for the phenomenon in terms of broad content, and we can also give an explanation in terms of narrow content. Suppose that works out. Well, then the explanation in terms of narrow content wins. It's the one that would be preferred for pure methodological reasons. One reason is that the explanation in terms of narrow content is clearly part of science. Therefore, it's naturalistic, and it therefore carries no burden of proof. Their narrow content is, remember, it's a scientific question, a question of biology ultimately, to discover, if this is a child, what class of linguistic expressions get formed in the child's mind via the generative procedure. And if indeed there is a notion, if we can give an account, narrow content would involve whatever the semantic properties of this are. This is a collection of properties, say phonetic and structural and semantic properties. And if there are semantic properties, which we can think of as being instructions for use, analogously, phonetic properties are instructions to the articulatory perceptual system. If indeed there are semantic properties, that is, there is an internalist notion of meaning, a notion of narrow content, then that one, and if that notion of meaning can be used to explain the phenomena, then we don't even look at other notions like externalist ones, because this is the methodologically preferable one. One, it's part of the world, clearly. It's a notion that arises from scientific inquiry, naturalistic inquiry, with all the problems of getting the truth and so on, but it carries no burden, carries no further burden. In contrast, the notion of an externalist notion would carry a heavy burden of justification. It is not a naturalistic concept. It's a concept in part of sociology, and it's also got the problem that since real world factors enter, that means that the notion of external content depends on everything on all of science. Okay, to discover the meaning of a particular word, say water, you have to, in principle, all of science is relevant to that. So it's a highly holistic notion, so holistic that it's completely comprehensive, includes everything. A concept that, in order to be fixed, requires knowledge of everything is not a naturalistic concept in any serious sense. Insofar as social factors are involved, we're really pretty much at sea. There's no indication of how social factors are delimited, what are the right communities, and so on. So it's not if it's a naturalistic concept at all, it's a very high order one, maybe like a concept of sociology or something like that. And the concept of biology always wins if it is equally explanatory. Furthermore, so on the one hand, the internalist has. Secondly, there's no far simpler. I mean, the externalist notion is it involves any kind of social interaction that might be involved in a person's deciding to use a word one or another way, and any inquiry into the world that might tell us the truth about what the word actually refers to. We're now granting that we can make some sense of this idea. Thirdly, the internalist notion appears to be a prerequisite for the externalist one. Now that's worth thinking about for a minute. The question is, can you even present the externalist notion, the notion of wide content, without presupposing an internalist notion? Okay. First, if the answer is that you can't, then surely if the internalist notion alone suffices to provide a description, you won't go on to the externalist one for that reason alone. Well, is that the case? Let's take, say, Bert and the arthritis again. And remember the way the situation was set up. Bert goes to the doctor and says he has arthritis in his ankle and his thigh, and the doctor explains to him that arthritis is just used for joints, and he doesn't have it in his ankle because he has a sprained ankle. But Bert went to the doctor with some kind of concept in mind. He had a word, arthritis, which had some semantic features. According to Tyler Burge, the wrong ones. Okay, whatever that means. But in any event, he had some semantic features. He didn't go to the doctor with the word arthritis. He didn't go to the doctor and say, I have glub, some made-up word. in my thigh. He went and said I had arthritis in my thigh, and arthritis had a specific meaning. The doctor had to correct him because he had semantic features. If he didn't have any semantic features, the doctor couldn't have corrected him. Same in the case of Hilary Putnam and Elm and Beach. Elm and Beach weren't just nonsense syllables for Putnam. In that case, he wouldn't have known how to go to an expert. Elm and Beach meant, big tree or something. So they had some features. And in fact, if you look through the literature, you'll discover that in all the cases, the discussion it's a descriptive account of how meaning is fixed. It starts by the assumption that there's some initial array of semantic features that the terms have, maybe the wrong ones according to this theory. Well, is that eliminable? Could you... You go to the doctor and say, I'm not feeling well, the doctor doesn't correct you. See, this is a question of how you fix the meaning of a term. The idea here always is to show that the actual meaning of the terms we use, we might not know. We might be wrong about, because the actual meaning is determined by experts and, the reality of the world. If you go to the doctor and say, I'm not feeling well, he doesn't correct you. It's true, you're not feeling well. You use the terms exactly accurately. You didn't have anything more to say about it, but there's no meaning to be corrected. So you don't engage. If you go to the doctor and you say, I'm not feeling well, you don't engage in a discussion about the meanings of words. On the other hand, if you go to the doctor and say, I have arthritis in my thigh, according to this story, you do enter into a discussion about the meanings of words. The doctor tells you didn't understand the word arthritis. Okay. So sure, we can not have anything in mind, but that's... Sorry, I didn't know.
And can be that in the child's mind there is
a comment?
that
Orders? Stop.
in regard to real world function.
So the child might block the semantic features. Block the semantic features and go straight to the real world.
In order to get a meaning.
Well, the question is whether it's conceivable. Is it possible to have a notion of eye language in which expressions will lack semantic features altogether, and then you turn to the world or to society to fill in the semantic features? It's not so simple to construct such an idea. If you have no semantic features at all, how do you approach the problem of adding semantic features? How do you do that if you have no semantic features at all? Do you have the concept of semantic features? I mean, is it that you've got a concept of semantic features but you never fill them in? Well, if you do, there has to be some structure to that concept. There have to be certain things that are possible semantic features and others that are not possible semantic features. So in order to build up, this is a theoretically possible account. It just seems to me hopelessly unpersuasive. You'd have to assume that in universal grammar, in the child's mind, there is some characterization of the semantic features. Okay? So in the child's mind, there is some characterization of the class of possible semantic features, just as there must be a characterization of the class of phonetic features. If there's no such classification, if there's no initial categorization of that type, you'll never pick up any of them, no matter what evidence you use. Okay, that's just ordinary logic. Unless there's enough structure to tell you what counts as a semantic feature, you'll never find any of them. So we have to assume that the child has the notion of semantic feature, has some theory of semantic features in the mind, in some form or other, but doesn't use it. Okay. Rather, the child develops a concept of language which never uses those features, and then turns to others in some fashion, or turns to the actual world, say to the future discoveries of science, to fill in the features. I don't even know what this means. Obviously the child doesn't turn to the future discovery of science to fill in the features. When you say that the child turns to others to fill in the features, how is that any different from saying the child uses the data to add features to the items in the lexicon? That seems just a way of restating the internalist picture. I mean, let's try the same thing on the phonetic side.
Suppose somebody came along and said, look, I have a new theory of acquisition of the sound structure of language. The child, of course, has a theory of universal phonetics, has some kind of characterization of the possible sound features, but the child doesn't use them. The child just creates a lexical item without any phonetic features, but all the other features, and then turns to the world, let's say to what other people are doing, to add the phonetic features. That doesn't seem to be any different than saying the child uses the data to build up lexical items that have phonetic and semantic features. It's a funny way of saying that simple thing. There seems no way, as far as I can see, of avoiding an internalist notion in constructing the concept of external content, any more than there would be a way of developing some corresponding phonological conception. You might try to think about it and see if you can imagine a way in which the notion externalist content, wide content, can even be intelligibly described without presupposing that an operation of this kind has taken place. That is, that the child has looked at data and constructed items which include various properties, including semantic properties. Now, it would be intelligible to say the child has the wrong semantic properties, just as it would be intelligible to say the child has the wrong phonetic properties. I don't think, I mean, when I say intelligible, I don't think it's the right view. I don't think it makes any sense. But you can, at least it's coherent. But such a view is always based on a prior internalist account, based on narrow content, and according to this view, the wrong narrow content. If that's, let's take an analogous argument. I mentioned this is a kind of problem that arises all the time. Notice that if the internalist account is a prerequisite for the externalist one, if it's simpler, which is obvious, if it's naturalistic, whereas the other is not, which is also obvious, then going back to my original statement, if you can give a naturalistic, an internalist account, it wins for those reasons. Now, in the case of, say, Bert and the arthritis, there's a perfectly fine internalist account. Bert went to the doctor with his own lexical item, arthritis, maybe pronounced it differently, maybe said arthritis, used the word, and Bert would then introduce some modifications in his eye language, and since this is a very peripheral part of the eye language, you know, it's not like the system of anaphora or something which you can't tamper with. This is a part of the, Bert could simply decide, in effect, to drop this linguistic expression, to throw that word out of his eye language, and introduce a new word. We're picking up new words all the time, you know. And he said, okay, I'll pick up a new word which pronounces arthritis. He used to pronounce it with an ear over here, you know, phonetically this. Now he'll pronounce it with this. And this new word will have a different phonology, and it'll have a different semantics. It'll now refer to, you know, diseases of the joints. That's just like learning a new word. I mean, we know that people can learn. So, in fact, Bert, and you don't have to go beyond narrow content and eye language to a lexicon, a new connection, a new time all through your life. You know. And maybe you throw out some old word. You're not going to use it anymore. Well, that's a completely and then we ask, why did Bert do it? Well, you know, you go into authority structures or whatever. That's a completely internalist account of that interaction, and completely accurate. Doesn't lose anything. In fact, it's probably the best account you can think of that, of what happened. Same in the case of elm and beech. If I go to my Italian gardener, give him the Latin name, and he tells me which is the elm and which is the beech, I can decide to amplify my, or to amplify my lexicon, to introduce new items into my lexicon, which include the features that he told me about. I don't have to get into the absurdity of thinking that he's part of my linguistic community, which he certainly isn't, because he's a monolingual Italian. But it's a completely internalist account. It appeals to nothing more than ordinary acquisition of vocabulary items through experience. In this case, through experience plus decision.
but that doesn't change anything. So there's a perfectly fine, and if you run through the literature, you'll find, I think, that in every case of alleged social factors and meaning, there's a perfectly straightforward internalist account that makes use of the social factors, of course, but doesn't make use of any notion of broad content. Well, since the notion of broad content requires narrow content as a prerequisite, presupposes narrow content, is far more complex, and is non-naturalistic, there's no reason to introduce it, at least for social factors. So it would seem. So at least that that aspect of the externalist aspect here seems to be dismissible. We don't need it. That's the aspect that had to do with common language, common public language. And that's just as well, because as I said, that's an incoherent notion anyhow. So anything that appealed to it is, we're happy to get rid of. I was starting to say before, there are analogous arguments in other areas. Take, say, Davidson's story about constructing a passing theory. So we have a communication situation. We have an interpreter. And the interpreter hears Mary over here and listens to Mary's sentences. And the interpreter, Peter, constructs a passing theory using any information at all to try to figure out what Mary's saying. Okay, and the passing theory could be anything. You could use knowledge about Mary's background, anything that might be relevant. And then this passing theory looks at that evidence and comes out with some interpretation. That's the story. Well, the question that might be asked is there, just look at the question of prerequisites. Does this approach presuppose the existence of a parser, let's say? A parser is a device that takes in data, parser, and gives some kind of structural account of it. Okay. The structural account that it gives is, of course, based on whatever I language is internal to the parser. So, for example, if I hear you speaking, one of the things that I do is assign a phonetic representation and a division into words and into phrases and so on and so forth, and also assign meanings and so on. I do it in terms of my I language. Of course, that's not the only thing I do, since first I have to overcome the problem that your I language is different from mine. So I also have to work out this class of modifications which will allow me to interpret your expressions as some parallel expressions of mine. But the question is whether the Davidsonian theory that you construct a passing theory can be even described, can be even presented coherently without assuming that somewhere along the line a parser enters into the picture, something that assigns structure to utterances on the basis of a person's I language. Well, I won't go into that, but try it. Try to construct the theory of the interpreter that doesn't presuppose that at some stage in the process you're actually assigning structure to utterances in terms of your own I language. I think it's impossible to do that. You sort of leave it as an exercise to the reader. See if you can construct an account. Davidson doesn't tell you how this happens, but see if you can construct an account of the interpreter that doesn't introduce this notion at some point in the along the line. I don't think that that's possible. An analogous question also arises constantly in the case of the standard picture of fixation of I language. So take this picture. This picture is always, if presented accurately, is presented in an idealized form. You assume that the data is homogeneous. Okay, so it's not half Italian and half English, let's say. Or it doesn't involve contradictory information, like contradictory phonetics, let's say. Typically, one says that we're studying the acquisition of language in an idealized, homogeneous speech community, where everybody speaks exactly the same way, and they pronounce things the same way, and they have the same meanings and the same structures and so on. And we ask, what I language would be produced in a child's mind in such a community? Okay, that's what this is really a description of. Well, a very common critique is that this is an illegitimate idealization. because the real world doesn't have homogeneous communities, which is perfectly true. It doesn't. There's no such thing as a homogeneous community. And there are certainly, if the critique that something's an illegitimate idealization, of course, has to be taken seriously. There are illegitimate idealizations. So, for example, it can be argued, and I think that classical economics involves an illegitimate idealization in that it studies market systems without looking at questions of power. That's a critique. You got to ask, is it right or wrong? I think probably. The question is whether in this case it's an illegitimate idealization. And here we turn again to the matter of presupposition and prerequisites. That is there a possible account of acquisition of language in real-world heterogeneous situations that doesn't presuppose this account? Well, just think what such an account would have to be. First, we ask question number one. Suppose somebody says, I think this is an illegitimate idealization. Then my question to him would be this. One, is it possible for a child to learn a language in a homogeneous situation? Is that a possibility? Okay. In other words, is it necessary for language learning that you hear conflicting, incoherent data? Is that a necessary feature of language learning? That the data that you hear contradict other data? Well, that's absurd. I mean, obviously, it's not a prerequisite for language learning that you hear conflicting data. It's not a prerequisite for learning a language that you hear both Italian and English intermingled, let's say. I don't think anybody would claim that. Well, if so, it is certainly possible for a child to learn language if the data is homogeneous, consistent, in other words. It's possible to learn language from consistent data. If it is possible, then there's got to be some property that the child has in his mind, call it the property P, which enables the child to learn language in a homogeneous situation, or would enable the child to learn language in a homogeneous situation if it existed. So we've now established that there is such a property in the mind. Well, next question is, does language learning in the normal situation make use of P? P plus other things. Suppose you are faced in a real-world situation with conflicting data. Does the child make use of the property P, which we see must be there, or does it just not use it at all? Well, there's two possibilities. Either it makes use of P plus other techniques to get around the fact that data is conflicting, in which case P is a prerequisite for the complex. The idealized model is a prerequisite for the complex situation, or else one would have to argue that no, the child doesn't use P. In other words, human beings have this funny property in their heads that would enable them to learn language in a homogeneous situation, but they never use it. Okay, just like sort of sitting there. Complex, property, UG, and so on, is there in the brain, but it's never put to use. In actual situations, they do something else, always. Well, that's not a physical impossibility. I mean, an organism might have some complex capacity that it never uses, but it's pretty outlandish. And if you think that this is an illegitimate idealization, you're committed to one of those two views. Either that it's impossible to learn language unless the data is conflicting, or else that a child has the capacity to learn language under such a situation, but it's never been used in the history of the human species. Well, either of those two assumptions is too ridiculous to take seriously, from which it follows that not only is the idealization legitimate, but it's presupposed in all actual work. Now, a lot of questions have come up about sociolinguistics a couple of times. This is a typical case. Sociolinguistics studies things like the acquisition of language in non-homogeneous situations. And often sociolinguists claim that they reject the idealizations of the linguist. But I think it's clear that they don't reject them unless they want to commit themselves to one of these two absurd ideas. I mean, unless they want to commit themselves to one or the other of these absurd ideas, they presuppose the linguist's conceptions tacitly. And then that tells you how you should do the work, namely in the reasonable way. You should ask how the property P, the property that enables you to use language, to learn language in a homogeneous situation, is used in accord with alongside of other talents and other capacities to deal with the real-world situation. Same in the case of the interpreter. You'll ask how the parser, which is based on the operation that assigns structures based on the I language, how is that used in more complex situations to yield interpretations? The argument over there is pretty much the same, except for one difference. The part that's the same says, if you're interested in external content, you would ask how internal content is used to establish external content. Same reasons, it's a prerequisite, so how do you use it? The difference is that in these two cases, it's clear that you're talking about at least something. I mean, interpretation does go on. Language learning under situations of conflict does go on, but it's not at all clear that establishment of external content goes on. However, if it does, if people actually are picking up vocabulary items and modifying them and so on the basis of the real world and social factors, then an account of that will have to presuppose and build upon the notion of narrow content in any event. So the debate as to whether there is narrow content makes no sense. It's being presupposed. It's like a debate in sociolinguistics about whether there exists, whether the linguist's concept even exists. Well, they have to because they're presupposing them, unless they want to commit themselves to absurdity. This type of argument applies over and over again. It's worth thinking about it, and I think it's quite accurate. Well, in this case, we appear to have an internalist account, purely internalist account, of the social interactions, which makes no appeal to things like common language or anything else. That account is preferable on all grounds, and indeed seems to be presupposed in the externalist account. So that would seem to settle that issue. There's a kind of an epistemological priority to the internalist notion. You have to have it before you build up to the externalist one. Just as there's an epistemological priority to the notion of acquisition of language in homogeneous speech communities. You need it in order to build up to the higher notion. And probably, though it's not certain, the same is true about parsers and interpreters. If so, it seems that we are not forced to move to the study of everything in order to deal with the notion of meaning. At least with regard to social factors, it's perfectly possible to keep to a completely internalist account. Now, I'll come back to the harder question of real-world factors in a minute. I think it is harder, more puzzling in certain ways. But let me make it clear what I'm not saying. I'm not suggesting that naturalistic accounts are a possible alternative to the standard externalist accounts. I'm not saying that. Rather, I think that the externalist accounts cannot be seriously considered. They can't be seriously entertained, at least with regard to social factors, because there is a naturalistic account, and secondly, because the basis for the externalist account, the notion of common public language or community or whatever, has not been clarified. So it's hand-waving. It's hand-waving, and it's unnecessary. So it's not that the naturalistic account is an alternative that we can place alongside the standard theories. Rather, it's the only theory. The standard ones just don't deserve being considered, at least with regard to social factors. Let me repeat something I said before. I'm also not suggesting that we use the concept idiolect instead of language or dialect in the sense of common language. An idiolect in all this literature, the term idiolect is used to refer to the particular system, the particular speech, the grammar or the set of rules or something for a particular person in particular situations, particular style of speech for a particular person. And that notion is also not of much use. It's not an I language. It's not an I language because it was developed in the person's head in the actual world. And the actual world is one of heterogeneous speech communities, which involve conflicting data and so on and so forth. So what has gotten into your head is some horrible mess based on the property P, that is, the property that allows you to select an I language under homogeneous conditions, plus whatever historical accidents and accidents of personal history and whatever have given this thing in your head. I mean, there's something there, but it's certainly not an I language. And the thing that's there is about as of much interest to science as the flight of a feather on a windy day or something. Just some mess, not worth looking at. What you want to look at if you want to understand things, including what's going on in the real world, is what is called the idealized concept, the concept of I language as it would arise under homogeneous conditions. And the notion idealized, as I think I mentioned before, can be misleading. Idealized means real in the sciences. Idealization carries you to reality, to the elements out of which the real complexity is constituted. That's what idealization's for. If idealization is, you can be mistaken. Maybe it's an illegitimate idealization. But if you carried out idealization correctly, you're not dealing with an ideal world. You're dealing with the real world. The reality of the world is those hidden truths that we can only discover by idealization. That is, by throwing away complexity that's messing up the situation. That's, in a way, the major insight of the Galilean revolution. Galileo, for example, was criticized for studying things like balls rolling down inclined planes. Well, who cares about balls rolling down inclined planes? That doesn't happen. What happens is balls roll down mountainsides and so on. And he had to make an effort, a propaganda effort, to convince people that if you wanted to understand the real world, you had to look at highly idealized situations. Balls rolling down frictionless planes, something which can't even exist physically. And it's only after that intellectual wrench has been made that you enter the world of natural science. That wrench hasn't been made in most fields. So, especially in these fields, it's still pre-scientific in the sense that the understanding that to get at reality you have to idealize is considered quite controversial in the study of humans. And that's a sign of their primitiveness. Another sign. Well, okay, so much for the social factors. What about the real world factors? That's a tricky issue. And there's been a lot of sophisticated work on it. I'll give a couple of cases. Again, we have to ask the same question. When we look at the real world factors, are we trying to capture grandma's view or the true theory? And we have the same problems. If we're trying to capture grandma's view, she doesn't have any view about reference, so therefore she can't have a view about real world factors. If we're trying to develop the true theory of reference, it's unclear what we're doing. It's unclear what the topic of study is, what the empirical conditions of this inquiry are. It's not like trying to explain the truth about perception or something. Maybe we can learn something by looking at maybe we can clarify this issue by looking at the matter of perception. Because in fact, these arguments have been applied not just to language, but to psychology generally. That is, it's commonly believed that all of psychology, not just language, has to be externalist. Okay? Has to deal with real-world factors. We're now dropping the social factors and looking just at the real-world factors, and it is widely argued and widely assumed that all of psychology, not just the language part, is crucially wedded to real-world factors. So take perceptual psychology, say vision. A common view today, applying the same externalist thinking, is that the psychologist studying vision must take into account the real nature of the things being seen. Okay, and the argument is if we have the sentence John sees a tree, okay, and that's what's being studied in the study of vision, the fact that John sees a tree or something simpler like, say, a cube in motion or something. See is what's called a success word. You don't see something unless it's really there. If it's not really there, and you may think you see it, but you have an illusion. Okay, this is not so obvious, but it's claimed that in normal language, and there's at least something to it, see is a success word. You can't say I saw a tree if there wasn't a tree there. You may have thought you saw a tree, but you didn't see the tree. That's what an illusion is, when you think you see something but it isn't there. Well, since see is a success term, and visual psychology is studying seeing, then it's got to be externalist. It has to take account of the thing that is being seen and its nature. Now, for internalist psychology, in contrast, that's the internalist theory of perception is a study of what goes on between the retina and the brain. Doesn't matter what's out there. Okay. Internalist psychology asks what happens when a signal hits the retina and gets interpreted in the brain, whatever caused the signal to hit the retina. But externalist psychology must look at what caused the thing that hit the retina, because you didn't really see the tree unless it was there. For example, if somebody stimulated your retina, if there was a way of stimulating the retina with the same signals that are provided, say, by a cube rotating in space, then you would have in your head exactly the picture that you get when you see a cube rotating in space, but you wouldn't have seen it because there was no cube rotating in space. Okay, it was just some mad scientist stimulating your retina. Okay, so so an externalist theory of perception would require and insist, in fact, that psychology must be the study of the relation between things and percepts, whereas an internalist theory of perception says psychology is the study of the relation between retinal images and percepts. Now notice that an internalist psychology has no problem with the fact that see is a success word. It just says I'm not studying seeing. Seeing is something that people do. I'm studying the way in which they do it. I'm studying the mechanisms that enter into what people do in the real world. And those mechanisms lie between the retina and the brain. And then when I want to talk about, how people find their way in the world, I'm going to add all sorts of other stuff. But I'm studying this part of the process. That's psychology. Well, it's commonly argued. It's argued particularly by Tyler Burge again. A series of articles, as have others, Martin Davies, who expected to be here but couldn't make it, and others have argued that actual psychology, actual visual psychology, is externalist. So they're concerned, they're interested particularly in work in the David Marr school. David Marr was a neurophysiologist who pretty much opened up large parts of the contemporary theory of vision by developing models of the visual process that carry it from stimuli up till not quite percepts, but at least sort of partial images of percepts. And these models had neurophysiological reality and some success in explanation, and they set off a big study. It's one of the main parts of the theory of vision. So Burge and Davies and others have argued that, in fact, if you look at the work in the Marr School, it is externalist. Therefore, psychology is externalist, as it ought to be, and therefore the study of language ought to be externalist, too. But this is just a misinterpretation of the work. And you can see that very clearly if you look at the experiments. The experiments don't involve cubes rotating in space. They involve tachistoscopic images. So, the standard experiment would be you got a tachistoscope in which there's a bunch of points of light, and the question is what different arrays of points of light will lead to a person seeing a cube rotating in space. And there's all kinds of theories about that. Turns out that if you have 4 points of light and you give them, I forget how many, I think 3 successive presentations, that determines a rigid object rotating in space. Your mind does all the rest of the work. It just takes the successive points and forces an interpretation of a rigid object. There's some kind of rigidity principle in your head that says, however limited the stimulation, and it can be very limited, interpret it as a rigid object moving in space, not as some other thing. That's, in fact, one of the big discoveries. But the discovery was not made by having people look at objects rotating in space. It was made by points of light flashing on a tachistoscope, because it was, in fact, only interested in the relation between the retinal image and the brain. People have been misled by the fact that in the kind of informal discussion, where there's efforts to motivate what they're doing, there's a lot of talk about functional utility and evolution and, how we might have gotten this way and so on. And, of course, all of that talk is externalist. It talks about how people, function in the world. But when you get to the actual experimental work, it's all completely internalist, and as far as I can see, it has to be. There's no way to do externalist psychology. Externalist psychology would be a study of everything. It would have to include physics and chemistry and everything else. That's not a topic. That's like why do things happen again? So there's no way to do externalist psychology, and in fact nobody does it. They do internalist psychology. They may describe it in ways that mislead people, maybe even mislead themselves, but there's no possibility of doing it. Now, are things different when we turn to the special branch of psychology that studies language? Well, let's have a look at the arguments. Notice again before proceeding that if there is an internalist account of perceiving the cube rotating in space, as there is, then we don't look for an externalist account, because the internalist account carries no burden of proof. It's strictly part of science. It's obviously far simpler, doesn't require, the study of trees, let's say, and it's a prerequisite again. You can't develop the externalist account without some account of what happens between the retina and the eye. I mean, even if you were interested in studying the relationship between trees and percepts, somewhere along the way you'd have to study what goes on between the retina and percepts. So the internalist account is surely a prerequisite, obviously, in this case. Therefore, it wins, and since it works anyway, there's no further interest in externalist psychology. Exactly the same as in the social factors aspect of this. Well, let's turn to the perception. Yeah, you can call it. That's what it actually is. I mean, what's called visual psychology or psychology of perception is the study of brain processes. I mean, it's not the study of everything. So, for example, if you have a real perception and an illusion, you'll give the same account of them. As far as psychology is concerned, I mean, you'll want to know why the Necker cube provides an illusion. But, that's an internalist account. What else could it be? So, for example, a psychologist studying visual perception is not going to carry out an inquiry into the nature of trees, because people see trees. And same across the board. Well, let's take a look at the special branch of psychology that studies language and ask whether there's any more sense to an insistence on real-world factors in reference and meaning in this case. Here the arguments, again, go back largely to Putnam and Kripke in that same collection of articles that I mentioned, which about 20 years ago really set the field on a new course. And incidentally, they have a lot of very, not only well-argued, but very useful material in them. They were quite important, although I don't agree with these particular conclusions. The standard argument, goes back to Putnam, is what's called the twin earth argument. I mean, that's like the paradigm around which the discussion proceeds. Suggests the following, he says, think of the following thought experiment, okay? We on Earth have a word, water. Let's pick a person who he calls Oscar. On Earth has a word, water, and water refers to a particular thing which scientists have told us is H2O, okay? So the word water refers to H2O. That's a fact about our language. Scientists told us that. Okay, that's the real world factor. Now I'm another place far away, but another universe, another in which there's a duplicate of Oscar, doppelganger, molecule replica of Oscar. Call him Twin Oscar. Since he's exactly the same as Oscar, he's also going to have a word water, okay? Because his brain and everything about him is the same as Oscar. But suppose that in that universe, there is no H2O. There's another thing, let's say, with the chemical composition XYZ, whatever it may be, which happens to look exactly different chemical composition, and that's what Twin Oscar is referring to. Okay, so Twin Oscar's word water. Okay, so it therefore follows that meaning isn't in the head, because Oscar and Twin Oscar have the same thing in the head, exactly the same thing in the head by assumption. So whatever if what fixes meaning is in the head, what fixes reference is something that's in the head, they would have to have the same reference, but they don't, because the words refer to different things. Okay, so we have therefore established that meaning isn't in the head. That's the paradigm argument. Okay. Well, is it really convincing? One thing that's, first of all, notice that it's based on, it's an exploration. Notice what the thought experiment is. It's exploring our notion of the reference of words. It's saying, under these conditions, we would say that the word water for Oscar refers to H2O, and the word water for Twin Oscar refers to XYZ. That's what you're supposed to be persuaded of. To be persuaded of that, you explore your own intuitions about what words refer to, and you discover that your intuitions have this property. That's the argument, right? Like, it's not an empirical inquiry into something. It's an introspective inquiry into your own intuitions about the word refer that holds between words and things. Okay. Well, point number one is that we have no such intuitions. We can't have any intuitions, because the concept refer, holding between words and things, is a technical invented concept. I mean, if somebody explains it to you, you can understand it, but it's not a concept that you have intuitions about, any more than you have intuitions about, say, undecidability in the technical sense. If you're studying metamathematics and you get the undecidability proofs, and you start using your intuitions about the word undecidability, you better pick up another field, because you're not supposed to use those intuitions. Undecidability means whatever that guy standing up there says it means, okay? And you have no intuitions about it as a matter of logic. Similarly, if refer as a relationship between words and things is not part of ordinary usage of language, you can't have any intuitions about it. And as far as I can see, it's not part of ordinary usage. There is a word refer, but that has to do with what people do. So problem number one is you can't have any such intuitions. Well, that means it's not that people don't make judgments. In fact, everybody in the philosophical literature has made the same judgment, namely that water refers to H2O for Oscar and it refers to XYZ for Twin Oscar. So they're doing something, but it must be illegitimately bringing in intuitions about the use of the word refer as something that people do to a situation where it's inapplicable. Notice the issue is not whether Oscar is, suppose we use the actual word refer. So in fact, Oscar is referring to H2O and Twin Oscar is referring to XYZ. Well, that is correct, but that doesn't get you anywhere. Because if Twin Oscar landed on Earth and he pointed to this, he would now be calling it water. It says, I want a glass of water. He would now be referring to H2O, and there's no paradox, no problem. Yeah, he's referring to XYZ up there, and he's referring to H2O down here. So that's no problem. I mean, the ordinary use of the word refer doesn't get us into any problems at all. We would say, in fact, up on Twin Earth, Oscar was referring to XYZ because that's the stuff they have up there. When he comes down here and asks for a glass of water, he's referring to H2O because that's what we have down here. Nothing problematic about it. No real world factors in meaning. In fact, nothing. The argument only has some bite. It only goes through. It only shows that meaning isn't in the head, the dramatic conclusion, if you're talking about the relation between words and things. Because see, under this story, if you accept the externalist story, when Twin Oscar comes down to Earth and points to this and says it's water, he's wrong. because water for him refers to XYZ, and this is H2O. Okay? That's the intuition you're supposed to have. Well, that intuition certainly doesn't refer to the word referring, because there's no doubt that he's referring to H2O when he comes here. So the intuition can only relate to the word refer, holding between words and things, but you can't have any intuitions about that. So we seem to be in an impasse. It seems that the argument collapses. And whatever conclusions people are drawing must be some illegitimate interaction between a technical term and an actual term about which they do have intuitions, but the wrong ones in this case. It's incidentally been noted. Let's say, in fact, that twin Oscar. Let's just see where our intuitions go on this. Suppose twin Oscar comes down to Earth, okay, and he sees this, and right next to it he sees some, carbonated drink that happens to be something else. Let's say, I don't know if they have it around here, but in the United States there's something called Sprite, which looks exactly like water, but is something else. Okay. It's made that way so you'll pay money for it instead of just drinking a glass of water. So suppose there's a glass of Sprite over here and a glass of water over here, and Oscar comes down to Earth and he points to the glass of water and says, I'd like a drink of water, and he points to the glass of Sprite and says, I'd like a drink of water. Well, in the first case, he's referring correctly. He's not making a mistake. But I think in the second case, he is making a mistake. That if he comes down and points to the Sprite and says, it's a glass of water, he's making a mistake. If he points to the H2O and he says, I want a glass of water, at least my intuition is he's not making a mistake. I think it's a crucial difference between those two cases. On this account, he's making the same mistake in both cases, because water for him means XYZ. So it doesn't mean H2O and it doesn't mean Sprite. But that's highly counterintuitive. Let's proceed further. Suppose that twin Oscar is a kind of Frankenstein's monster, meaning somebody created him. Somebody created him this instant to be a molecule by molecule duplicate of Oscar. Well, now twin Oscars had no experience at all. He was just created. It is not the case that that his word water refers to XYZ, because there has been no XYZ in his environment. He had no environment. So therefore, if twin Oscar now says water, he's not referring to anything. Okay. If he comes to Earth and points to this and says, I'd like a glass of water, it's just incomprehensible. He's not referring to anything. There's no reference. That's what the conclusion we're led to. Suppose, in fact, that since we're playing games with thought experiments, okay. Well, I'll leave it to you to proceed, but it seems to me that when you get into absurd, back to see what went wrong, Intuition. Term. We can't have intuitions about an invented technical term. And when we therefore try to have intuitions, we've got to go astray. And the intuitions are going to lead all over the place and into crazy paradoxes and so on and so forth. And I think that's exactly what's happened in the twin Earth case. Now, it's interesting that Putnam picked the word water here. Why did he pick the word water? There are a lot of other words he could have picked. For example, he could have picked, as I think I've mentioned, he could have picked, say, earth, air, or fire. Those category for a familiar reason. They were traditionally, go back far enough, they were held to be the constituents of the universe: earth, air, fire, and water. And for the people who were speaking, of course they weren't talking English, but some counterpart to them, the people who were speaking those languages regarded all of these on a par. So how come Putnam didn't use the word air or fire for Oscar? Well, the answer is obvious. There's nothing like H2O, that characterizes air. In fact, there isn't any such thing as air. There's nothing that characterizes fire. Notice we have no problem referring to fire. Okay, like there can be a fire burning in my fireplace, and I can refer to the fire just as easily as I can refer to a glass of water. I can refer to the earth. I can refer to the air. Say the air is polluted today. There's no problem in referring to these things. It's just that science doesn't have any concept that's close to them. But does the fact that science has a concept that's close to water, is that of any relevance? Well, it's not obvious why. I mean, what relevance is it to our speech that there's a notion in the sciences that's not too far from what we call water? I mean, after all, it isn't the same. Like this stuff obviously isn't H2O. In fact, scientists have now discovered that if you have pure water, no impurities, it's not H2O either. It's a mixture of deuterium oxide with a so-called heavy water. And it's a mixture, I think, in the proportions of about 6,000 to 1 or something like that. So according to this story, what Oscar is, since the reference of Oscar's term water is what scientists tell us water is, okay, it's the real world truth is what determines the reference, then in fact Oscar wasn't referring to H2O at all. He was referring to a mixture of H2O and D2O in the proportions of, I don't know, whatever they are, 6,000 to 1 or something like that. That's what he was referring to. And in fact, if in some other universe you have a different mixture, let's say the proportions are, 200 to 53, then Oscar was referring to a different thing. Notice this is all totally subperceptual. I mean, there's absolutely no way of telling the difference between water and heavy water. I mean, except by, sophisticated experiments and so on. But what Oscar is referring to, according to this story, depends on the proportions of deuterium oxide in the samples of water in his universe, which again is, a highly crazy result, and if you push it further, will lead you to further complexity. The question is, to get back to where I was, why care what scientists tell us about the thing that they call water? I mean, scientists have a thing that they call heavy water, namely D2O. Does that affect my usage of the word water? No, it's just a homonym, I mean, it happens when you do science, you usually use words from natural language, because it's too much trouble to make up words all the time. So you use familiar words from natural language, you give them a different meaning, So people use the word momentum, but they give it whatever meaning they want. We use the word, say, empty category principle, and we give it whatever meaning we want, pick the words. But the fact that linguists use empty category principle to mean a certain thing doesn't influence the word empty in the meaning of the word empty in ordinary language, obviously. And similarly, the fact that physicists use the word water to distinguish, say, heavy water from what they in fact call light water, H2O. H2O is light water. The fact that they distinguish light water and heavy water has no implications whatsoever for what the word water means in English or for Oscar. Putnam selected water because he's really interested in the question of intelligibility in science. How can we understand scientists from 500 years ago unless we assume that they were referring to the same thing that we're referring to? Like, how can we even understand them? So therefore, it must be that they were referring to what we have discovered to be water, or what some future scientist will discover when he finds that we're wrong. But that's just the wrong theory of intelligibility, for reasons I mentioned earlier. There's no more there's no more relevance to the term water in this thought experiment than earth, air, or fire. If you run it through for them, there's nothing. Now, the importance of this is that water is what's called a natural kind term. And the theory of reference, the externalist theory of reference that's being built up both by Kripke and Putnam originally and by everyone else, has to do with natural kind terms and with proper names, like, say, Oscar. The purpose of the theory is to explain the reference and meaning of basically names, proper names for, say, people or cities, and natural kind terms, which are also names. They're supposed to be names of the universe. Natural kinds means kinds of nature. But the problem is that language doesn't have natural kind terms. The terms of language don't pick out the constituents of nature, except by the most amazing accident. That's not what language is about. That's not what it's for. That's not how it develops. It couldn't possibly be the case. It couldn't possibly be the case that our minds are so, attuned to, say, quantum theory, that the terms that enter into a child's lexicon are the quantum theoretic terms for the constituents of the universe. And obviously that's not true. There are no natural kind terms in natural language, at least if natural kinds are the kinds of nature. Well, let's see. What I want to turn to, let me just summarize this. I don't think there's any, the real world component of reference is an interesting question. It's an interesting question to try to figure out whether indeed is a real world component that enters into reference. But the arguments that are given for it, which are all variations of this, this is the key argument, and there are many variations, just don't seem to show anything. They start with an illegitimate import of intuitions from the natural word referring to the technical word refer, which means what you say it means. And having made that illegitimate move, you quickly enter into paradox, as happens constantly when you make illegitimate moves. I'll give some other cases as we proceed. But though this is an appealing idea, it just doesn't seem sustainable. There seems no reason to believe that real-world factors enter into either reference in the sense of what people refer to, or meaning in the sense of what fixes what they refer to. So though an interesting idea, it doesn't seem to apply to natural language or to psychology in general. If that's the case, then the externalist program is without value. It's sort of intellectually interesting, but essentially without value. That's another controversial conclusion, and therefore you ought to think about it, because it's totally dominant in analytic philosophy, virtually without any question, though unsustainable in my opinion. Well, what I want to get to next is a tradition that starts with Frege and comes up till today, that provides a different approach, a different, kind of in a way, more fundamental reason for believing in common language and reference in this sense and so on. But I think maybe I start with that this afternoon. So far, all I've said is it's a technical concept. Well, I don't think so, but I haven't said that yet. So what I've said so far is that it's a technical concept, like undecidability.
You said that we have no intuitions.
There's no intuitions about it.
Let's start. But do you think that we don't have intuitions about naming, about speaking of
sure.
something?
Yeah, we have intuitions about referring also. For example, my intuitions tell me that it makes perfect sense to say John was referring to London when he complained about the traffic. At least my intuition says that could perfectly well be true. That's the way I understand the word referring. So I certainly have intuitions about referring. And I understand that when I say, John named his child Oscar. So I have intuitions about naming. But those are not the technical terms, refer and name. Those are words of natural language which happen to sound like the technical terms, refer and name. Similarly, we can have intuitions about the English language word undecidability, but we better not carry those intuitions, whatever they may be, over to the study of undecidability in metamathematics. If we do, we'll be in trouble. Yeah, it could. It could. That's the next question. That's why I want to make a distinction. I will come back to that and say it doesn't help us. But it could, sure. The question, see, if we've agreed that it's a technical term, then we agree first, we have no intuitions about it, and then we open exactly the question that you raised. Given that it's a technical notion, is it a useful one? Some technical notions are great, other ones are no good. Is this one any good? So that's the next question. Yeah.
Content is what's relevant. For these terms. It should be by definition naturalistic notion because natural things are there outside and natural also things like trees and so on.
Well, remember the special way I defined it naturalistic. I defined naturalistic. Maybe I should have repeated that. But I started at the beginning by saying there's an approach to the world in the manner of the sciences, okay, which I suggest carries no burden of proof. If you're following that approach, you just do it. You don't have to justify yourself. And I said, let's call that approach naturalistic, meaning it approaches things in the manner of the sciences. I'm not calling it scientific, because sometimes the naturalistic approach doesn't get very far. Scientific is kind of an honorific term. Say that something scientific is to say it's good. It really got somewhere. And I want to abstract away from whether it got anywhere. So I don't want to discuss the question, say whether linguistics is really scientific, like has it really achieved enough so that we can give it this honorific term, but rather just want to discuss whether it's following the methods of the sciences, and that's what I meant by naturalistic. Now, this notion is not, you don't arrive at this notion by following the methods of the sciences, because this notion arises only in the study of everything. And part of the methods of the sciences is you don't study everything. If you're ever at a point where the next question requires that everything is equally relevant, you've made a mistake. Yeah. That's like what happened, why do things happen? It's exactly why do things happen is not a question of the sciences. It's a question about the world, I guess. But it's not a question of the sciences, and it wouldn't arise in naturalistic inquiry in this sense.
My view, problem, and I think that what you are answering across the boundaries of language.
Sorry, I didn't understand. Actually, I wasn't thinking of your comment.
The idea that when developing philosophical language, that sometimes to insist too much on the concept of meaning is misleading when there are other even languages of the same culture.
I see. So to use the concept, maybe we shouldn't take the concept mind and carry it over to a better theory. I agree with that. That's true, in fact, of every concept of natural language. Again, except by the sheerest accident, which we can forget about, no concept of natural language is going to carry over to rational inquiry, including mind. Mind, I think we should just use as a descriptive term to refer to a particular range of problems, like problems about thinking, about intentionality, about speaking, referring, all that kind of stuff, perceiving. Those are all questions of mind, but it's just a kind of a loose descriptive category. I agree with you. We shouldn't.
Deutung field.
Of
Reference and sense and reference.
sense and reference, yeah.
I think that this is a very good example. Frege, when Frege developed the concept of the Deutung and the field, it was mainly analysis. I mean, although then he used examples of the point of the triangle, etc., and defined it to different ways. This is a misleading origin because we have layers of interpretation. And for instance, the analysis of each word is good at this moment for a certain purpose, but even scientists can be using another description, another layer of reference. And of course, these layers of reference are different in line. And so, reference is not bound to only one point, it's only referential. It happens for different usage and even in scientific terms. So, idolatria so is the final reference. This is an analysis, a degree of analysis. And to go back to a very famous example of Wittgenstein, this is more or less I mean, the broom. You can divide the broom into two parts, but sometimes it is irrelevant, it is part of the broom, the component of the broom. I think that here...
Well, let me be a devil's advocate and play Putnam at the moment. Putnam would agree with you that the reference of water may turn out not to be H2O. In fact, it already isn't, because it's been discovered to be a mixture of H2O and D2O. Okay, and maybe tomorrow it'll be discovered to be something else. As reference of water is something, science will discover it is. There's a real reference of water, namely the essence. The idea that he has is this, that our concepts, and it's not a crazy idea, I think there's some truth to it, our concepts of things like water and so on are based on the notion same. And the notion same refers to the essence. Okay. So he says, when I refer to water, the word water refers to the essence of whatever is the same as that. Okay, that's the idea. And when the word tiger refers to the essence of whatever is the same as that, and I point to something in a zoo. So in the whole, he has a complicated story of fixing meaning. It's a very interesting article, this first one, Meaning of Meaning, and other stuff that has come from it. And his idea is that meaning is kind of like a vector. It has a lot of different points in it. One of the points is picking out some specific thing. Example. So maybe it's that glass, or maybe it's the guy walking around in the cage in the zoo. And your word tiger is based on the same liquid, same animal, and so on. And what makes something the same animal is a matter of essences. And essences are discovered by science. So at one point it might have been thought that the essence of being a tiger, being the same as that thing over there, which is a tiger, it might have been thought that the essence is, something about, the shape or the color or something. And now it's thought that the essence of tiger is the DNA constitution. And maybe later it'll be thought to be something else. But what the word water or tiger or any natural kind term refers to is the essential features of something, of whatever is like some paradigm example. That's his theory. Now, I don't think one can say that that can't be true, because we can stipulate it to be true. We can construct a symbolic system, call it the language of science if you like, in which we stipulate that this holds. We stipulate that the words of this symbolic system, like water and tiger, work in the following fashion. They pick out the inner essence of whatever identifies this class of things. We stipulate that so it can't be wrong. Of course, that thing isn't a language any longer. It's a symbolic system of science. And in that system, this may be a perfectly reasonable move to make. With regard to Frege, I think, if I understood you correctly, I think you're exactly right. Frege was really interested in the sum of 2 plus 3, not in the moon, the morning star and the evening star. And as long as he's talking about the sum of 2 plus 3, the terms he introduces make perfect sense. When he's talking about the morning star and the evening star, he's introducing notions which may not apply to natural language. In other words, in short, you can stipulate symbolic systems in which words refer. You can create a notion reference. You can invent a notion reference, which is technical, like undecidability is technical in metamathematics, and you give it what properties you want, and you say, okay, it's a relation between words and things, but the real things
Okay, it's a relation between words and things, but whatever the real things are. That is the essential entities of nature, That's what the words refer to. And we often don't know, and in fact maybe we always don't know. But that's what they refer to anyhow because I stipulate it. And maybe that's a goal for the language of science, that it should be based on notions like sameness, Possible. In fact, I think yes. I think it's a reasonable goal for the language of science. It has nothing to do with ordinary language. Maybe I didn't pick the best terms, but what is intended is a sharp distinction. The social factors have to do with the interaction of people in communities. Okay. The real-world factors have to do with the essence of things. Okay, so what I mean by real-world factors is what I just mentioned in case of Putnam. The essence of things determines what the word refers to. So if you take the word Aristotle, say, what it really refers to is the essential nature of the thing. Aristotle. We may be wrong in all our beliefs. With room? Broom. Well, that's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem that arises with artifacts. See, in fact, Kripke, in his early discussion of this in Naming Necessity, he does discuss artifacts. He discusses a table, I think, and he says, if this thing is a table, it is necessarily a table. That is, it's the essence of this thing to be a table. It's an essential feature of it that it is a table. And he does say that. I think it's totally wrong. But it sort of comes out of his way of looking at things. So artifacts also have an essence. In my opinion, Aristotle had a better idea there, namely that having a certain function is a factor that enters into the meaning of things, or the nature of things, as he put it. Having a certain function enters into the nature of things. Like being a table is one of the functions of this thing, and that enters into its nature. Now, if we take that view and we divorce it from the metaphysics, which doesn't make any sense, and we make it epistemological, we take the whole Aristotelian view and transfer it up to the mind. So instead of the world being divided into these various qualities and so on, we say, well, that's what our minds are like, and our minds impose that structure on the world. Then it all quickly makes sense. It's perfectly true, I think, that we characterize objects in terms of their constitution, their function, and so on and so forth. But that tells us nothing about the essence of things. This thing is what it is. If we happen to use it for a table, it's a table. If somebody else uses it as a bed, it's a bed. Somebody else uses it as a key, it's a key. If some Martian divides things into the world on the basis of whether they're nailed to the floor or not, that's his categorization. If it's nailed to the floor, it goes into one category. If it's not nailed to the floor, it goes to another category. Then for the Martian, this is essentially something not nailed to the floor and accidentally a table. And if it was nailed to the floor, it would shift essences. But of course, what the thing is doesn't depend on whether I'm thinking about it or the Martian's thinking about it. Well, not the they would so the externalists would claim, but I don't think so. It seems, according to that view, yeah, the essence would change on the basis of social factors. In fact, this has led to contemporary philosophical essentialism, which is a big field that came out of this, is trying to find the essential nature of things. And in my opinion, it's constantly leading to paradox. Constantly leading to paradox. Like the idea that this really is a table, not a thing not nailed to the floor, because I'm looking at it, not a Martian. How can that affect what this is? Or take a case from one of the most recent articles I've seen, at least, in the journal Philosophy by Joseph Almode, who's a very good young philosopher. And it's about a journal Philosophy. It's a couple of months ago. It's about essentialism, which is a big topic. And he starts off by taking as an example some mountain. I forget what it was. So whatever the mountain is. He picked a real one. And he wants to sort of tease out your intuitions about this and then draw some big philosophical conclusions. And he argues, of course, that mountain is essentially a mountain. It couldn't be anything else and still be the same thing. It couldn't be anything other than a mountain and still be the same thing. So I don't know about your intuitions, but mine are quite different. So here's this object, on the Earth's surface. And he says that thing, that very thing, must be a mountain, because it's of necessity it is a mountain. It sort of follows from the general framework. At least my intuition is that if the water level rises up to this point, then this thing is an island. It's not a mountain. And it's still the same thing. In fact, islands are mountains. It's just that most of them is underwater, Or if you dump earth around this thing up to, say, a millimeter away or something less than is perceptible, but you leave a little minuscule space in there below the level of perception, then you haven't changed the thing, at least in my intuition. It's the same thing it was before, but now it's part of a plateau. And so on for a million other things. I mean, I don't have any of those intuitions. My intuitions are quite different. So at least if we're doing folk psychology, which is what we're supposed to be doing, it just seems to me people are being radically misled. And there's nothing here about the essence of things. I mean, it's what it is. If I call it a mountain, it's because of its relationships for me between, its height and some other low thing. But that doesn't make it essentially a mountain. That's a way of viewing the world. There's a way of viewing the world which comes out of the human mind, which makes that thing now a mountain, but doesn't tell you anything about its essence. In fact, I don't think there are no essences. Things are just what they are. I mean, every property is as essential as every other property, or as accidental as every other property. The talk about essences, I think, is a mistake that comes from taking our mental categories and introducing them into the world. And they're not in the world. They're in our minds. They're in our ways of conceiving the world. I think, in fact, if you take Aristotle's whole corpus and you rephrase it from metaphysical to epistemological, it makes a lot of sense. The levels of reality and all this kind of stuff. If you forget the idea that those are the constituents of nature, and if you say eliminate the idea that science proceeds by moving up through the parts of nature, and you say, well, look, that's the way our minds work when we look at things, it makes a fair amount of sense. Kind of, yeah. I would say, well, except that Wittgenstein, it's a little, not quite, I think, because Wittgenstein always says he's stopping before explanation. He doesn't want to give an explanation of anything. He just wants to give enough of a description, an accurate enough description, so that you don't enter into error. And this is going beyond into explanation. Maybe, right or wrong. Yeah, I think it lies in thought, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's consistent, at least. Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, what I suggested there, is that, if you look at the the whole architecture of the mind-brain, there are going to be a lot of different components. And undoubtedly, everything that we're saying is much too crude. If more is learned, they'll be much more refined. But there is a language faculty. They certainly interact. In fact, they interact right at the lexicon. The lexicon is probably the point of interaction between the conceptual faculties and the language faculty. And in fact, it's a very hard question to decide what in the lexicon belongs to the language side and what in the lexicon belongs to the belief side. That's a question which is relevant to meaning holism, in fact. Like Quine says, the whole business belongs to the belief side. There's nothing on the lexical side, which can't be right, I don't think. But the problem of determining what in our linguistic expressions is brought over from our system of beliefs and what in our linguistic expressions come from the language faculty is a hard question to answer, which means we don't have the tools to answer it. They're dissociated, and we don't have the experimental tools or whatever, at the moment at least, to make that distinction. We can do it in some cases, but not in others. By now, there's empirical evidence to distinguish these two, and in fact, several other categories. If you're interested, there's a book
One of the best studies of this that I know is a book by a woman named Yamada, I think, called Laura, where there's a particularly interesting introduction by John Marshall, this neurophysiologist I mentioned yesterday, who reviews a lot of evidence on this story. Laura was a girl who had, I think, very high language capacity, but virtually no intelligence. Couldn't think, find her way around. Had no measurable intelligence, but her language was quite good. And there are other people there are other cases of people who have very high intelligence, but have lost their language capacity, or never had a language capacity. In fact, some of the cases that are now around are quite astonishing. I mentioned to somebody, there's a case recently studied by Neil Smith, linguist at Oxford, of a guy who also has no measurable intelligence, can't do anything, but he can translate simultaneously from 16 languages perfectly. These people he doesn't know what he's translating because he doesn't understand anything, but he gives perfect translations from Greek, Turkish, just picks them up like this. It's kind of an idiot savant type case, but there are a lot of such cases, and the point is that these capacities appear to be dissociated. They can be dissociated, which is good evidence that they're separate capacities, of course. And there's by now a lot of such cases of different kinds. In fact, the linguists who are working with this 16-language guy are looking into questions like, in his Italian, for example, he knows Italian. Does he really get all the crazy details about, where pro can appear and all this kind of stuff? And it turns out he knows virtually everything. I mean, you have to go very far to find things that he gets wrong. Although he doesn't understand a word, and can't get around in the world and can't do anything, and he can't solve problems and so on. So it appears that he's just lost his conceptual capacities but maintained his linguistic, in fact, has an unusual linguistic faculty. I mean, there's there's all this old work going back, which I still holds up, back 40 years ago, that shows that very young children appear to have a concept of causality. That is, at least under some cases. He studied, these are pre-linguistic children. You study, like you see a line coming along, a billiard ball, say, coming along and hitting another one. And I forget how the experiments were set up, but they were set up in such a way as to see whether the kids could understand that the first one hitting the second one caused it to move. And they were clever experiments. I haven't looked at them for years, and I forgot them. There's another guy named Johansson, who back in the 1950s did more work on this, and seemed to be showing that pre-linguistic children had a well-established concept of causality. The notion of causatives? I have trouble understanding them. Well, the relation between causative constructions and causation is not direct. There are plenty of causative constructions that don't have anything to do with cause. They have to do with other things. And if I didn't know that was true, but if it is true, then there could be a lot of reasons. I mean, causative constructions have certain complexities. They have a lot of complex features, and maybe they haven't yet developed those complexities. But the conceptual development seems to go well before any use of language. I mean, there's a lot of mythology about this. For example, say Quine in Word and Object argues kind of a priori that your concept of object, stable object, only arises from the use of language at the point where language has inflections like plural and stuff like that. Then you get a concept object. But it's well known that you get notions like, that kids have object constancy, when they're, 8 months old or something like that.
meaning, so for example, if you, a young infant will be surprised if there's an object over here going behind and it goes behind a screen, so you can't see it. It's moving along at a steady speed. It's going behind a screen, and it's supposed to emerge over here. But if it emerges over here, the kid will get startled. And that's for very young babies. You just measure, it's so young that the only way they're measuring anything is by sucking rate. There's a lot of stuff like that. There's a woman named Elizabeth who's done some really good work on this, trying to determine what features enter into identifying something as an object. Turns out that one of the most striking features is what in the Gestalt literature was called common fate. Namely, the several parts of the thing undergo the same history. Even so even if the thing is separated, like if you have two balls, a child will regard it as an object if everything that happens to the top ball also happens to the bottom ball. It's like it's as if they imagine, well, there must be an invisible rod between them or something. And this is way pre-linguistic. In fact, as I say, the experiments are done mostly with measuring sucking rate and things like that. So it seems that there are all kinds of rich concepts available before you're using them. And it may well be, as Jerry Fodor has argued, that picking a word in the lexicon is just taking one of the already available concepts and attaching a label to it. And that's the extreme view.
What you mentioned about Harry Potter at the end, is it possible that a child will attach a word to a concept, but it's not that's what this gentleman was saying before. Perhaps there's some kind of inhibition that needs to stop until.
Well, it's very likely true that a social network is required for language acquisition, but a social network is needed for physical growth. I think I mentioned in discussion or something that children simply do not grow properly unless thing with institutionalized children. If you look at institutionalized children, they're getting all the, it may be a good institution, so like maybe they're getting the right food and, sleeping enough and everything else, but they're often stunted, physically stunted. I think I mentioned the study of depth perception of lambs. Lambs do not develop proper depth perception if they're deprived of mother neonate contact. Now, obviously, the mother's not teaching them to see depth, but something about the interaction is getting the systems going. And surely the same would be true of language. When you talk about learning words or concepts, you have to be rather careful because remember that words, what we call words, fixing a sound and a meaning, putting them together, is done virtually on a single presentation. See, that's the point that has impressed Jerry Fodor when he argues that all the words are there in your head and all you're doing is attaching a sound to them. If you take a look at the rate of acquisition of words, how fast kids acquire, there are periods of life, like, around 3 or 4, when kids are acquiring 12 words a day. Now, that must mean that they're learning the word on maybe one presentation and somehow getting the whole rich structure of the word. If you try to define a word properly, it's got a very rich, complex structure. Things like the Oxford English Dictionary don't even come close. I mean, the things we call dictionaries, the biggest one there is just a collection of hints which some human being who already knows everything can use to guess what they're talking about. Just as the things we call grammars, even 20-volume grammar, is just hints which somebody who is human can look at and say, oh, it must go this way. The discovery that these were only hints is quite recent. I mean, until fairly recently, it was thought that grammars really described languages and that dictionaries really described words, and they don't. They just hint at what they are. And that's related to the fact, which again suggests you really know all the answers. You just don't know exactly how to associate things. Well, in the case of acquisition of vocabulary, it's extremely striking. Now, if a child is acquiring words on one presentation, it makes no sense to say the mother's teaching it. You can't be teaching the rich complexity of a word by just using it once. And that's the way kids pick words up. They hear it used once, and they know the meaning. I mean, sometimes not entirely. It's got to be refined a little, but it's quite an astonishing phenomenon, and it's very hard to explain except on the basis of a hypothesis that Jerry Fodor again put forth, which just everybody finds extremely shocking, but it's hard to get around, and that is that words are innate. Innate. They're in the head. They're in the body, in the genes. The words are in the genes, basically, and all you're learning is something pretty trivial. What the sound meaning is, which sound goes with them. Wait over the sociological one. Yeah.
I have a tendency to be. Another thing is when you use the concept of the term,
yeah. Well, whether it's presupposed is a question of fact. So the reason why biological explanations win out, if they're there, is that they are presupposed by other explanations. I mean, maybe people aren't aware of it, but a sociologist is presupposing the conclusions of biology, right? A sociologist is talking about people and the way people interact and so on, and anything that's discovered in biology about people he's going to have to use. And he uses it all the time, just usually without awareness, So, in fact, if you had a biological explanation for some phenomenon, you wouldn't go on to the more complex explanations which presuppose the biological one. The multiple sclerosis case, or AIDS, for example, to take another case, is a case where there is no biological explanation, at least at the moment, so therefore you look for other things. But presupposition is a factual relation between things. Stipulation can be fine. I'm not against stipulation. In the sciences or in mathematics, you're stipulating all the time. You're saying, I'm going to mean such and such by undecidability. That's fine. I mean, couldn't do mathematics otherwise. But we have to just realize that we're doing it. Like if you stipulate a meaning for the word refer, that's not necessarily a mistake. It would be appropriate if you're developing a science in which that concept would have some explanatory value. But if you stipulate a meaning for the word refer, and then you think you have intuitions about it, you're making a mistake. Because all you have intuitions about is the human language word refer, which has a different meaning.
Communication theory is help for expressing linguistics. It's old-fashioned wording. Now it's old-fashioned.
Well, it's not old-fashioned. It's very important. It's important, working out how to distinguish across noises and things like that. I was just a graduate student. My stuff was coming along. I never thought.
Increasing improvement by cheating, algorithmic communication theory has not improved the cheating, Gregory cheating from the BBC, from the ADM. No.
Looking at externalist views, these have first a real-world component for our meaning, and secondly, a social or social interaction component. That's the character of the prevailing externalist doctrines. According to the first, the real-world component, a word or an expression picks out it picks out the essential nature of the things to which it refers, and this essential nature is often to be discovered. But that's its reference. Its reference is to things by virtue of their essential nature. The social component says that words get their meaning in a common language through social interaction, and we don't know the right meaning of the word, but we learn it in the common language. The internalist view, on the other hand, says that a word is just a collection of its properties, a word expression. So a linguistic expression is just a collection of properties, phonetic. One of the ways in which language Saussurean arbitrariness called. And when you learn a word, you pick up the association. And if, say, Jerry Fodor is correct, that's about all you learn, the association. Or maybe some things, a few options as to how the semantic features would be there. Well, these are two different pictures. And what I argued this morning is that the phenomena that are addressed the phenomena are real. The phenomena that are addressed in terms of wide content are real enough, but they can be accounted for perfectly straightforwardly if there's any account at all, which there often isn't. But if there's any account at all, there's a perfectly straightforward account in terms of narrow content, an internalist account, which is in fact tacitly presupposed in the externalist approaches anyway. So in terms of what's presupposed in the externalist approaches, there's already an explanation. And therefore it doesn't seem that there's any need to go on to this more complex and basically non-naturalist doctrine. That's what I argued this morning. Now that doesn't mean there are no questions left here. There are plenty of questions left. With regard to the real-world component issue, we're left with a very interesting question. The question is there a relation R? Is there a relation R such that R expression, thing in the world, where R has the stipulated properties of reference, standard properties of reference. So is there such a relation? I was arguing this morning that there's no such concept in natural language, but that doesn't mean that there might not be such a concept in a theory of language. In general, in a theory of language, we're going to have notions that don't exist in the language itself. And as long as we don't get confused about this, we may turn sensibly to ask the question whether that relation exists. Is there, in fact, a reference-like relation between words and things, say? With respect to the social interaction component, I think if you look at the descriptions, at least the better ones, say by Tyler Burge, they're, I think, quite accurate. There's nothing wrong with the descriptions. So Tyler Burge, say, in his articles, gives detailed and often rather perceptive accounts of how a group of reasonable people, folks like us, who are trying to are seeking some sort of common ground. They want to be able to communicate more efficiently. They're seeking a common ground of belief and expression of belief, how they might modify their usage. In internalist terms, that would mean drop certain linguistic expressions and pick up others. Often the changes would be maybe in a few semantic features or something. And how they might do this. They might decide to do this under many circumstances with deference to people who know more about some topic and therefore have better decisions about what are useful concepts and so on and so forth. That's if you look at his articles, I think that's basically what he describes.
And I think things like that happen. You know, reasonable people do adjust their concepts and defer to others and try to find common ground and so on. But it's not a matter of finding the real meaning of the word in the common language. There's no such thing as the common language. The reason nobody can make a sensible proposal about common language is that there's nothing there to seek. And as for the real meaning, it doesn't mean anything. You know, it's people have what's in their eye language. One of the aspects of eye language that's readily modifiable is the Saussurean arbitrariness, the association of sound and concept, and that you do all the time. And whenever you're learning what's called learning a new word, you do all the time. And in certain situations of social interaction of the kind that, say, Burge describes, it might be entirely reasonable for people to explicitly decide to introduce words slightly different than the ones they had, like Bert and arthritis and so on. And many of his accounts are perfectly reasonable. I don't mean to question them. I just say they're not saying anything about language. They're telling you something about how reasonable people might behave in certain circumstances with regard to modifications of their eye language. Nothing is added to that description, as far as I can see, by bringing in an externalist theory, except confusion. And that's a purely internalist description, notice. It's not a description totally in terms of eye language, because it makes reference to people's interests and goals and decisions and so on. But if you're talking about all of human life, you're not just talking about language. And this is talking about something of the scale of all of human life. For that reason, it's very unlikely that there's going to be much to say about this topic. That is, there'll be particular things to say about particular cases, but virtually nothing of any generality or of any theoretical interest to say, because it's verging towards something like the study of everything, and we know that you can't say anything about that. I mean, these descriptions are like descriptions of how people live their lives, and interesting topic, but it's the kind of topic you write novels about, not make theories about. Crucially, it does not lead to any such exotic notion as common public language. Well, there's another familiar argument for common public language, which is a classic one, and I want to give that one. And it also relates to these other matters about reference. This is the one that goes back to Frege, and this one is implicit, at least, in the work of non-Fregeans, like Kripke and Putnam, for example, who were specifically breaking from Frege, explicitly so, in claiming, as using to Putnam's phrase, that meaning isn't in the head. The Fregean story goes like this. We begin, take Sinn und Bedeutung, which is a classic account. We begin by assuming what he calls a common store of thoughts. Okay, so we begin with a common store of thoughts, and Frege, without arguing about it, he simply says the existence of a common store of thoughts that's a common human possession one can hardly deny. It's perfectly obvious, so he just assumes it. No further discussion. Okay, so one can hardly deny that there is a common store of thoughts, which is a common human possession, and therefore we assume it. Then we move to a common public language in which these thoughts are expressed. And although meanings are in the mind, the meanings are objective things. Everybody's got the same one, even though there is something in the individual mind, but that's something like an image or something like that. So we move to the common public language in which the thoughts are expressed, and then the third point, which is, could be theoretically dissociated from these, is to present a description of the common public language in terms of the notion reference, Bedeutung for him, a relation like R, a relation which holds between words and things, expressions and things generally. Okay. And of course, a mode of setting reference, which is sense or meaning or something like that, Sinn for him. Mode of fixing reference. So this is Bedeutung, and this is Sinn. Well, as I mentioned, Frege had to make up technical terms for this, because the German words didn't mean that.
but that's okay. These are technical terms. He, in other words, is answering that question up there positively. He's saying there is such a relation. Well, that's the picture. And if moving in that way, we get a kind of an argument for common public language, given that it can't be denied that there's a common store of thoughts. Common public language. Meaning mode of fixing reference. Yeah, just a way of fixing, usually the technique, the way of fixing the reference. Here's the argument. Well, let's start from the beginning. Can it be, maybe the story is right, but it surely isn't obvious. It's not as obvious as Frege claims. That is, it certainly can be denied that there's a common store of thoughts. In fact, it had been denied quite plausibly long before. It was denied, for example, in the 18th century critique of the theory of ideas. Theory of ideas was sort of a big issue in the 17th and 18th century. By the late 18th century, an influential and important critique of the theory of ideas was developing, and in several places it was based on the notion that became what became in the 20th century the ordinary language critique, that this was simply misreading of giving the wrong grammar to the expression. These were systematically notions like John has a thought or John has an idea or a thought are what Ryle, 150 years later, would call a systematically misleading expression, an expression which looks as if the terms in it are referential. This looks as if it's like John has a watch or a diamond, but that's a faulty analogy. Because, in fact, John has an idea or John has a thought just means John thinks. And John has the idea X means John thinks that X. So there's no thing mentioned at all. As far as I know, this critique was first made by the French encyclopedist du Marseille, and later it became famous with Thomas Reid, the Scottish common sense philosopher, who was more in the center of the tradition. And that was a major part of the philosophical tradition, and, certainly a plausible view. In the 20th century, with Ryle and Wittgenstein and so on, this became a cliche. Well, maybe it's wrong, but it doesn't seem obviously wrong. And if it's right, then you certainly can deny that there's a common store of ideas, because there aren't any ideas at all. People think, they think more or less alike, and that's all there is to it. One can certainly take that view. And you have to show that there's something beyond that. To say that if people think alike, there therefore are thoughts that they share, in itself is no argument. It would be like saying if people look alike, there must be shapes that they share, and that's obvious nonsense. So a further argument is required to show that there is a common store of thoughts. Now, of course, there will be domains in which there will be a common store of thoughts, and because you create them that way. Say mathematics, which is actually what Frege was interested in. There it makes sense to say there's a common store of thoughts. If you're a Platonist, they're actually there. If you're an intuitionist, you construct them or whatever. But there you can say there's a common store of thoughts. However, in the natural world, in the study of people in the natural world, you can't make that move. You have to show that there's a common store of thoughts, and it's hard to see how one could do that. So the very first step seems highly dubious. And if you don't make the first step, you obviously don't go to the second step. I mean, if you do make the first step, the second step doesn't follow automatically, but it certainly doesn't follow if you don't accept the first step. And there's no reason to accept the first step unless somebody offers a reason, and the only reason that's offered is basically the grammatical analogy, and that obviously isn't enough, or the fact that people think alike, but again, not enough. Well, what about the idea that let me just say that when we say, there's something a little different between questioning the notion of common language and questioning the notion of ideas and thoughts. I mean, common languages are proposed as entities, And there we have very solid grounds for rejecting the proposal. It's not just that nobody can tell us what they are. We know why there aren't any. There's a good theoretical understanding of the issue which explains exactly why there aren't any such things. Why talk about common languages like talk about absolute regions. So in that case, rejection of the proposed entity is based on pretty firm grounds. Now, in the case of thoughts and ideas, nobody knows anything. There's basically nothing known about the topic of thinking and having ideas and so on and so forth. So therefore, one is not on strong grounds in rejecting the proposal that there are thoughts and ideas. Maybe there are. Since there's no theory and there's no theoretical understanding in any terms, you can't say these are the wrong terms. All you can say is something weaker in this case, namely there doesn't seem to be any substantive argument, and hence a big gap to be filled before we can proceed. And of course, the more given that there's no argument for it, one will obviously take the more limited position that you don't accept it. You don't accept proposals if there's no argument for them. You just reject them until an argument's given, even if they have no reason for rejecting them. In the case of common language, there's actually a reason for rejecting it, so there's a stronger position. Well, what about the third point? I mean, even if we put the... So in short, I think whatever the answer to this question is, we're on firm grounds in rejecting this one, and we're on good grounds, if not solid grounds, for rejecting this one. The good grounds are that there's no argument for adding to our ontology those entities, and therefore we won't do it, even though we have no better theory in some other terms because there's no theory. Okay. What about the third point? Well, we're still left with that. Is there a relation of reference that holds between words and things, expressions and things in the world? And is there a way of fixing that reference? Is there something like Bedeutung and Sinn, let's say? That's the question. Now, if you look at the best work on reference from Frege to the present, there's a characteristic move that's made, which is too fast. You see it, for example, in one of the best books on the topic, Gareth Evans' book, Varieties of Reference, actually a collection of essays after he died. In his book, Varieties of Reference, one of the best contemporary philosophical works on reference, he begins the exposition by making a statement which is absolutely true. Namely, people use words to refer to things. So that's the beginning. He's introducing the topic. He says, look, people use words to refer to things, and that's what we're going to be studying, reference. And he then makes a move from people use words to refer to things like John used the word London to refer to Paris, let's say. He moves from that to words refer to things. That is the existence of that relation. And there's no mark of that transition. It's just one paragraph we have people use words to refer to things, and the next paragraph we have words refer to things. And then we're off and running on a theory of reference and meaning. If words are used to refer to things, then there's a means of fixing the reference, and that'll be the sense, and then we move on to the problems. But that's a transition that has to be justified. I mean, you can't just make it. You have to justify it. And I think you'll search in vain for any justification for it. In fact, it's usually so tacitly assumed that people even think they have intuitions about the technical notion reference, as in the twin Earth discussion, which is all, what Dan Dennett once called intuition pumping, pumping up your intuitions about to try to figure out what you think about these things. And of course, even if the technical concept exists, you can't have intuitions. But it is so taken for granted that this move is legitimate that we have, intricate discussions about what our intuitions are about the invented technical term. Well, that won't do. Now, we have to be careful not to confuse ourselves about another issue. Suppose that a theorist of semantics, or a linguistic theorist or whatever, is working on, let's say formal semantics of some kind or some theory of semantics, and decides to set up things which he calls semantic values. Okay.
and words used, and that relation is, let's say, the relation R. Okay. In fact, R will then be assigned the properties of reference. So John will have a relation R to a certain semantic value. Okay. So we now have some domain, call it D, of entities. Maybe we'll call them semantic values, or maybe we'll call them elements of a model, or pieces of a discourse representation, or some whatever. Here it becomes a question of which theory you like, but I don't really care. So let's just call them semantic values. We have a domain of these things. We have a relation that holds between expressions in these things, and then you can do a lot of work. You can ask how, if you put together expressions in a certain way, how do you get things out here that you're referring to? Okay. Or, for example, you can develop a kind of reasonable theory of anaphora. In fact, a lot of theories of anaphora, typically, theories of anaphora are developed in these terms. Okay. Theories anaphora mean, a relation between a pronoun and an antecedent, that kind of question. So typical relation, let's take the examples I gave last time. He thinks, or sometime, he thinks John is a genius. John thinks he is a genius. His mother thinks John is a genius. Okay, so take those three sentences. And we note the following facts, that in this one, he might, so we'll say question mark, the word he, the pronoun, might be referentially dependent on John, meaning whatever John refers to, that's what the pronoun refers to. It's not necessary, but it's possible. Okay, the person who uses that sentence could be intending a common reference to the pronoun in John. Similarly here, the person who expresses this sentence could be intending a common reference to the pronoun in John, but in this case, no. The person could not be intending a common reference. Could turn out that he refers to John because, maybe there's only one person in the world or something, or maybe some other John was referred to in an earlier discourse, and he is picking up its reference from that. So by transitivity, it will be the same reference as John. But we know that he's not picking up its intended reference from John. Okay, that we know in the first case. So we know different things about those sentences. Those are facts about language. The theory of anaphora, or binding theory, as it's sometimes called, attempts to explain these facts, and a possible way to explain them is by setting up a domain D with a relation R and giving semantic values to the relevant terms, and to say that in this kind of configuration, which you then proceed to define, the pronoun he can't pick as its reference, as the thing to which it's related by R, the element in D to which John refers. Okay? That's a way of building up a theory of anaphora, whereas in the other two cases it can't. That's perfectly sensible. Maybe right, maybe wrong, but it's perfectly sensible. It's on a par with some theory of phonetics. Notice it's all totally internalist. You haven't gotten anywhere near the world yet. The world doesn't have to exist. The domain D is a set of syntactic objects. They're called semantic values, but you don't want to be confused about that, though I think many people are. The semantic values have nothing to do with semantics. They're syntactic values. They're syntactic entities. The domain D is a collection of syntactic objects, formal objects, which you claim in this theory are in the mind. Semantic values are on a par with phonetic features, let's say. Phonetic features aren't in the world. They're in your head. In the world, there's noises. And the array of phonetic features gets converted into noises via the performance systems, and noises get interpreted in terms of phonetic features, again, by virtue of via the performance systems. But nobody would confuse phonetic features with noises, right? Like, if you have a voice, somebody writes down voice, say aspirated labial or something like that. Nobody thinks that. I just wrote down a noise. Okay, I wrote a symbol for a collection of
syntactic objects, phonetic features. And universal phonetics will be a theory about this, what these objects are, in general terms, a syntactic theory. We use the word syntax now in the broad sense to include anything about mental representations. There's also a narrow sense which refers to part of that theory, namely the part that involves, phrases and stuff like that. But use it in the broad sense to be just the theory of mental representations. Then phonetic features are syntactic objects, and the domain D is syntactic objects. To go from phonetic features to the outside world is no trivial matter. You need a theory of articulation and perception and so on and so forth, and it's hard to work out. To go from the domain D to the outside world is certainly no less hard. In fact, it's not obvious that it's possible at all. The postulation of the set of phonetic values is justified on the usual best theory terms. That is, you claim that you can get a person who proposes a theory of distinctive features, let's say, or something like that, is in effect claiming that the way to understand speaking and hearing, articulation and perception, is to set up this level of syntactic representation, and then to relate that level of syntactic representation to noises by way of universal properties. Okay. A phonetic representation is something that is that must meet the property that its interpretation is language independent. Once you get down to phonetic representation, everything from there on is outside the particular language in question. If that's not true, you didn't get down to phonetic representation. It's an interface between the language faculty and other systems. And that's what's the meaning of the notion. If you fail to get to the point where everything is language independent from that point on, you didn't have the right theory of phonetics. And the theory of semantic values, or theory of D, would have to have the same property. It's an interface. It's the point at which the language faculty interrelates with other faculties of the mind, conceptual faculties, intentional faculties, whatever they may be. Okay, and the interpretation of D by these other faculties must be language independent if this is a valid description of the interface. Okay, well, it might be. That would mean that the proposal should be that R and D are on a par with what's called phonetic form, PF, and some relation, whatever it's called, some relation P, that one might set up relating expressions to phonetic form. Okay, so part of the path from linguistic expressions to phonetic form would involve there are lots of such relations, but let's pick one of them, call it P, and R and D would have the same status. They're all totally internalist. They're all syntactic. They don't, in themselves, they don't have anything to say about the world. They don't even require that a world exists. It could be all that could be happening is your head exists. And these theories would work exactly the same way. Well, is this the right way to move? Maybe. But if it is, notice what the properties of these elements D are. What I'm saying now, incidentally, applies to every form of formal semantics or linguistic semantics that is set up. Model theoretic semantics, discourse representation semantics, anything I know about has these properties. It sets up a domain D of syntactic objects which have nothing to do with the world as far as we know. But have to be, they may. Like one may argue that it's plausible to argue, the argument that one should give is that the syntactic representation D, say something about possible worlds, is more transparently related to the actual world than, say, linguistic expressions themselves are. So when you get down to D, you have a kind of transparent relation to the world. That would be like saying that when you go from, say, abstract phonological features to phonetic features, you now have a more transparent picture of the world. That amounts to saying it's a real interface, that there's going to be a language-independent interpretation. That's the property it has to satisfy. Okay? That's what it means to say it's a more transparent relation. And maybe, but maybe not. Some reasons to think that the answer is no come about very quickly if you start playing with these sentences. So suppose instead of John, I have the young man, let's say. Same here. So the first sentence says, he thinks the young man is a genius. Second, the young man thinks he's a genius. The third, his mother thinks the young man is a genius. Okay, the relations of anaphora remain the same. Okay, same relations. So therefore, if our theory of anaphora is formulated in terms of R and D, what we'll say is the same thing. The young man picks out an element of D, let's call it small d, and we state the anaphora theory exactly as before in terms of the relation R, which we read reference, and when a pronoun picks out a certain element of capital D as its reference. Okay? So far, everything's fine. Suppose we replace the young man, however, by the average man. He thinks the average man is a genius. The average man thinks he's a genius. His mother thinks the average man is a genius. Notice the third one has a certain oddity about it, which it has to do with stress. There's some funny facts that are interacting here about backwards anaphora, as it's called, with regard to lack of stress. If you don't stress the average man up here, you also get funny relations. But that we can abstract away from. In fact, if you like, we can just look at the first two, in case the third sounds funny, which it should, actually, because it's adding an extra property. He thinks the average man is a genius. The average man thinks he's a genius. Okay. Same relations. Therefore, the same interpretation. We're going to give the same interpretation. Is related to some element, call it D prime, in capital D, and by the relation R, and we therefore give the same theory of anaphora. Well, suppose it doesn't have to be a definite noun phrase. It could be a name. So suppose we pick. We'll call John Doe the name of the average man. Okay, that's if there's anything to the notion common language, this is in it. That's a kind of standard convention. So John Doe is the average man. We accept that common convention. We now say he thinks that John Doe is a genius. John Doe thinks he's a genius. His mother thinks John Doe is a genius. Same relations of anaphora. And we explain he the same way. Well, what's the point of this exercise? Remember that the point of moving to D was supposed to be that we're getting to a transparent relation to the world. That is, a relation to the world which will have a uniform, language-independent interpretation within things. And we don't seem to be getting there at all, because John Doe and the average man, nobody believes they pick out things in the world. I mean, we understand them, right? You know, the average man means add together all the men and divide by the number and so on and so forth. But there certainly is no thing in the world to which the phrase the average man refers, or to which John Doe refers. And nobody's confused about that. I mean, absolutely nobody, I hope. If the theory of anaphora is the justification, the internalist justification for setting up D, which it usually is, if it's not the theory of anaphora, it's something very much like it. Notice that the theory of anaphora is at the core of what's called the logic of language. You know, the relation of variables to, you know, what binds them and so on. And in fact, if you extend it on, you get right into quantifiers. And anything that could be called logic of language is going to have exactly these properties. And it always works exactly the same way if the terms that you're picking out might have reference, and if the terms you're picking out certainly have no reference, where I borrow this term reference and pretending we understand it. Okay. So in other words, the internalist justification, for such as it is, for setting up the domain D seems to be absolutely irrelevant to the relationship to the world. In that respect, it's quite unlike phonetic form. The move to phonetic form really does take you to something like a transparent picture of the image of the actual world, whereas this doesn't seem to take you anywhere. Same goes on if we turn to other expressions. So take, say, it brings good health's own rewards. Good health brings its own rewards. Its rewards are what make good health
won't write it out, worth striving for, let's say, worth trying to achieve. All right, those three expressions, if you think about them, have exactly the formal properties of these, and we have the same result. In the second one, it is anaphorically dependent on good health. In the first, it cannot be. In the third, again, it is. Can be, at least. Okay? So we have exactly the same relationship. If we're going to explain the phenomena in terms of the relation D and the domain D, the relation R and the domain D, we will set up an element of D. Since we're making up D, it's a syntactic object. We can give it any properties we like. We'll put into capital D an entity, call it G, let's say, to which the phrase good health bears the relation R. Okay, and then we'll get the same theory of anaphora. Again, I doubt that anybody is confused into thinking that one of the things in the world is good health. To understand these sentences, you don't have to assume that among the various things in the world there's good health, which has these properties. And it would obviously be a mistake to make any such move. Nevertheless, the relations work exactly the same. The relations of anaphora and dependence and so on work exactly the same way. To give a final example, take the sentence, there was a flaw in the argument and the argument was flawed. For all relevant purposes, these are synonymous. We can, in fact, assume them to be synonymous. But anaphora works differently for them. So in the first, try adding, and it was quickly found. And ask about the reference of it. Okay. Well, in the first case, there was a flaw in the argument and it was quickly found. It has anaphoric properties, as a pronoun usually does. It picks up its reference from flaw. In the second case, there's no interpretation. There's nothing for it to pick up its reference from. So it must be referring to some other thing. I don't know, like the chair was quickly found or something like that. The way we handle that in the internalist theory of, say, formal semantics, is to say that flaw bears the relation of reference to something in the world, namely, or something in D, let's say, capital D. In the second sentence, for purely structural reasons, there is no word that can pick up a relation that can have the relation R to some element of D. So therefore, in the second case, we can't run through the theory of anaphora. That's fine, except that we now have the story, that we now have the case that two expressions, which are, in fact, synonymous. In fact, if you look closer, they may even have the same underlying representation at the relevant level as has been proposed. Though they are, for all relevant purposes, synonymous, have different relations to the domain D, okay, as shown by the same anaphora facts. Well, again, that seems to show us that we're not getting anywhere near semantics. In fact, maybe we're getting farther away from it, but we're certainly not getting anywhere near it. Semantics is the study of the relation between languages and the world. It's not the study of things, of syntax. It's not the study of relationships internal to particular systems of mental representations, any more than speech analysis is the study of internal, of phonology. They're different subjects. You may go on if you like, but you see the point. The point is setting up, though one can set up a relation D, as people do when they do model theoretic semantics or discourse representation or other kinds of theories of semantic values, one can certainly do it, but it has to be justified on the same terms as setting up phonetic values. You got to show that it's carrying you toward, that it's giving you, it's enabling you to build up an explanation, an account of things like anaphora, along, say, the lines I suggested, or that it's carrying you towards a more transparent picture, true interface relation. And that's certainly not easy. In fact, doesn't seem how it could be possible at all. Notice there might be an occasional resemblance between the relation R and some relation between words and things in the world. And that could perfectly well happen. but that would be irrelevant, just be an irrelevant accident. If we, and notice again, of course, that we have no intuitions whatsoever about R and D, any more than we have intuitions about phonetic features and their relationships to phonological representation. You can't have intuitions about such things. Suppose that somebody succeeds in justifying this theory of R and D. It's not so trivial. I mean, people who work in things like model theory and so on describe what they're doing as semantics, which is very curious, but because it has nothing to do with semantics. They describe it as semantics, which is already a mistake, and they assume that it's justified, which is kind of funny. No phonologist could get away with that. I mean, if a phonologist simply stipulated some set of things, and I say, okay, that's what phonetic values are, and some relation between them, and then went on to build, enormous theories on this, people would just laugh. I mean, there's no point even looking at the theory of phonetic values, phonetic features, unless you give some reason to show that it's an interface, which is, what people like Roman Jakobson and others were trying to do. That's why Roman Jakobson spent a lot of time trying to show that what he thought were the distinctive features had uniform acoustic interpretations and uniform articulatory interpretations and so on. That's what one, maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong, but that's what you have to do. If he had just said, look, I like these features and now I can, make formal theories about them, people wouldn't have even laughed. Question is, why can you do it on the conceptual side of syntax if you can't do it on the perceptual articulatory side of syntax? Well, the answer is you shouldn't. I mean, you can kind of get away with it more easily at the conceptual side because we don't know much about the interface. In the case of the phonetic side, I mean, we have this language faculty over here, part of the mind, and it appears that it has two interface relations. And that just seems like a fact. It seems to interface with the articulatory perceptual systems, and it seems to interface with the conceptual or intentional systems. That seems to be the two places where the language faculty interacts with other parts of the mind. At this interface, a lot is known about what's over here. Okay, I mean, you know a lot about motions of the articulatory musculature and about sound waves and that kind of thing. At this interface, basically nothing is known. It's mostly mysterious. That's not to say that you don't have evidence about the interface. You have plenty of evidence. In fact, pretty reliable evidence about what expressions, what relationships there are, semantic relations there are between expressions, relations of entailment, and so on and so forth. You have plenty of evidence, but you don't have any theoretical understanding of the thing at the other side of the interface. So therefore, it's kind of easier to fall into mistakes. And it seems to me that all of this stuff may not be a mistake, but it has to be justified. To think that it doesn't have to be justified is a mistake. I mean, maybe it's the right move. Maybe people made the right guess. But it requires a justification. Short of that, it's on a par with the theory of distinctive features that somebody picked out of a hat. Okay. And when you look at the cases, it's not clear that there's going to be an easy answer. The way the cases seem to work, it appears that the theory of anaphora works by structural properties, not by true semantic properties. That's why things like the average man and the young man come out alike. Semantically, they're radically different, but syntactically, they're alike. And that seems what's relevant for the theory of anaphora. And this seems to run across the board, as far as I know. Theory of quantifiers, I mean, everything in natural language just seems to care about the form. Doesn't seem to care about what the interface relations are, which suggests that we're still working internal to the system. We haven't yet gotten to whatever the interface must be. Okay? And it's not in the least clear that any of this is getting nearer to it. Suppose that, we're still looking at Prager's notion. Suppose that the internalist postulation of R and D is setting up a domain D of syntactic objects in a relation R with reference-like properties to expression. Suppose that is justified, meaning that there's some way of interpreting the things in D, the semantic values, in the world, or in the other, at least in the other systems, in the conceptual system, and maybe from there to the world, somewhere outside the language faculty. Suppose that's true. Notice that even if that's true, it's not going to give us any justification at all for believing that there's another relationship, call it R prime, that holds between expressions and things in the world, or things in the world as they're thought to be, or whatever you like to say language refers to. Okay, we have no even accepting R&D and having offered the proponent of R&D the conclusion that you can somehow relate D to the world. That doesn't tell us that there's a reference-like relation, a relation with the properties of reference, holding between expressions and whatever this stuff is related to. Okay, this stuff here that we're granting is going to be related to whatever you think language is about. Okay, things in the world, things that are believed to be in the world. Pick your story. Even if we grant that, it doesn't say that there's going to be any reference-like relation between phrases in the language and those things. It all depends on how this stuff works out. We have a ghost of an idea about that. So we seem to have no reason at all to believe that there exists a relation of reference that holds between expressions and anything in the world. Things that we believe in, you pick your theory as you like. It's kind of neutral, so we can pick anyone we want. Nor do we have the slightest reason from any of this to believe in some notion of public language. I mean, that's doing nothing. Let's go on to see if there's some other, what other considerations will suggest to us about this. I want to give this, every possible opportunity to justify itself. So far, no justification. Actually, these comments are not novel, incidentally. I mean, in fact, it was standardly assumed about 40 years ago that it makes no sense to suppose that words have a relation to things. Like, writing in his introductory logic book 40 years ago, Peter Strawson said we have to avoid the fallacy of believing in logically proper names, meaning names in natural language that name things. He said, look, that's an obvious fallacy, and then he went on to explain it. Well, these are all indications of why it appears to be an obvious fallacy. Unfortunately, the understanding that was pretty standard at that time has mostly been lost. And we now have new approaches coming in which are making exactly the kind of moves which were criticized, in my opinion, correctly criticized, by Strawson, Ryle, Wittgenstein, and others back in the period of early days of ordinary language philosophy. It's kind of striking that if you read the contemporary literature, you almost never find a reference to the fact that these notions were criticized at one time. I mean, there's no refutation of the criticisms. They seem to have been just forgotten. But the criticisms are pretty reasonable, just as the 18th century criticisms that made essentially the same points were pretty reasonable. I don't think they can simply be dismissed. In fact, they seem correct. So well, let's have a look at let's take a closer look at some actual words and see whether it would make sense to pursue the quest for some relationship between words and things. So take, for example, take some simple words. Take, say, the word book. Okay, some of the things in the world are books, some aren't books. So that looks like a candidate for a term that might refer to things. Well, the word book has some curious properties. For one thing, a book can be concrete or it can be abstract. Okay. If I say the book weighs 5 pounds, it's concrete, because only concrete things weigh 5 pounds. If I say John is writing a book in his head, it's abstract. Okay. Or if I make it definite, the book that John wrote in his head, that's abstract. In fact, the book that John wrote is abstract, even if it was published. Okay? So the term book can freely refer either to an abstract or a concrete thing. However, a single occurrence of it can simultaneously refer both to the abstract version and the concrete version. So if I say the book which weighs 5 pounds, or which weighs 5 pounds, was written by John.
well, the thing that weighs 5 pounds had no relationship to John at all. He may not even know it exists. But the phrase, the book, is its full referential phrase, is referring to something which is simultaneously abstract and concrete. Well, nothing in the world can be simultaneously abstract and concrete. So there can be nothing in the world. There can be nothing in the world that is the denotatum of book, because nothing in the world can be both concrete and abstract. Actually, it's not an accident about book. Virtually most words are like that. Same with definite noun phrases. Take the deck of cards, which is missing a queen. Is too worn to use. Okay. In the matrix clause, the deck of cards is too worn to use. It's obviously some kind of physical thing, because that's the only kind of thing that's worn out, sort of broken. On the other hand, when the deck of cards that's missing a queen is some abstract object. Okay. In fact, some kind of set. And so we might ask what kind of a concrete object the book of cards that's too worn to use is. What kind of concrete object is it? Notice that it's not what's called technically a mereological sum. It's not an entity put together out of its parts, right? Absolutely not. Can't be that. The left corner of one of the cards does not have the same status in the deck as the card itself. But if it was a sum, that would be true. So it's not a sum in the sense of the part-whole calculus. It's not a set, obviously. In fact, there's nothing intelligible that it is. Not that anyone knows about, at least. Nevertheless, we use it to refer to things. And in fact, again, we use it both concretely and abstractly. This is quite common. I notice there's nothing paradoxical in terms of the actual notion of referring. I mean, just as there's nothing, since I can refer to London without even mentioning it, I can say he was referring to London when he complained about the traffic. Similarly, I can be referring to a deck of cards when I use the phrase the deck of cards. That doesn't mean that there's a thing in the world, a deck of cards, referred to by the phrase the deck of cards. Okay? What it means is that terms like book or deck of cards, in effect, provide a certain perspective for humans with which to talk about the world, whatever they think the world is. They provide a kind of a lens, or a prism or something that here's a way you can look at things through this odd perspective. It's kind of Frege's telescope, if you want to go back to the imagery of Sinn und Bedeutung. But the telescope has very curious properties, way beyond what he imagined. So the words like, and I think one should look at all words that way. All words of the language, or any language, they're not objects that stand in a referential relation to the world. They're objects that offer a certain framework or perspective or whatever for doing what's called talking about the world. They may roughly pick out a certain shifting region in a very complex space of human interests and concerns, but they never get any closer to reference than that, except just by accident. Take some other ones. Take the word house, let's say. And consider what you know about houses. So suppose, for example, John painted the house brown. So here's the house. John painted it brown. What that means is John painted the outer surface brown. If John painted the inner surface brown, he didn't paint the house brown. Okay. So somehow the house is its outer surface. The outer surface of the house is some kind of a mathematical object. So the house is some kind of an abstract object, namely its outer surface. Similarly, if I say John saw the house, okay, it means he saw the outer surface. If John is out here, say, and he's looking into, here's John, and let's say there's a shield there, so all he can do is look into the window. John's looking into the window of the house. He can't see anything else. And he sees the inner walls fine, but he's still not seeing the house. He's got to somehow see the outer surface in order to see the house. So a house is apparently an abstract object, namely an outer surface. On the other hand, it's certainly not just the abstract object. For example, if this were in fact just a surface, you could be near the house. John could be equidistant. If John and Mary are equal distances from this surface, they would be equidistant from the house, and that's obviously not true, because Mary's in the house. Because if you're in it, you can't be at a certain distance from it. So the house is not a surface. If John is near the house, John might be near the house, depending on our current conditions for nearness, but Mary can't be near the house. If the house is wooden, made of wood, then it's obviously concrete. We're not talking about the surface. If I talk about a brown wooden house, I'm referring simultaneously to its surface and its constitution. Okay. To make things worse, if I clean the house, I may not touch the outer surface at all, just moving things around the inside. So a house appears to be an exterior surface plus the interior viewed quite abstractly. If I move my house from New York to Boston, I put it in a truck and moved it. A physical object moved. Right? So it's plainly concrete. Okay, so it's concrete, abstract, it's an outer surface, it's an interior. It's got a very strange collection of properties. Certainly no object in the world can have that collection of properties. It's not that when we refer to houses, we have confused beliefs. And it's not that houses don't exist, like the house I live in exists, surely. The point is, it is not a thing in the world with the identifying conditions of house. Because house doesn't provide identifying conditions for things in the world. It provides a way to look at the world. It provides a certain way to look at the world. Actually, all container words are like this. So you get the same result. Let's say take airplane. If I'm inside an airplane and I say I see the airplane, that could only be true if I see the surface of the wing, or if there's a mirror outside and I see the surface of the airplane reflected in it. Otherwise, it can't be true. And the rest of the story goes through the same way. It works for igloo. It works for things we make up. It works for things that can't exist. If I paint a spherical cube brown, I painted its outer surface brown, okay, even though it can't exist. What's more, the same thing doesn't only hold for container words. It holds for terms generally. So take, say, a mountain. Here's the mountain. And suppose there's a cave inside it with a light shining so I can see. And there's a way to look in. I'm out here. And I'm like John trying to look into the house. I can look into this cave, and I can see or maybe just a hole there, and it happens to be a light shining, so I can see things. So I can see what's in here fine, but I'm not seeing the mountain, right? Even though a mountain isn't a container word. Well, again, a mountain is something pretty abstract, if that's true. And in fact, the example I gave this morning already showed that. A thing is a mountain, contrary to what Almog said in his article, at least if what I said today is correct. It is a mountain. The very thing is a mountain or an island or a plateau, depending on other things, which don't affect it at all. Okay. Now, again, the words that are used at most offer a certain quite complex perspective for viewing the world. Well, you might think this doesn't work for proper names at least, but unfortunately it works for proper names as well. So take the standard proper names that appear in the various puzzles and paradoxes. So take, say, London. What does the word London read? Certainly London exists. It's not a fiction. Okay, we agree on that. It's not like some town in a fairy story. But what is it? suppose I say London is ugly. Say. Well, presumably I'm referring to the buildings or something or other. Suppose I say London has gotten to be a very unhappy place during the Thatcher years, or London is taking on a much harsher edge during the Thatcher years. Well, then I'm referring to the people and the way they live. If all the people leave London, say they fear an earthquake or something, it's still London, right? Even though when I talk about London as being an unhappy place, I'm only referring to the people. If I say London is polluted, I'm talking about the air above London, though not too high, just sort of like, not the ozone layer. Suppose I put those things together. London is ugly, unhappy, and polluted. And it should be destroyed and rebuilt 100 miles up the Thames, okay? That all makes sense. Notice it all makes sense. But what kind of thing is London now? Well, it's a thing that involves only people, that involves only the air above it, that involves only its buildings, and that can be destroyed and built somewhere else and still be London. Well, surely nothing in the world can have those properties. I mean, and if we go further, we get even stranger things. Now, if you believe that there's a common language, English, in which the word London has referential properties, picks out a thing, you're naturally going to get into tremendous paradox, because that belief is so exotic to start with that it's going to quickly lead to paradox. And in fact, one famous paradox is Kripke's puzzle of belief, in which he shows correctly that if you believe all these things, which he takes for granted, you get into the problem of somebody believing that London is pretty and London is ugly without being irrational. I won't run through the example, but that's, in fact, his logic is perfect. That's the conclusion you get to. And you get to it from the assumption that there is a common language, English, with a word, London, which has referential relations to something. That is, you get into the paradox by the puzzle of belief by assuming basically the Phrygian picture. Well, if you start by taking something with weird properties of London and thinking that it's going to pick out a thing in the world, of course you'll get into all sorts of paradoxes. On the other hand, if you think of London as being a city name, all city names are going to work the same way, all place names, in fact. If you think of London as being a city name and offering the kind of perspective on the world, the perspective for talking about the world that this category of linguistic expressions does, then there's no paradoxes. Like London could have, Kripke's paradox happens to involve somebody who's bilingual and knows both London and Londres, but those two, which, he says, pick the same thing out, and those two concepts could just fit differently into a person's belief system without paradox at all. Well, it's getting kind of late, so I won't. We can go on and give more and more examples of this sort. And all of them show the same thing, basically. It's just a mistake to believe that there's a reference-like relation between words and things. That's not the way language works. The way language works, apparently, is it offers certain conceptual perspectives for talking about things. That's all. There's no closer relationship. Maybe we'll want to set up technical notions like R&D for internalist reasons, but there doesn't seem to be anything beyond that. I might say, just on the side, that a lot of the metaphysical conclusions that are drawn from these assumptions also seem dubious. So take again, say, Kripke's discussion of things like, which led to the contemporary essentialist literature, naming and necessity again. He says things which are extremely plausible. In fact, they seem certainly true. But he draws conclusions from them which are startling, and he intends to be startling. And it's not at all clear that they should follow. They follow via the assumption that proper names have reference relations to things in the world. So to take one of his cases, this is written in 1972, so he's talking about Nixon. If you can say, you can say Nixon might not have been elected as he was
in 1972. I guess this was 1968, rather than 1971. Okay, so it's perfectly sensible to say that Nixon might not have been elected in 1968 if only the Democrats had played the game right. That makes sense. But if you say Nixon might not have had his own parents, let's say, that sounds impossible. If Nixon had had different parents, he wouldn't be Nixon. Okay. On the other hand, if Nixon hadn't been elected in 1968, he'd still be Nixon. Okay. Clear distinction. I don't think anybody's problem with it. And Kripke therefore draws the conclusion that Nixon has certain essential properties, like having certain parents, and other accidental properties, like being elected in 1968. Well, that follows if you think that, I mean, you know, it's plausible. It's not a demonstrative argument, but it's certainly plausible. If you think that Nixon is a logically proper name, a name that picks out a certain thing in the world, namely some object, through the relation of reference, then this seems plausible. On the other hand, if you don't think that that happens, if you think that the word Nixon works like, say, London, then those conclusions don't follow at all. Nixon, after all, is not a logically proper name, meaning a name divorced of all properties other than its referential properties. Nixon is a personal name. That's a category in language, just like city names are categories in language. Whether they're conceptual or linguistic, we're not sure, but they're certainly categories. So when I talk about Nixon, I'm really saying the person Nixon. And it's certainly true that the person Nixon couldn't have had different parents, because you're not the same person if you have different parents. But that's a de dicto necessity, just something you draw from the words, has nothing to do with facts. It's saying persons are the kind of things that are identified in terms of their parents. Okay, that's a logical necessity, has nothing to do with the world. So it doesn't tell you anything about the essential properties of Nixon. Suppose we try to make up a concept, Nixon, which is a logically proper name. That's a hard thing to do. We're now off in some branch of mathematics, okay, because language doesn't have things like that. But let's try. You make the mental exercise, and let's call it N so we don't get confused by Nixon. Let's assume that N, we invent N as a logically proper name referring to Nixon, has no properties other than that it refers to Nixon. Well, now, at least my intuitions are gone on everything. I don't think, it certainly doesn't have these intuitions. In fact, I would think that Nixon is a different entity if he combs his hair differently. Just viewed as an entity, not a person and so on, just an entity. If he combs his hair differently, it would be a different entity. And a Martian, looking at him, who categorizes things in terms of the way hair is combed, would draw exactly that conclusion. In fact, if the Martian got confused, he might say, if the Martian was confused into thinking that his name, Nixon, was a logically proper name, whereas in fact this wouldn't be persons anymore, but whatever category distinguishes one type of hair, hair combing from another. If he was confused into that, he might conclude that one of Nixon's essential features is that his hair is combed a particular way. That's a fact about the world. And he would be just as justified in saying that as Kripke is in saying that having particular parents is an essential property of Nixon. All of these startling conclusions follow from the first move, which is to accept Frege's framework. To accept Frege's framework, which claims there is a relation R holding between words and things. If you accept that, you're off and running, and all of these things follow, and you get to a lot of very strange conclusions, none of which are necessary, and none of which even seem true, because there doesn't seem to be any relation R that holds between things in the world. Well, does any of this have anything to do with Frege's project? That's not so clear, because it's not at all clear that Frege cared about natural language or natural thinking. It's true that that's what he writes about, but if you look, there's a footnote here and there that says, ordinary languages aren't perfect languages, so they have various problems. We're going to have to fix them up and so on. So it looks as if what he was actually talking about, if you think through his work, is what he called a perfect language, a language which doesn't have the imperfections of natural language. That is a created system. You shouldn't call it a language at all. A created symbolic system which won't have the properties of language, but will have perfect properties. It'll be perfect for his purposes. Well, his purposes were basically metamathematics, it's now called, a language to talk about mathematics or arithmetic or something. And for those purposes, it may make perfect sense to assume those three conditions, wherever they were. I erased them. But the three conditions that said there's a common store of thoughts, there's a common public language in which they're expressed, and there's a relation reference that holds between the elements and the things, that may make perfect sense for arithmetic. You want to talk about arithmetic, you have things like 16 and, E and so on. You want names that will refer to those things. You want variables which will range over those things. You don't want those names and those variables to have any other properties. They're going to be logically perfect. You want this to be a public language. Everybody can use it, whether they're Japanese or, African or whatever. And you want the thoughts expressed in it, if that's an appropriate notion, to be a public store. So a guy who uses it in Japan will have the same thought I have when I use it in English. All of those are perfectly reasonable objectives for this project, for the project of making up a language for mathematics. And insofar as that's true, and insofar as we take that to be Frege's project, everything I've said is irrelevant to Frege's project. But it's not irrelevant to everything that has been drawn from Frege's project, which is the application of it to natural language and to natural thought. Now, whether Frege intended that or not, it's a textual question. Actually, it's pretty hard to, it doesn't seem that he made a very clear distinction. But maybe he did, maybe he didn't. That's not really the point. The point is that we should make a clear distinction. We should make a clear distinction between studying things in the natural world, like language and thinking, and inventing symbolic systems for particular purposes, like metamathematics, or probably science. It seems to me reasonable to claim that the natural sciences, part of their project, is to aim for a Fregean-style symbolic system. That is a symbolic system that will have a store of common thoughts, a public symbolic system in which to express them, and a reference-like relation, meaning that you'll want the terms of that system, whether names or variables, to denote real things that are really there, like electrons and stuff. And you'll shift around your system until you get that property. If you find that you're not picking out real things, you'll switch the system around, because your project is to create a Fregean-style perfect language. Now, that language differs from natural language in crucial respects. For one thing, it differs totally in its syntax, like it'll use calculus, say, and all kind of things. And it throws out most of the syntax of natural language, which is just useless for these purposes and a mess. It differs at the semantic level in two crucial respects. For one thing, it will never use terms with the weird properties of natural language terms. Terms that offer ways of talking about things that are both abstract and concrete, let's say. It's never going to use anything like that. In fact, it's hard to imagine that any term of natural language would even survive into that system. And basically, that's what happens as science advances. All the terms go. They may use the same sound, but with a different meaning. So it's a different word. So the symbolic system will deviate from natural language, and it will never use terms with the properties of natural language terms, and it will deviate in a second respect in that it adds semantic properties that natural language doesn't have, like reference. And actually, it probably won't need modes of fixing reference, because the fixing of reference is done by stipulation, so you don't have to worry about Zin, probably. But whether you do or not, kind of another point. In any event, that might be quite a reasonable project for a symbolic system, for a symbolic system for science and for mathematics. In fact, it would be a perfectly reasonable project for the theory of natural language. After all, the theory of natural language is a scientific theory, so it'll be following the scientific project, and it will try to reach that goal. But of course, it would be a vulgar error to invest the theory of X with the properties of X. We've got to keep them separate, of course. So natural language is what it is, and we may pick a symbolic system to talk about it which doesn't have natural language properties. And in fact, obviously, that's what will happen. Okay, let me get late, so I'll stop. This huge topic, I barely skimmed the surface of it. I don't want to as far as I can see, there is no reasonable objection to or reasonable alternative to a completely naturalistic approach to language. Everything that looks like an alternative seems to me to collapse. However, I don't want to leave you with the misimpression that I'm saying that a naturalistic theory of language can answer the main questions about language. In fact, it seems that it can't. Like the question of creative aspect of language use, which traditionally was the core property of language, the very criterion for the existence of other minds, that isn't even approached by a naturalistic theory of language. Why? Well, maybe the theory's wrong, maybe we're not smart enough, something else. One strong possibility is that it's simply that those questions are simply not within our cognitive reach. Those are mysteries for us, not questions, not problems. So it may be. There's nothing dualist about that. Remember, it's just a comment about a thing in the world, namely us, and our cognitive character. So no dualism at all. Even if the domain of mysteries would happen to correspond with closely to one of the traditional domains of metaphysical dualism. Now, if this whole discussion is at all on the right track, one would want to know why non-naturalistic dualist positions have such a strong appeal to the imagination. What I've been suggesting for the last 5 days is they come up all over the place, even on the part of people who regard themselves as real hard-headed scientists. If you look closely, I think you find that they're mired in non-naturalistic dualism. And it seems to cover just about every way of looking at the field you can think of. I mean, almost everything is some form of non-naturalist dualism, if what I've said is correct. And that seems strange because nobody accepts dualism. In fact, everybody would ridicule it. So how come, assuming this is correct, that everybody's caught up in it? Here you have to speculate. And it seems to me the plausible speculation is one that I mentioned earlier. Our common sense view of people is irremediably dualist. We see people as a combination of a body and a soul. It's just the way we see them. That's why we basically define person in terms of psychic persistence. You're the same person if you have the same psychic pattern, not if you have the same physical pattern. Because that's the way we look at people. We look at them in terms of body and soul, and we can't help it any more than we can help looking at the sun setting and see the sun setting. We know that that's not the right story, but we can't see it any other way. And it's possible that we just can't see people other than in dualist terms. However, if that's correct, we should certainly not allow that to hamper efforts to discover what kind of creatures persons are, any more than we let these perceptual constraints hamper the inquiry into what the world is. So it could be that this is right, and I sort of suspect it probably is, but then it'll just have to go to the way of the mechanical philosophy and everything else that's been thrown out that was self-evident. The ways in which we look at the world are just not correct. They don't give you a correct picture of the world. You have to turn to the science-forming capacity and struggle to approach the right way of looking at the world in some other fashion, throwing out your intuitive conceptions because they're not relevant. The basic lesson of Newtonian physics, I think. Okay?
That's the last session, and probably there are no questions because we have so many questions that they cannot be answered. In 2 minutes, I'm sure that we all agree it has been the most exciting, the most rewarding series. So the fact that everything comes to an end doesn't follow that an end is the end, or that there is no fresh path. From the very moment we've been to look forward to your next lecture, here in Europe. Please do come again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
if you could someone either speak up